Hi, chat. Been a little bit, hasn't it? First time I can say that in a while. Man, it sure has been a minute. Couple minutes. Had a pretty solid break. Might seem like I went on break for longer than the 7th, but I've actually been doing things in the background. They're just not, like, ready yet. So, yeah, it's gonna be... Actually, I would say it would be a while until the next video, but it isn't, like, that long. It's just probably not what you're expecting. We'll see. The subathon. Folie à deux. That's some advanced French, I don't know. Folie à deux. Anyway, yeah, hold on. It's been like 2 weeks since I've streamed, you know, you gotta like get back into it. Hold on, what does that actually mean? Oh, right, it's because it's the... Right, that's the Joker movie. I didn't watch that one, the second one. Who did watch that one? That's the real question. Nobody, exactly. Anyway, hello everyone. Hi, Mr. Overheat. Hi, Hugo. Hi, Kauzorier. Hello, everybody. Hi, Wogue. It's been a solid minute. I've had a great time over this last break that I've taken. It's been pretty great. You know, I thought I would just end up playing Paradox games the whole time, and to a degree, I did a little bit, but I did more than just that, okay? I did play some Hearts of Iron 4. I think I played one campaign in Kaiser Redux. But that only took like 1 day of my time, so... Okay, maybe like a day and a half. Other than that, though, it was a pretty solid break. Pretty good stuff. Played a lot of Marvel Rivals, actually. I have 41 hours in that game now. And I think before my break, I had less than 10. Maybe played a little too much Marvel Rivals, actually. Maybe just a little bit. But more than just that, though. I didn't waste my time completely on 6v6 competitive shooters. I did also play more Cyberpunk. I got to the point where there's like the point of no return. If you've played Cyberpunk, you know what I'm talking about. Where there's like a certain point where if you continue, then you fail every other quest and you just have to keep going. I got to that point, and then I figured, actually, there are a lot of things I want to do still in that game, so then I just put it down and didn't come back to it. Instead, what I started doing is playing Metaphor Refantasio. That's a pretty solid game so far. I am 12 and a half hours into it. 41 hours when we get to see your 6 kills. I am not good at Marvel Rivals. I play one character somewhat competently, and that's Groot. So you met Hanako at Embers? Yes. Well, I'm like at the quest that leads up to that, yeah. Like, I went to the place, and then they're like, hey, by the way, if you continue going, you will fail literally every single other quest that you have active right now. So I'm like, okay, that sounds good, and then I just put the game down and never came back. I'll eventually get around to it, but there are more things I want to do in that game first. He spams Jeff, true. Anyway. Let's see. Hi, Pelias. Hi, Dolphina. I'm not going to your birthday lunch, Corbett has come back. Yeah, after my trek across the wilderness. Basically going from my room to my kitchen and then back a few times. That's not true, I went a few places. Corbett Balatro when? I have a friend who's like super into Balatro. I'm sure he has like over 200 hours in it at this point. Big Balatro guy. So maybe I will play Balatro, because he recommends it, of course. The only reason I played Metaphor in the first place is because it got like Narrative of the Year. And I said I was in the Discord call when me and my friends were all watching the Game Awards. And right as they were presenting the Best Narrative Award, I said, if Metaphor Refantasio wins it, because 2 of my friends were already playing it, or like one of them was, maybe both at that point. I said, if Metaphor wins Best Narrative of the Year, then I will play it. And then it won. So here I am. Hopefully you didn't miss on Phantom Liberty though. I didn't actually buy the DLC. So, I don't know if that's like after that kind of content or if it's like before, I don't know. Maybe I did. It is what it is. Anyway, yeah, maybe that's enough yapping before we get started for today. Where Tiny Man? Put back in his cage. Don't worry, the AC is on, and the windows are up, but the AC is on. Left him in a hot parking lot. Is before content basically a movie? He will be cooked in a giant pot. He will be made into a stew. Or perhaps a soup of some sort. Anyway, yeah, we're going over Dev Diaries today, so we know it's going to be a long stream, right? Although we're no stranger to those around here, are we? Yeah, it's... oh boy, we're definitely no strangers to long streams around here now. Yeah, we're gonna have a lot to get through today. It's like maybe 10 Dev Diaries, so... get your popcorn, maybe a couple bags of popcorn. Gonna snack on them throughout the next 8 hours. If we're lucky, we'll be done before the length of a regular subathon day. If we're lucky. Did you consider that one friend I mentioned for the Ambanar art? I haven't thought about anything to do with the subathon or work for the past... okay, maybe not the past couple days, because technically I've been working for the past few days, but up until the 8th, I have deliberately decided to answer approximately 0 emails and not think about work for between the 30th and the 8th. I think I said the 7th, and then I woke up on the 8th and I'm like, I'm gonna extend my break by 1 day. What's 1 extra day, you know? Anyway. More news, actually. More news. So, if any of you were here during the subathon, you'll remember that I mentioned I would actually take 2 weeks off during January, or like more than 1 week, I think I mentioned. And what that means is, because I am moving at some point in January, that's why I'm taking off a little bit more time. And now I know approximately when that's going to be. So between like the 23rd and the 31st, you can't really expect any streams. Because that's going to be a pretty busy time for me. Yeah, that's the other announcement. Is that I'm going to be grinding over the next like week and a half kind of. And then yeah, I'm moving after that, so. Moving cities or just apartments? I'm staying in the same city. I'm just like, yeah, it's not like a crazy long move or anything. But it is going to be some distance from where I am. Still hasn't recovered from the Ethiopia run. I will never recover from that. I'll never get those hours back. Moving a whole city must be hard. I'm sure you can just like push it, you know? You can just like move it over. You can just like pick it up and put it somewhere else. Are the trains still expensive? Which ones? like the city trains or like the inner city trains? The inner city ones are always expensive. Bikini Bottom moved the city? True. Anyway, that's enough. We can probably get started on something, can't we? Probably. Me when? Anyway. Sorry, I was looking at a DM. Okay, let me... boom. I have everything set up. Yeah, I think this is actually the first one, isn't it? See, look, chat, I went and made sure ahead of time. Oh, why am I pushed off to the side? Why am I clipping? Hold on. Let me do this. Maybe get a little bit smaller. There we go. Good? Could be better. It's fine, keep going. How's the weather? Actually, how is the weather today? I'll do like a quick check on that. What is it? Minus 15 now? Lovely. A brisk minus 15. If you want to buy a train, yeah, it's expensive. I can imagine. A few $1,000,000 at least. Alright, anyway, yeah, the Tinto Talks. I've been informed that there are no more Tinto Talks because we now have Tinto flavors once we're done with these. The first of which we will be covering. We have a few maps as well because the entire world has been covered, you know, hence the name of today's stream. Actually, hold on a second. You know what I didn't do? I didn't change the description. It's supposed to be from the shoot. What is it, like the 31st of November to the, what's the day? The 12th? The 12th of January. Okay, there we go. I did not save that description. Not bad. Alright, there we go. Minus 15, peak Canada. It's actually been a pretty warm winter. Minus 15 is pretty alright. Here, let me move things off to the side there. Alrighty, perfect. I don't use Fahrenheit. I don't know either. I don't either, man. That's Celsius. Where's the small bit model? Boiling in a volcano at the moment. I'm sure he'll be alright. Alright, anyway, let's see. Did I turn this down? I did turn the music down. Perfect. Let me actually make that a little bit quieter. Perfect. Alrighty, Tinto Talks. Boy, it has been a minute. Or a few. Actually, maybe I missed something. Hold on a second. Did I actually do the previous one? That's North America? Okay, I did do that one. Nice. Boiling in a volcano was a punishment for not making the Corby Makara. True. Anyway, yeah, Tinto Talks. I don't remember where we left off last time. Well, I do in terms of number, but I don't remember what mechanics. I think we were going over the Great Power rework thing. The last Dev Diary stream. That was in November. It has been over a month, chat. So, you know how long the stream's gonna be. We might as well get started then, shouldn't we? Alrighty, the 4th of December one. Codename Project Caesar, of course, of course. Alrighty, this week we're going into details about the government reforms. Representing everything from ancient traditions to progressive amendments, government reforms outline the shape of governance in a country. Each one is unique, but they often give powerful trade-offs, of course. So I guess this is going to be the play style is going to revolve around these. Which, in theory, is kind of how EU4 is supposed to work as well, where your playstyle revolves kind of around your government reform. Although, like, only kind of, sort of. Not really. Unless you're playing a horde, in which case, yes. Or if you're playing a tribe that is a stateless society, then yes. But let's see. At the start of the game, countries are only allowed 2 government reforms, but in every age there's at least 1 advance that unlocks another slot for reforms. Some specific reforms also add another slot, so they are essentially free for that country. On average, in the final age of the game, a country may have 7 or 8 reforms. Nice. Common government reforms that are available to everyone are likely to have an age requirement, spreading out their availability over the game. Some reforms are major reforms, and a country may not have more than 1 major reform at the same time. Okay, so am I crazy, or is this kind of like the Civ 6 mechanic? I'm not a big Civ 6 guy, but you know how you have like the things that you can slot in or out? With the, oh my god, what are they even called? Like the traditions or whatever? Something kind of like that exists in Civ 6. I'm pretty sure. So the idea behind this, I suppose, is that you're gonna like swap them in or out. Yeah, the policy cards, yeah. Okay. So you can't have more than one major reform at the same time. I'm assuming major meaning something like your government type, but we'll see. Some reforms are, I already just wrote that, yes. The past tense of read. Anyway, there will be a diverse selection of reforms in each age, with about 5 common new ones added, and another 2 per government type. The unique ones are far more plentiful and diverse, with over 150 currently in the game. Makes me wonder what they're going to make the DLC off of then. In the user interface, the government reforms exist in the Crown's part of the estate's screen, as the Crown does not really have any estate privileges. Right, okay, fair. Sure. 3 reforms, but are the current ones actually beneficial? Good question. Removing a government reform currently costs 20 stability, which is a bit cheap, but that may change. Some reforms cannot be removed at will, though, and are locked until specific circumstances allow them to be removed. Adding a new reform does not have a cost, but it takes up to 2 years before the benefits are fully implemented. I see. Okay, so you're not like hot swapping these for whatever, like you're in a war and you want to like swap them out? Not happening. Well, depends on how long the war is. Maybe actually you do put them on, and then it's kind of like mobilizing, right? But we'll see. A whole 20 stab sounds catastrophic when the min was supposed to be -3. I just got here, can we go back to Dev 1? Sure thing. Government actions costing stability, Imperator returns, let's go. There are some good parts of Imperator. And one of those parts I would consider to be like, the law system is not too bad. If you want to change the government laws, then you do have to spend like political power and stability, and I'm kind of alright with that. Anyway, it seems that's kind of where we're going with this. Kind of, sort of, but like not really. We'll have to see more. Here are some examples of early government reforms that many nations have access to from the start. Religious tolerance, for when your country is populated by people who practice different beliefs and confessions. Therefore, it would be prudent to govern in a tolerant manner with them, ensuring their support for the government. Monthly progress to communalism, right? We have the government values. And we should get like the +1 tolerance to heretics and heathens. Pretty basic, kind of like forced interfaith dialogue as the EU4 burger privilege. Oh, hey, the animal. I'm doing all right. How are you? Feeling refreshed after that break. To me, the stability hit was a little too much in Imperator. I never found it was too bad, but it did make you feel like you wanted to consistently do sacrifices to boost your stability. Not the concept, but the 20%, yeah. Well, they said it's a bit low, actually. It kind of depends on how quickly it rebounces. So, like, if you can get from 80 to 100 stability again pretty quickly, then it's like not that bad. But if it takes a really long time to get it, like to get your stability back up, then yeah, it can be kind of annoying. I think it depends on the recovery rate. Anyway, let's see. Diplomatic traditions. From time immemorial, our people have favored the word above the sword, giving us the ability to forge lasting relationships with our allies and friends, and a reputation as honest and loyal. +3 Diplo rep. That's a lot of Diplo rep. But I don't know what it does in EU5 in comparison. I don't know if they mentioned that. Maybe they did. Diplomatic capacity. Cool. Monthly progress to conciliatory. Chat, did they mention the... Hold on. Am I crazy? I don't remember if they mentioned the government types, the values. They did mention the values. Okay, I want to go take a really quick look at these. Because I'm forgetting which ones these are, and they seem like kind of important. Here we go. Belligerent versus conciliatory. Conciliatory increases the efficiency of the cabinet, loyalty of subjects. Okay. So it's like, you want to cycle between these two, I guess. Alright. Sorry, I just wanted to check. Okay, right. That makes sense then. I've kind of forgot, like, what actual effects they had. So, yeah. Well, also, what player actions can be taken to boost stability? True. Sitting and doing nothing is an action that usually makes things more stable, but I hope that's not the only option. Do you mean specifically in EU5? I don't remember that. Military order. Major reform that Catholic theocracies have access to. Okay, so there is a bit of a border distinction. The blue borders are the regular ones, and the gold or sort of yellowish borders, or like orangey, are the major ones. But I could have sworn up here they had, yeah, 2 of the major ones. So now I'm confused. I mean, in general, like wait for. Oh, well, it kind of depends. Like, stability in EU4 is unrelated, for example. In Imperator Rome, if you take land, then you get aggressive expansion, and that lowers stability, but we'll see. You can have multiple major reforms, neat. I mean, like, in theory, that's what it looks like here. But then this, a country may not have more than 1 major reform at the same time. And then we scroll down and we see 2 major reforms. So, like, I don't know what's going on here. Anyway. Alright, let's see. Military orders were created in the Middle Ages as a militant body of the Catholic Church. Its members are both warriors and monks who take religious vows and are destined to defend and expand Christianity. Military sponsorships are vitally important to a holy order. That makes sense. Right, okay. Maybe target of military sponsorships. I see. So you're gonna have to, like, ask... You're gonna have to actually ask other Christian countries for, like, money or levies or something, because the population you're ruling over is bound to be non-Christian. Like, that's usually the point of a holy order. So, I guess your conscription rate is not going to be very high, or your manpower gain is not going to be very high. I'm guessing that's what military sponsorships are, although I guess we'll just have to wait to see. Clergy allowed to lead, of course. Clergy levy size. Right, you get levies from each of the estates now. That's how they work. Okay. Monthly progress to offensive and belligerent, alrighty. Unique government reforms. I would like to take a look at those. That would be cool. Family sagas, a unique reform that anyone with the primary culture of Icelandic can get, which both Iceland and Greenland start with. Our ancient sagas, passed orally through the generations, tell of adventurous expeditions to a distant and wild land over the Western Sea. Perhaps one day we may follow in the footsteps of our old compatriots. Is that a Vinland Saga reference? Everyone should watch Vinland Saga. Let's go. Is the border the indicator for if it is a major or minor reform, or is it the indicator for which estate gets it? So reforms are always the crown estate. Estates have privileges, and the crown gets reforms. So, let's see. In the user interface, the government reforms exist in the crown's part of the estate screen, as the crown does not really have any estate privileges. So these are the privileges, and this is the crown reforms. They're only in the same menu to, I guess, reduce UI bloat. Which is still a good idea. But, yeah, just to clear things up a little bit, all of the reforms that we're looking at here are going to belong specifically to this area. Me begging the French for the 5th injection of 3,500 manpower this month because the Muslims have hands. Me begging the Pope for another 10,000 soldiers because the 27,000th Crusade is not doing too well. Surely this time we will hold Jerusalem. Surely this time, guys. Surely. Alrighty, I kind of skipped past a few. Alright. So what did we get from this? Can invite settlers. That's interesting. I don't know if they mentioned this part. I think they mentioned... Well, they didn't quite mention colonialism to a very in-depth degree, I don't think. They mentioned how, like, you can colonize, and you set up, like, a province or a state that slowly becomes a colony over time. But I don't know if they ever mentioned being able to invite settlers. That's interesting. Can recruit explorers, of course. Monthly progress to naval, that makes sense. Allows exploration missions, of course. Interesting that these are actually two different modifiers. Allows exploration missions and can recruit explorers. In EU4, all you needed was an explorer, and you could just do it, right? If I remember correctly, Portugal actually starts with an explorer. Although maybe that was a while back. Maybe they don't do that anymore. Or maybe they get one like early on from an event. I don't remember. But I'm pretty sure Portugal starts with an explorer in EU4, but they don't have like exploration ideas. So they're still allowed to explore stuff, they just can't get new explorers. But I guess that's different in EU5, you need to explicitly be allowed to explore. Which is kind of weird. I feel like having an explorer should allow you to explore. But maybe that's just me. Maybe it's so well designed that you will never end up with an explorer and not being allowed to explore. We'll see. Anyway. If only they had the population to exploit it. 3 departments. This is available to any country that has Chinese or Korean as their court language. That's interesting. I don't remember if you can adopt other court languages, but we'll see if that has a specific thing at play. Actually, I think yes. I think that was a thing, wasn't it? You can adopt court languages, that's how you get cultural victory or something? I don't remember. Or cultural hegemony? This isn't Civ. The 3-department system originates from the ancient Chinese empires and is the primary administrative structure of the state. All departments focus on several aspects of the process of drafting, establishing, and revisiting state policies. Okay, set policy costs, reduction, change policy costs, admin efficiency, neat. If you want laws changed, this is the reform to have, except only like 4 countries can get it, so that's neat. Iceland into Vinland, Corbett. Let's see it happen. You mean Greenland into Vinland? Greenland playable in EU5? Actually, is it, or does it belong to Iceland? I don't remember. Greenland into USA? You mean USV? United States of Vinland? Anyway, Magna Carta. Wow, I wonder who starts with this one. It's also possible for any country with the English primary culture, or if their overlord has this reform. Oh, that's interesting. Or if their overlord has this reform. We shall spread the Magna Carta. Magna Carta World Conquest 1. The Great Charter is a constitutional law that distributes power away from the monarch and towards the barons. First signed in 1215, it is also one of the earliest documents to enshrine the idea of civil liberties, such as the right to a fair trial and protection against illegal imprisonment. Gives some power to the nobility and shapes the country towards certain ideals. Okay. Monthly progress to free subjects and individualism. Nobles' power gets increased and the parliament-based support increases. Interesting. That all makes sense. Actually, what do we have to look at in terms of the dev responses? You know, it's surprising, chat, that we've kind of made our way almost through an entire dev diary, and it's been 20 minutes. Isn't that crazy? Who would have guessed it would be possible? Oh boy, that's a whole lot of dev responses to get through. Okay, hold on. Let me go back to the top here. Alrighty. Let me actually screenshot that so I don't lose it. Window noises, let's go. He jinxed himself? No. We'll just we'll speedrun through these, don't worry, chat. We'll speedrun through them. First page, number 16. Never know how to feel about this. On one hand, I have to recognize that Vikings did set foot in Canada. On the other, it frustrates me to see this being put on the same level of ability as Iberian explorations mechanics-wise. Even if it's held back by population, it just always feels like an ahistorical leg up. It's about giving Iceland and the Norse their proper knowledge and skill. Yeah, then I didn't quite read that out loud, my bad. Yeah, so basically this person is saying that there really shouldn't be the same bonuses, but I don't know about that. Because being able to explore doesn't necessarily give you any significant advantages over, like, how do I put this? It has to do with range and population. Being able to explore does not necessarily give you any kind of advantage. I don't think. The Vikings did set foot in Canada, that's Corbett lore. Man. Portugal has 1.3 million people at the start, Iceland is 46,000, and Greenland has 1.5 thousand. Yeah, so the thing is, like, I think they are overblowing the actual effect that this is going to have. They're saying that it frustrates them to see this being put on the same level of ability as Iberian explorations, but, like, that doesn't mean the Iceland, Norway, or Greenland are going to become colonial powers just because they can explore. Like, what is this actually? In what way is this technically an ahistorical leg up? Because it's not really going to give them much. Like, you can see things, but that doesn't mean anything. We're talking about EU5. It's a different game than EU4. In EU5, being able to explore things and get larger colonial range and colonize and all that stuff, like, that's big. Because EU4 is like an arcade-style kind of grand strategy game. Like, you can literally have a total of 7 population and then grow 20 colonies with 1,000 population each. You can just make that happen. That's just how it works. But this isn't EU4. It's not going to give them a significant advantage. They can just, like, see things, and that's kind of it. And yeah, I think it's fair. It's completely fine to give them the exploration ability, because that's not going to change. It's not going to change anything then if you didn't. It gives the player the ability to see things, and that's kind of it. Like, that's neat. Cool, I guess. Yeah. The sound is cracking a little? Oh boy. I can't figure what that is. Can't figure it out. One of my friends mentioned at one point that there was something kind of like that, and I don't know what it was. There's a buzz. You know what that could possibly be, actually? Someone is taking a shower, and I can hear the water. It is loud enough that I can hear the water, so, like, there's a possibility that you're hearing, like, the water hit the tub. Maybe. Will you be able to see Vinland finally? Maybe, probably, if you start as, like, Greenland. Anyway, let's not dwell too long on each individual thing. We have to move on to number 18. How many unique government reforms should we expect the average country to have? I imagine France gets more than a random HRE minor. France will have more? Oh, okay. Meat? Corbett's sound driver is failing. Fun fact, I actually reinstalled my, my sound drivers. Not over the break, it was actually before the subathon, so I don't know what's any different than during the subathon, but I don't know. Anyway, 23. Imagine if with can invite settlers you can invite from other countries, that way it wouldn't matter how big your own population is since you can steal from other countries. There are a few limits though, that makes sense. I figure the starting limits would be you can only invite people from countries that have either the same language or share the same culture group. If culture groups are a thing, I don't even remember. Yanni needs caffeine. I actually didn't open my, what term would you use for that? My Streamly Monster. I haven't had one yet, so you're actually right. Figured I would save it for the third hour of the stream, because then at that point I'll make it for the other 8. Anyway. What's after that? 28? Can an overlord force their vassal to enact a government reform? No, but give me a few reasons why you'd want it. Wait, what? Okay, so hold on. So the Magna Carta is available to subjects of a country that has the Magna Carta, but you can't enforce that. A few reasons why you'd want it? Really depends on what bonuses, doesn't it? Don't tease us with an 11-hour stream, we'll be heartbroken if that doesn't happen. The stream will last as long as I have stuff to yap about. Pretty much. 50 million pop Greenland stream. What's the stretch goal to hit for that? Let the game come out first. Actually, more importantly, let me play the game first. And then let it come out. Let's go. Let me play the game now, actually. I should be allowed to have it right now, I think. I should have the pre-beta build. The active development build. Hold on, let me get a drink. Was that a request for more items on the list? No, hold on a second. Wait a minute. Anyway, as for reasons, depends on how it affects liberty, desire, and the abilities of a subject. For example, hey, can I force a subject to become a march? That would be cool, thanks. Next. 36. We have the 7 Parditas. I don't know what that is. The Siete Parditas... Partidas. Not Parditas. Partidas. Is implemented in the game, but as a unique policy in the legal code law. Oh, there are laws too. Shoot. How much of this game have I forgotten about? Don't answer that. All of it. Close to all of it. Doing EU5 dev diaries. I am, yeah. Be right back. Watching the VOD from the beginning at ×2 speed. Oh, for a second I thought you were gonna say, oh yeah, I'm gonna go watch all of the dev diary VODs ×2 speed. I think YouTube should give us ×3 speed. Surely that would be productive and good for the average person's attention span. Okay, 46. So government reforms are sort of like crown privileges, and they aren't really in their own tab then at all. I think I had some brain cells decay in the middle of reading that. So government reforms are sort of like crown privileges, and they aren't really in their own tab then at all, unlike in EU4, as I understand it. Oh, okay, right. Yeah, sure. Because in EU4, I assume these are like the government reforms, as in like the ones that you get the reform progress for. 1 VOD for each era ×2 and ×1 speed respectively. ×10 speed. Watch a 30-minute video in 3 minutes. It's funny because I go through my own videos. Like the first pass of all of the raw footage, I go through that at ×3 speed, actually. That's not even a joke. I actually speedrun my own content. Anyway, let's see. Next one, 53. Some government reforms like this affect the name of the country? Yes, based. 55. Magna Carta should be available to Flanders. Some other Germanic duchies apparently had similar charters, but couldn't find any concrete examples. Okay. Sounds like something to look at when we add more content to Flanders. Reasonable, sure. Yeah, because they're doing the content dev diaries now, right? So, sure, that makes sense. Can estates force a reform on me if they are unhappy and powerful enough? Some, yes, but mostly it's about privileges. Interesting. 59. 1337 now, and Greenland is still lingering. Why shouldn't there be at least the option to have Iceland recover Greenland and rediscover Newfoundland again? I agree it's an insanely challenging and hard start, but yeah, if you're lucky you can pull off some of that. Why shouldn't there at least be the option of having Iceland recover Greenland? They're talking about Iceland being an insanely challenging and hard start. I can't even imagine what Greenland's gonna be. I was trying to figure out if they were talking about Greenland or Iceland when they mentioned this part here. But I guess in this case they must be talking about Iceland. Damn. I mean, yeah, what, 45,000 population? Should be a hard start. Anyway, number 60 and then 73. Is there a minimum, or do completely generic countries exist? We have like 1,500 countries. Many of those will be generic-ish. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Gotta leave room for the DLCs, am I right? No, I'm kidding, it's just a lot of countries. Alrighty then, 73, and then next page. Do you think the Golden Bull of 1222 should be a reform or rather a unique policy like this one? Already exists as an estate privilege for the nobility? Sure. Content categories are so flexible that we can hook historical content to a bunch of different ones. Okay. Right, because there isn't really fundamentally a big difference between some of the reforms that they've mentioned, like for example the Magna Carta, and a privilege. Like, you could easily make the Magna Carta just a noble privilege, right? That's essentially what the Magna Carta was. Well, and a little bit extra onto there, but in some way, that was what the Magna Carta was. It's not quite to the point where we're like, where we're talking about like after the Glorious Revolution or anything. We're not talking about like that level of noble empowerment compared to the crown, but yeah. At least the esoteric dev response for EU5. Greenland into Finland? Yeah, easy. Taking that high American tech group. Oh, actually, out of curiosity, hold on, this actually has to deal with... I know this isn't on the list, but there's a whole, like, thread here, right? This is the thing. Okay, not easy to actually go through this. Okay, hold on. It's about giving Iceland and the Norse their proper knowledge and skill. Okay, why if their colonial efforts failed? Because it gives you it gives the player options, that's why. Is that really such a hard question to answer yourself? It gives the player options and it doesn't give you like a bunch of things. Why if their colonial efforts failed? It's not like Portugal is a massive population nexus either. If it really is a matter of knowledge of how to colonize and explore, that is. I'm so confused about the position of this comment. Oh, okay, I think this guy is mixing up two different concepts. Knowledge of how to colonize and how to explore are two different things, that's why. We don't have to talk about that too much, but... yeah, because I'm realizing, we didn't actually get through the first dev diary, and it's been like 50 minutes, so... I love going to other comments on the forums and being like, actually, I think you're wrong. I love how so much of EU5 discourse has been about Iceland and Greenland instead of any mechanics. As it should be, of course. Okay, next page. Rapid fire these ones. What do we have? Oh my god, it's the third page. Okay, fine. Okay, 102. Can you change reforms every several years if we want? If you want to spend stab? Yes, perfect. Okay, 115. What's the distinction between policies and reforms? Reforms are more flexible. Laws are pick one of X policies. Okay. 118. How do you guys decide what should be a policy and what should be government reform? Toss a coin, depends if it's heads or tails. So real. It's so real for that. Okay, do we want to go through all this? Okay, so basically TLDR depends on the gameplay that they think would work better for that country. Sure, that works. 141. Oh, let's go. We're back on the Iceland discourse. Not to mention that it's not the same thing to send your fleet sailing across the huge and empty middle of the Atlantic Oceans and sending it from Iceland to Greenland to modern Canada. While the northern seas definitely aren't exactly safe, what the Iberians pulled off was a lot more impressive, and it was a big step in sailing in other huge empty oceans. Vinland and Columbus's expeditions only shared the destination, nothing else was the same. Oh, okay, it's the same guy, right? There is no way for Iceland to get to the Caribbean and colonize it within the first few centuries. This is... it really is the same discourse over and over again in the thread. No, like... This is what I was talking about earlier. It's like, okay, they get to explore. And? Does it actually mean anything? Like, there are other gameplay mechanics to consider here. You know? Like, yeah, it doesn't matter if they can see the stuff. If they can't make use of it, it's practically as if they don't see the same thing. It's like a nitpick. Kind of. Stream cancelled, not solely about Greenland and Iceland arguments? Yeah. Oh, now solely about Greenland and Iceland arguments. Thought you were saying if I mentioned anything other than Iceland, stream is cancelled. But anyway, yeah, it's all about, like, it doesn't really matter. Greenland being able to see some slight parts of North America is not going to ruin your game. In fact, it probably won't even affect your game. Unless they just don't balance it correctly. But exploration doesn't mean power projection or actually colonizing anything. Anyway, let's see. Yeah, Canaries America colonization when? Exactly. Oh my god, it continues. Oh, let's go. Let's go, man. This is huge. A single exploration costs money, which Iceland can't afford in 1337, not to mention what Greenland can do. If you want to do it, you need to improve beforehand. Let's go. More... Waiter, more Iceland discussion, please. 161. Imagine you have plans for regional ideas to cover most of these. That's mostly for advances, but yes. Conceptually, yeah, they have regional things. Okay, that's for page number 2. Let's try to go through these ones pretty quick. Definitely going to try and make my first campaign a Greenland Exodus one. I feel like it actually will not be that much fun. I don't know how much the meme will carry the fun aspect. Because you are playing as Greenland. Total population, 4,500 people. What do we have? 183. Oh. Oh no. We're back on the Iceland discussion. Please. Why even have it when this culture's major exploration exploits were hundreds of years in the past by the time that the game starts? It's in the sagas. It's the same feeling for players that want to reform Rome even if it's been dead for over a millennia. True, real, and, I dare say, based. It's just there for the players who want to do fun things. It will have pretty much no effect on the AI whatsoever. It's like, why should it be allowed for the player to form Rome in the year 1750 when it's been dead for over 1,000 years? Curious. Like, come on, man. Come on, dude. You know that having the decision to form Rome is not going to affect the AI in any way whatsoever. And that's literally what this is. Don't worry, your AI Greenland will not be settling the Caribbean. Yeah, Mr. No Fun Allowed in the comment section. Alrighty, what's next? 193? Did I misread that? I did. 198. 3 departments should change to 6 departments. Oh, there's no way we're nitpicking this insane amount. 3 departments and 6 ministries are 2 separate government reforms? Okay, that sounds great. Cool. 291. Maybe some reforms should have multiple levels? Plenty of laws and advances that improve tax collection. Okay, hold on. I think tax collection can be leveled up by some reforms. Am I crazy, or does this just, like, not address the original question? It's like you have question, then example, and then addresses the example, but not the question. Am I crazy for that? Johan always does that. I notice sometimes, yeah. It's been like this for all of the diaries, though. True. Alrighty, what's next? 326. Oh boy. Oh my god. Can we skip past the Iceland colonization discussion? I feel like we don't need to have this every single time. Yeah, basically, Iberians, Reconquista, colonization. Cool. Neat. 327. Okay, I'm moving on. I don't even care about the Iceland exploration discussion anymore. Yeah, basically, pretty much every settled country can explore from day one as they got access to the map-making advance. There we go. Good enough. Alright, 335. Like Hungary inviting Saxons? This is part of the content for Hungary, yes? Oh, yeah, okay. We love tangents. Transylvanian Germans. Lore. Basically, that's it. I'm sure they're mentioning the thing that Iceland has with, like, can invite settlers, which is a thing. But yeah, here we go. Boom. Isn't that crazy? What do we have? 339 at last. In EU4, you can't directly change an estate privilege. You need to first remove it and then add other privileges you want to have. Is this the same for government reforms and privileges in Caesar? In Caesar, the project. Or now can you directly change the privilege in one click? Privileges have no slots? What does he mean by that, chat? Oh, I guess they just get added to a list, as in, because there's no limit to the number of slots, they practically don't have slots. I guess that's what he means. Anyway. Yeah, that's the first dev diary. Look, chat, it's only been 1 hour. Well, minus 15 minutes because I was yapping for the first little bit. Only been 1 hour. Waiter, more Iceland colonial discourse, please. More theory crafting on the viability of Icelandic colonization of the New World, please. Okay, let's move on to the next one, shall we? 12-hour stream confirmed, true. Although I think the maps aren't going to take that much time. Although, what do we have, like 3 of them? Ooh, we have a lot more Tinto Talks than maps. Might as well get to it then. 11th of December. Parliaments, yippee. Simple feature with the same name in EU4, but this is rather different, as you will see. Good. The parliament system in EU4 is just kind of a good meme. It's not really a parliament, it's just another system of buffs. Pretty much. Well, it does have a trade-off, but it kind of depends. I think the normal trade-off for parliaments, the way that they used to be in EU4, was that you wouldn't have a nobility estate, but that's not even strictly the case anymore. So parliaments now are just another system of buffs. Especially when they reformed the parliament system for when you have like a lot of seats and allows you to like more efficiently bribe the parliament. It's actually very funny that in EU4, the meta when you have a parliament is just to bribe it. Bribe it as much as possible to ensure that you always pass your law. Or pass whatever agenda you want. Because the bribes are always like token amounts. I'd argue removing nobles is a buff. I would disagree. Land rights. Land rights and the military point privilege. But that's why I would disagree, that's it. We love corruption. My favorite. Anyway, parliaments. Speaking of corruption, let's go. Alrighty. We've gone heavily into making this as flavorful as well, and many countries have their unique names for their parliament, where it is a Cortes. I thought it was a Cortes in Aragon. But I don't speak Aragonese. Or Catalan, I suppose. And a Riksdag in Sweden. Cool. So let's see what we have here. I'm not gonna overly analyze this because they're just gonna like tell us how each thing works, but okay, it is Cortes. Neat. "180 days left. If the debate passes, if the debate fails." Could probably click on that. Parliament base support, neat. Increased ties to subject. I assume this is the actual thing being addressed. Parliament requests. Cool. Agendas. Neat. So what does all this stuff do? First of all, 5 types of parliaments. Huge. Technically, you could argue that no parliament is a type as well. In a sense. Depends on how you organize the gathering of the nobility. Yeah, usually it's the nobility. Sometimes it can also not be the nobility. They're based on the different types of gatherings that societies had, which means that different countries will start with a different type of parliament and that you will be able to change it during the game. Okay, do I yap about this? Yes. So basically, there was a really interesting system of parliament that kind of existed in the Iroquois Confederacy. I watched a video about it, and it was kind of neat. How they had, what do they call it? They had like the senior... What do they have? What were they called again? The senior tribes and the junior tribes or something? And there was like a system of checks and balances so that the more powerful ones would not be able to supersede or like gang up on the smaller ones. You know, it was pretty interesting. I definitely should have like remembered that a little bit. Yeah, the whole dinner showing. So maybe we get to see that. We'll see. 2 senior, 2 junior, 1 other. I thought it was, let me think about that. I thought it was 2 senior, 3 junior, and then eventually, I don't remember when, but they added another junior tribe, but that one actually didn't get a say. I don't remember. I'm forgetting. I watched it too. That was amazing. One of the most civilized, effective forms of government we've ever invented as humans, I mean. It was certainly like, it's food for thought. It's pretty interesting. I like Spartan Parliament. The loudest person is the one who spoke his mind and had the floor. Yes, rule by being obnoxious. Anyway, I don't remember if they mentioned the Iroquois or the Haudenosaunee being playable in EU5. I don't think so actually, but maybe. Anyway, that would be cool. That would be a neat thing to look at if it's playable. But anyway, assembly available to all countries. Nobles and peasants can have agendas, but they have a very weak impact. I'm assuming peasants can have an agenda, and that's the one that's weak. Or rather, peasants have a weak impact, probably primarily the nobles. Council requires codified laws. Nobles and clergy have agendas, but have a weak impact. Oh, maybe the agendas have a weak impact in general. Council has a parliamentary system, clergy in parliament. Oh, I see, yeah. Agenda impact for the nobility minus 10%. That doesn't seem like a weak impact. Unless we're talking about, like, the impact starts at 20%. And then, yeah. Okay. Requires feudalism advance for the estate parliament. Nobles, clergy, and burghers can all have agendas. That makes sense. Autocratic parliament. Requires the age of absolutism. Nobles, clergy, and burghers can all have agendas. Crown power is 25% stronger. Can force through any issue they want in Parliament for a small cost, sure. Constitutional Parliament requires the age of absolutism. Nobles, clergy, and burghers can all have agendas, and their impact is much higher. The nobles' estate has an improved estate satisfaction. So this is interesting. Because we're seeing so far that only one has the peasants. And although, in some instances, the burghers were also in some way supposed to be a representative of the peasants, like, kind of not really. You know, the third estate and all of that, the burghers and everyone else being put into that one estate. But seeing as peasants and burghers are separated estates, or separate estates in EU5, it's interesting that we only have one that actually has influence from the peasants. Oh, hold on, I'm stupid. If only I could learn to read. If you wish to let your peasants have a say in your parliament, you can grant them a privilege, but don't say we didn't warn you. Time for my medieval Dithmartian peasant republic agrarian commune or something, I don't know. Yeah, I should have just kept on reading, to be honest. Calling a parliament. If you're able to hold any type of parliament, you can call them as long as it's been 5 years since the last parliament was called. If you do not call one for a decade, the estates will get less and less satisfied for each passing month. That makes sense. I'm sure it would make sense for them to set up the parliament in such a way that you may or may not, at a given time, want to call it. And what I mean is, if they make it too consistently beneficial to call the parliament every 5 years, then essentially this last part doesn't matter, right? Maybe actually if the parliament is purely concessions. Anyway, we'll see. I should just read instead of imagining how the game works. When you call a parliament, you get the choice of where the parliament should be held. You can always hold the parliament in your capital, which will give a small boost to centralization, but you have the option to pick another location. Usually you can pick any town or city, but there are countries that can hold a parliament in rural locations as well. If you pick a place that is not the capital, your country will become slightly more decentralized, but that location gains a nice bonus for the duration of the parliament, which lasts about half a year. Temporary mini-capital that prospers. Okay, what do we see? Monthly prosperity, monthly development, monthly control, and local proximity source. I don't remember what this last thing does. You also need to pick up an issue, or rather pick an issue, that will be the main debate of the parliament as well. You have up to 2 options per estate to choose from, where the parliament support you gain depends on the current power in the country. I see. So whereas in EU4 you just kind of pick whatever you want, whatever is convenient for you, it's also about how much will the estates actually support this individual issue as it pertains to their power and their desires. Which I don't think was a thing in EU4. I think no matter what you picked, you would have like a base backing chance. It really is like Vicky. I mean, you now have groups within your population that have their own desires for the country's laws and institutions. So in that sense, they've now added politics to Europa Universalis. Politics to my history simulator? Impossible. EU4 was like pretend politics, where you actually get to decide everything and everyone in your country is totally fine with that. Like, they just go along with it and it's totally cool. If you want to reform your republic into a monarchy with high republican tradition, nobody bats an eye. Everyone's like, yep, sounds good, man. Sounds really cool to me. You just press that reform button and there you go. Politics in my map games? More likely than you think. The needs of the crown do not grant additional support. I guess. I feel like it should kind of depend on the issue. But maybe. Parliament issues. The issue picked has a modifier that is applied to the country while the debate is ongoing. In many cases, this is rather beneficial, but it only lasts for the duration of the parliament. We currently have over 70 different parliament issues, and about a dozen specific or country-specific ones. If you fail to get enough support in parliament, there will be a drawback, which is usually a hit to stability. But if you get over 50% backing in parliament, the country will get some benefits depending on the issue. Okay. Oh, I see. So, the way it works in this case, it's not like the EU4 chance-based system was always kind of bad, but anyway, yeah, so in EU4, you know, like, you basically bribe the seats, and then you have the chance that it'll actually pass. But in EU5, they're not doing that. They're getting rid of the chance system for that, which is good. I think if you can just garner enough support, it should probably pass. Which seems to be what they're doing. Interesting, though, that while the debate is happening, you gain some benefits. That's interesting. like, just having the debate at all brings you towards, for this example at least, brings you towards defensive, reduces castle cost by 50%, and reduces stockade cost by 50%. And that's just while debating the issue. That's not even like what you actually gain at the end of it. So, I mean, that automatically, in my opinion, makes it better than the EU4 system, where your only incentive is to bribe everyone on day one and then have it pass. And then you sit on those benefits for the next, like, whatever, 10, 15, or 20 years. So that's cool. That's neat, at least. It gives you some reason to not want to just, like, immediately pass the law. Well, not that you can even do that, necessarily. I would like to know, actually, what this value does, but I guess we don't get to see. If the debate fails, lose 7 stability. Okay. This is something that many estates may view as beneficial. Castle cost works? I mean, that makes sense. The nobility would want that, I think. Alright, let's see. Conduct a census. While the issue is being debated, you get population growth plus 0.5%. If the debate passes, you gain stability. If the debate fails, you lose stability. Okay, so not particularly impactful whether it passes or fails, but the main point is that while it's being debated, it's pretty good. Can't wait for the speedrunners to optimize exterminating the nobility. Oh, man. Never ask a Vic 3 player their opinion on the landowners. Alright, let's see. In those days, a decree went out from Caesar Augustus that all the world should be registered. This was the first registration and was taken while Quirinius was governor of Syria. All went to their own towns to be registered. Okay. Interesting, interesting history lore there. Parliament support. So, what is Parliament support then? You will always have a base support from your current crown power, which is normally, which normally will be rather low, unless you have completely crippled your estates. And then you also have the potential support to get from picking, or rather you get from picking an issue. Oh my goodness, I spend any time away from streaming and then my ability to read and yap while reading completely disappears. Alright, there are also some government reforms and or advances that increase the base support. Personally avoid parliamentarism in EU4. While I recognize that it can be useful, I'm also stupid and forget about it, and then people get mad at me. It's kind of hard to forget about it, actually. Because basically, if you have an agenda that's like expired and the parliament's ready to do another debate, then it'll just say like, hey, you have no debate and you gain corruption. There's like a little pop-up. It's kind of hard to not notice it. In my experience, at least. Depends how much you look at the pop-ups. Alright, how do you increase support during a parliament? If you grant them what they want, your parliament support will increase. The amount that the parliament support increases is based on the estate power that they have, multiplied by their current satisfaction. This makes it beneficial to keep estates happier than the minimum levels if you wish to rely upon them in Parliament. Darn, a reason to keep estates happy? Tragic. These agendas include law changes, changes in societal values, privileges granted, and more. If you accept the privilege... Why did I say privilege when the word's agenda there? If you accept the agenda of an estate, then the next agenda they propose in this session will give far less parliament support. That makes sense. Like, if an estate proposes something and you're like, alright, that sounds good, and then they try to propose another thing, then you just kind of look at them like, bro, you already set something forth here. Like, we already did this. You don't get to do this a second time. But anyway, nobility's autonomy support, for example, parliament agenda, we lose stability, and we go closer towards decentralization. Except nobility's autonomy support. Wait, hold on. Oh, I see. Okay, so during Parliament, certain estates want to push agendas. This would be one of the agendas. It's not the main thing that you want to push. This is basically a concession. So the nobility, they want a thing in exchange for their support. Essentially, it's like, it's not the same thing as EU4's bribery, but you can kind of think of it as a similar concept at a high level, where you're basically trading something off for their support specifically. Okay, interesting. You can also use the Parliament support immediately during a session and get a request fulfilled, but that will reduce your support by 50%. Okay, well maybe I'm not actually understanding this. You can also use the Parliament support immediately during a session. Parliament requests. Hold on. Right, okay. The agendas are the things that you exchange. The requests are... Oh, I see. So these are the opposite then. These are the concessions, the agendas, and the requests are the opposite, where you request something from that estate. It's going to lower their support of you, but you get some things from them, I see. So during Parliament you can say, okay, you know what, I'll give you this, and in exchange, you're gonna give me one of these. That will probably balance out your support. It says it reduces support by 50% though, which is like kind of big. You know, like that's a lot. Unless it's a multiplicative modifier instead of a additive modifier. I don't know, we'll see. So you can request additional taxes, larger levies, law changes. Prepare for war. This will get you an insulted CB on a country of your choice within diplomatic range. Huh. Okay. Using any of these requires you to probably have to pick an issue backed by a powerful estate, and probably accept an agenda or two. Yeah, I was gonna say, if this is additive, so it's an actual minus 50, this is plus 22%, you know what I mean? So it's like, that's a hefty reduction. So yeah, if you want to do anything in Parliament, if you want to ask for any of these, you're going to have to do something that they really want to do, and give them a concession. Or maybe 2 concessions. Would not recommend hovering closely to 50% if you really want an issue to succeed, as there may be events that could reduce it, or prevent it from happening. Interesting. 2 more things influencing parliaments that might be of interest as well. 2 special buildings that can be created, counted as parliament seats, which give extra significance to that one location. One is an urban parliament seat that the burghers can ask for during a parliament, which grants a significant permanent power to the burghers in a city or town. The other one is the Rotten Borough, which the noble's estate will build in rural locations, increasing their power if they are not currently happy. What? Rotten borough? As in, like, they just leave a portion of a city. They leave a portion of a rural location unmaintained? Like, they just make it into a slum? Like, what does that mean? What do they mean by that? But it increases their power. Maybe the word rotten is not like rotten. Maybe it's not exactly English. Oh, let's see. Oh, it's a specific thing. A rotten or pocket borough, also known as a nomination borough or a proprietorial borough, was a parliamentary borough or constituency in England, Great Britain, or the United Kingdom before the Reform Act of 1832. So it is not the literal meaning of rotten. It's a specific thing, I see. Vic2 reference, province modifier in Vic2, I don't know what it does. Average Vic2 player experience. Vic2 players try to explain how their game works, challenge impossible. Sorry, had to clear my throat there. Okay, let me screenshot that. Make sure I don't lose it. Hey, not as many things to go through this time. Let's go! Alright, number 12. Don't see any parliament type that allows agendas for all 4 estates. Give the peasants the privilege. Yeah, I thought I was bad at reading. This guy was so bad at reading that he went to the comments. At least I pondered about it and then continued reading. That's crazy. Anyway, number... Oh shoot, I already lost it. How did I do that? Oh, there we go. Okay, number 20. Can you post the names for parliaments? That's a lot. Cool. Oh, actually, this might be helpful. What would they have called the parliament in the Haudenosaunee Federation? I don't think it's in here. Oh, you have the Cortes and the Cortes. Oh, what do you know? Tragic. Hey, cool. A borough that was able to elect a representative to parliament, though having very few voters, the choice of representative typically being in the hands of one person or family. Oh, I see, I see. Alright, what's next? Number 30. Why is this GIF also? Why does it do that? I hate that. Oh look, it's the thing again where someone's like, wait, no parliament that allows all 4 estates? It's almost like that was potentially mentioned, I believe. Number 40. Why not have all lists sortable by any attribute on the list? Almost all lists in the game are sortable by the headings at the top, so based. 48? Is the 5-year thing something you can change through the game, or is it forced upon you? Or rather, have it be forced upon you so you don't have to remember. There are ways that Parliament will be forced upon you, yes. Okay, cool. 69. Nice. What decides if a debate passes or fails? Having more than 50% support? Nice. Yeah, the RNG thing, not a big fan of that. Really not a big fan of that, to be honest. I want to look at number 50. Will there be in-game options to have a bicameral or unicameral government? Same for presidential versus parliamentary system? Not in this game. Bicameral governments with an upper house is more of a Vicky thing? Yeah, that makes sense. Poland questions spotted? Bruh. He actually is a troll. Would it be possible to share the unique names? Yes. I know he did it already in an earlier reply, but just like... Thank you, Johan. Very cool. Uh, 85. Oh, God. Ooh, that's a whole lot of reading. Alright. In the later periods, with the power of parliaments becoming more powerful in certain regions, they came to be called more often, or even became permanent, as in the case of the multiple messy parliaments of the French Revolution. Is there any way to represent it, for example by shortening the minimal time between calling the parliament? Not sure, it's one of the things where game balance is more important. Makes sense. Yeah, if it gets really tedious to call Parliament every single year, then maybe it's just not worth it. Or rather, not worth having it be enforced. Will there be a possibility for a permanent Parliament seat to be established, like Westminster? I tend to, after a while, always go for capital, as I personally like centralized countries. That doesn't answer the question, though, does it? Okay. Neat. Talking about Poland and France, can the parliament go rogue and act against the player if you mismanage it? See, refusing the mobilization of more troops. And even joining a rebel faction. Literally what happened in France. True. If you can't get the approval, you can't get troops. Plenty of times I have called the parliament and went, fuck this, I'm not giving them this for their support. Fair. But that also doesn't answer the question. Okay, so he says, it answers some part of it, so I kind of lied. If you can't get the approval, you can't get the troops. Okay. But what about the other half of the question? Like, going rogue and acting against the player by, for example, joining or supporting rebel factions. But I guess that wouldn't be a parliament thing, that would be a faction thing, or rather an estate thing. So... So basically, you just have to consider the concessions, how much they want from you, I guess. How's EU5 looking? Very complicated. Yeah. Also, hi, Saf. How are they modeling the PLC? I guess we'll have to wait and see when they actually give us the dev diary that's specifically about the PLC. Because they are starting the Tinto flavor dev diaries. So, eventually we might get there. Just remember that most of the Paradox employees are Swedish and English isn't their first language. Well, that is true. I do try to keep that in mind. But whether or not the question is answered, I guess, well, I mean, you do make a point. Oh yeah, it's our favorite Hoi 4 streamer. Tinto has a lot of Spanish-speaking employees. Oh yeah, it is Paradox Tinto, isn't it? That's the one that's in Spain. But this is also Johan, who's answering. Ignore the fact English is mandatory education in basically anywhere in Europe, please. Yeah, ignore the fact that the average Swede is probably better at speaking English than I am. Anyway, where were we? Oh, right, number 4. Can an estate try to force a law through? There are agendas and issues related to it, okay. Why aren't elections a thing? Not the scope for this game. Estates matter, not their actual characters. English wigs or Swedish hats and caps are not really that important to us at the moment. Fair enough. Yeah, the whole introducing a parliament with like a prime minister that represents the country while the monarch has a constitutional role is slightly outside the scope. Or the majority scope of the game. In other words, 2027, look forward to that DLC, chat. Let's go. I don't know, we'll see. Where are we at right now? 85 and then 121. Here we go. Are all parliaments unicameral? Only unicameral, okay. Then we have page 2 to look at. Polish parliament is an expression referring to the historical Polish parliaments. It implies chaos and general disorder and that no real decision can be reached during sessions. The term originates from the Swedish Polsk Riksdag and German Polnischer Reichstag and exists in the languages of many Scandinavian and neighboring countries. How do the Poles feel about that? $135. Can agendas in Parliament be also open for other estates like the Cossacks? If you allow them to participate in Parliament, yes. Based. Cossack Parliament, huge. How often can you call Parliament? I hope it's unlimited at the moment. 5 years. It used to be more often, but playtesters complained it was too much busy work. Wish that were me. This should be me right now. I think that would be very cool if this were me. I should be one of these. Poles can't feel bad because it's true to this day. Tragic. Alright, let's see. 143 is next. So the issues / agendas are short-term benefits / gains you can try to pass with a bit of horse trading for a longer bonus. But it's alright to fail them as long as you time them right and take advantage of the benefits the debate gives. The cost is mainly stability, but that's something you can invest into, plus it's probably way worse in the long run if you don't call a parliament. Yeah, so the main thing with the parliament that's like noticeable is the fact that while you're debating, you get a benefit as well. So whether or not it passes or fails, you still get at least something out of calling a parliament, and so it's probably within your interest to call parliament. Not to mention, if you wait too long, then you start to get debuffs to your estate's their approval of you. So I feel like it wouldn't even be necessary to make it mandatory. I feel like a player would want to call the Parliament pretty much as soon as it's available. Which, when you think about it, is probably why playtesters complained it was too much busy work. It's probably because they realized, oh yeah, it's like always good to call Parliament whether or not the thing passes. Which is why it would be too much busy work, because you have to like at least call it every now and then. But yeah, anyway. Let's see. Can tags with tribal and horde governments have autocratic and constitutional parliaments? If they can research it, then yes. But, well, what does he mean by this? Yes, if they can research it. But, well... Okay. Good to know, I think. 152? Is constitutional supposed to be literal in terms of representing the England/UK because they never had a literal constitution? England/UK certainly had a constitution, but compiling it into a single document is the sort of uncouth thing that revolutionaries get up to. Actually, out of curiosity, where does this lead? Oh, this leads you to the wiki page for the Constitution of the United Kingdom. Crazy how that works. Can you give some examples of country-specific parliamentary issues? The English Crown can use the Parliament to curtail the Palatinate of Durham's power in the north, for example. Okay. Big angry clergy in the short term, but probably a long-term benefit. Okay. Yeah, this requires, I guess, having further knowledge of the starting situation in England to know what the Palatinate of Durham is. Any 14th century English scholars that can enlighten us? Where were we? That's 152, and then 223, and then we can actually move on to a third dev diary. Chat, it's only been an hour and 42 minutes. We're making good time. Alright, 223. I'm assuming it was meant to be 232, because there is no 223 here. Or 233. Who knows? How moddable is the game? I assume we can add issues, but can we also add requests and agendas? Most of what has been shown above is moddable. Flavor names, types of parliaments, issues, agendas, and requests. All the types of parliaments need at least one estate to function, which in the base game is set by default to be nobility, although that is hard-coded. Not hard-coded to be the nobility, but hard-coded to need at least one estate to function, I imagine. You can change the default, maybe? I'm hoping it's not like nobility hard-coded to be the one that you need at least. That wouldn't make sense. And just in case it was meant to be 233, we'll read that one as well. Do unique laws exist like liberum veto on Poland? And if it is, how will it work? Because also I don't want my country disappearing because of the nobility. Liberum veto exists in-game as an estate privilege. The Schlachta is not so powerful and entrenched in 1337, but they will potentially be very dangerous. We'll talk more in detail in the Tinto flavor devoted to Poland. Cool. And I think that is everything for this dev diary. Let's go. Finally, we get what we've all been waiting for, chat. The Central America dev diary. Let's go. Just realized I should have moved chat to be like above me, because there's like nothing going on this side. There we go. Only 2 hours in. When did Corbett learn Polish? I get a little bit of Poland knowledge every time I stream. I get 1 additional syllable. Aztecs spotted, let's go. Actually, are the Aztecs spotted? When did they migrate into Mesoamerica? Actually, that might have been 1250. See, this is why I need to do the Aztec stream. Because I don't remember when the Mexica moved into the Mexico Valley. I think it was around 1250. 1300 is when the Aztecs arrived. Okay, so they must be like really new here. Let's go. Windows pop-ups. Neat. Alright, I forgot how empty it is here. Okay, Tinto Maps number 29, the 13th of December 2024, Central America. Let's go, baby. Aztec Gaming. We are so back. Central America, which includes the Caribbean. Cool. Countries. Let me open that in a new tab. Okay, that's a little bit too big. Huge. Mesoamerica Gaming. Spoiler, Tenochtitlan level, more detailed maps. Oh, nice. Trying to remember exactly where Tenochtitlan would be. It's not all the way up there, I think that's too high up. Or is it? Wait, no, that's not too far up. It literally is right here. This is it. You can see because there's the island here. And then the island had like bridges to these areas here. It's like kind of hard to see, but the island is right there. That's where the city actually was. On this island. Well, it did kind of like sprawl out from the island, but it was like, you know, on the island for the most part. Cool. The thing is, I don't know anything about the other peoples in this area. My knowledge extends to the Aztecs, and that's kind of it. And barely at that. Let's go! There it is. Tenochtitlan. I actually don't remember which cities made up the Triple Alliance. It was Tenochtitlan. I think it was these three. Which would be Xaltocan, Teotihuacan, and Tenochtitlan. I think it was the Triple Alliance between these three, but I don't remember. I guess we'll find out eventually. Texcoco? Or Texcoco? Oh, maybe it wasn't Teotihuacan. Yeah, fake Aztec fan, actually. And the Mayans, of course. Can't mention the Aztecs without mentioning the Mayans. It's like mentioning Rome without talking about the Greeks. Can't really do that. Welcome to the Mesoamerica Thunderdome. This area is characterized by its numerous altepetl, more or less comparably to city-states, or comparable to city-states. Most of them are ruled in 1337 by peoples of Nahua origin, something that you may see much more clearly in the culture map. The biggest power in this moment is the empire of... oh boy. Puurhepecherio, or something like that maybe. Though founded by the Purepecha people. In any case, you may notice that there's a lot of detail in this area, including a tiny Nahua settlement recently founded on an island over Lake Texcoco, Tenochtitlan. I wonder if it will become important soon. This is the first time in a Paradox Grand strategy game that we have the island itself present on the map, although the location covers some more land over the lake coast to make it playable. Of course, that makes sense. The city did actually kind of sprawl even across the bridges over to the general landmass. Finally, we also have the Mayan polities of the post-classic period, of which Kokom, with its capital Mayapan, was the most important, along with others such as the Kiiche and its capital Umarkaj. Not pronouncing any of those correctly, I'm just kind of like guessing at this point. Oh, here we go, the Societies of Pomps. The SOPs, if you will. Neat. Actually, interesting that there's one in Tenochtitlan itself. Here we go, we have these ones as well. But hold on, is this Baja California, I think? This area over here? Cool. Wait, is it? No. This is in here. I was thinking it was here, but it's here. I'm wrong. It is closer to Costa Rica. On the outskirts of the Mesoamerican polities, there are plenty of peoples organized on different ways. To the north, we have the ones that populate the area known as Aridoamerica, which were collectively termed by the Nahua as Chichimeca. We also have plenty of societies close to the Mayan lands and the Isthmus. And finally, the Taino people populate some of the biggest islands in the Caribbean. Triple Alliance is Tenochtitlan, Texcoco, and Tlacopan, according to Wikipedia. Did I actually get like all of those wrong then? Except for, of course, Tenochtitlan, which is impossible to get incorrect. Hold on, let me scroll up a little bit. Did I miss it? Kind of. Okay, so Tenochtitlan, Texcoco, Tlacopan. That was not even on the map, but I thought it was up here. I'll have to brush up on my Aztec history. Anyway. Oops, went way too far there. Here we go. Locations. Many, a lot more dense as you get towards the somewhat more urbanized areas of Mesoamerica, of course. We're detailed. Nothing too crazy to look at here necessarily. Or rather, nothing that I'm going to remember. Other than the fact that I can just marvel at the pure number of locations that exist. I'm pretty sure Cuba in EU4 is what, like 5 provinces or something? Tlacopan is not in the game because it's too small. Tragic. Yeah, the Triple Alliance was not very balanced in its alliance. Is that an entire location for an island off the coast of Haiti? Cool. Also, is that its own thing here? Man. My PC is gonna hate booting this game up. I can already smell my computer burning down my house. Yup. 3 in Puerto Rico. Yup. 3 in Puerto Rico. What is that like? Gotta be at least 10 in Santo Domingo? No, that's Hispaniola. That's what I'm thinking of. Hispaniola. That's the island's name. This game's gonna fry my processor. Yup. Yeah, don't worry guys, they just announced the 50 series, so to be able to run the graphics of this game, to be able to load the graphics of this map, you'll be set, you'll be good to go. Just gotta wait like, what, a month? Get yourself a 5090, you can get yourself like a solid 30 frames on this, that'll be cool. Provinces, cool. Areas, cool. Like how the entire area there is called Texcoco. Nice. One day every hour IRL. Isn't there someone who's doing like 1 day equals 1 day in Hoi 4 series on YouTube, I think? I think there's at least one person doing that. What's that counter-current thing in the ocean? Probably just the name of it. Because a lot of the sea zones in the oceans are actually just the currents. The trade winds, if you will. So I guess that's why it's called the countercurrent. You can look at tile density in EU5 compared to other Paradox games thread later if you want to see some comparisons between the games. I probably will look at that. Aren't there like 15 ticks in a day on EU5 too? I think it's 3? I don't remember, actually. But remember, of course, that ticks are only relevant based on... Sorry, I slapped my microphone. They're only relevant based on what's actually updated for each tick. Like, there is fundamentally no difference between having a day with 0 smaller ticks in it versus a day that has 24 smaller ticks if nothing actually gets updated for each of those hour ticks. It's hourly from 08 to 19, I see. Wait, 11? Yeah, I was about to say, that doesn't seem like 13 to me. 11 hourly ticks. That's actually not that bad. If the only thing that's being updated per hour is like army movements, that's not going to be so bad. Army movements and combat being calculated hourly, if that's like the only thing that's done, that's acceptable. 2 ticks are for lunch breaks, true. In the middle of a battle, everyone has to like stop and go have tea and eat lunch and then they get back to it. Anyway, terrain. Nice. Very mountainous, some plateaus, some hills. Of course, forest, jungle, that kind of thing. Does that say tropical jungle? No, just jungle. Nice. Monthly and yearly ticks are the important ones for calculations for pop needs and others. I'm sure day ticks probably have other things applied to them. They did mention pop requirements for goods is done annually. Yeah, it just depends on what they attach to each of the ticks. That's the only thing that really matters. Development. Oh look, we see a few things up in this area. I wonder if they will become more important soon. I wonder. Most developed regions in Mesoamerica are the Valley of Mexico and the Mayan coastline. I should learn more about the Mayans, actually. I should do that at some point, but after the Aztec stream. Natural harbors, very cool. Almost nothing in Mexico though, tragic. Some good ports in the Caribbean, no surprise that most of them would later become important cities in the colonial period. That makes sense. Culture, a tapestry. So I wonder actually if they're gonna keep the Aztecs, as in the name, the Aztecs. Curious to know how much they want to go with exonyms versus endonyms for things. How much do we care that we have the Aztecs call themselves like Mexica or something? Can't wait for this game to require a PC the size of a room. Yeah, we're bringing it back like 1980s style, where it took like entire rooms to host a PC. You have like 3 corridors of data storage, and it's like, yup, that'll be 75 megabytes of storage. Same with the Incas, how will they handle them as well? Yeah, is it just going to be called like the Incan Empire, or will it call itself Tawantinsuyu? I guess we'll find out. Actually, it's called Mesoamerica to reference the fact ancient Mesopotamian colonists live there? True, that's actually, that's how the idea of the pyramid spread is because... Actually, it was aliens. Oh, man. Actually, everyone built pyramids because the aliens taught them how to build pyramids. Oh, God. That's a good one. Anyway, cultures. Tons of them. That's a lot of them, indeed. Oh, we get to see some of northern South America as well. Neat. Oh, some more of the stuff up here. Cool. Languages. Alright. We have to eventually reckon with the fact that Nahuatl was never like the name of the religion, and it was always the name of the language itself. But it was just the religion in EU4 was named Nahuatl because reasons, I guess. Rip Taino? Yeah, do not let Christopher Columbus discover these islands, bro. Do not let him near these guys. Nahuatl is still spoken in Mexico by like 2 million people. That's a lot. That's also pretty cool. I fear Shogunate Swarm seeing how many daimyo there are. At the start of the game, there are actually no daimyo. At the start of the game, Japan is actually somewhat centralized, and then eventually it decentralizes, and it enters the warring states period. I think they mentioned this in the dev diary, the Japan one. Anyway. Languages, cool. The first two maps are the dominant languages per location, while the third is the court languages. Dark blue language is Totozo-kwean, as it is not so easily readable. Oh, I see. Religions. We are so back. Waiter, more religions, please. Here, let me actually put that in a new tab so it's easier to see. Sengoku Jidai happens later, but still. I think it's going to depend on how much the shogun is allowed to wield the power of the subjects. Remember, again, that it's not like EU4, where each subject gets a baseline of, what is it, 3 or 4 force limit or something? And like a certain amount of manpower, like, you know how every single country in EU4 gets a baseline amount of stuff, right? Which makes vassal swarms really good. You get like the, I don't know, 4 force limit and the, like the base 10,000 manpower. But that's not how EU5 works. Like, I don't know if you'll be able to actually mobilize that much population of your subjects if you're decentralized. Invasion of Korea has to happen, so I imagine there is a way. Yeah, there's probably some way. And maybe the invasion of Korea doesn't have to happen. There's also that possibility. I mean, should it happen? Maybe. Like the, not like the one that happened in like the 1800s. We're talking about the one that tried to happen in like, what, the 1500s or something? The first time the shogun tried to conquer Korea. I don't remember when that was. Hold on. Yeah, the one to distract the unruly clans. Yeah, surely we will, if we decide to go to war against a foreign enemy, surely that will distract the population from things happening back home. Surely. What was that one actually called though? The first... Japanese invasions of Korea, start date 1592. That's the first one. With Hideyoshi. Well, that's what it's called. The Imjin War was a series of 2 Japanese invasions of Korea. Toyotomi Hideyoshi thought it would be funny, and then absolutely collapsed. Although Joseon did not walk away from that unscratched, holy. 1 million plus civilian and military deaths, including 260,000 plus troops killed or wounded, 50 to 60,000 captives, and 157 ships, and Ming also lost 20,000 soldiers. That's crazy. And they still lost. That's crazy. 100,000 plus soldier deaths for Japan, but allegedly unreliable source according to Wiki. Interesting. Surely Paradox AI Korea will handle it well. Well, if the EU5 Korea AI is anything like the EU4 Korea AI, I think they'll be alright. Japan lost only due to needing ferry troops. needing to ferry troops and supplies. It's actually insane. Yeah, they can't press the dev button no more, you're right. It might be over for Korea. They don't get their minus 100% dev cost reduction. It's over. Okay, this map is today in a more advanced state, as we have merged plenty of cultural religions into regional groupings. Of these, Tonalism, Nawa, and Mayan are part of the Tonalist religious group. Oh, okay, so they're just gonna call the religion Nawa and the language Nahuatl. But I've also been informed that the L is silent in Nahuatl. So Nawat, maybe? Anyway, what else do we have here? The others are part of the Folk American group, a regional split of the former Animist group. Nawa and Mayan have their different mechanics, which we'll talk about more in future Tinto Talks. Let us know what you do. Let us know what do you think of this design and any suggestions about the religious groupings. 10 out of 10 no notes because I don't know that much about the area. Mesoamerica is still being simplified here. Well, to a degree, you have to simplify, even when you have this level of granularity, but... You know how the English sound sh is the T and sh sound at the same time? Nahuatl TL is like that, but with T and L. Like, tl. I don't know, I tried. Neat. Raw materials, what do they have going on? Let me guess, gold plus more gold, and maybe, if we're lucky, more gold, possibly? Did somebody say gold? Only 4 actual gold provinces. Surprising. In EU4, there are like 11. Aztec sand only run, let's go. It's actually a lot of salt here. Although salt and maize have very similar colors on the map, so... Maybe I'm not getting the best impression of this. 1, 2, 3, 4 gold provinces. Oh, okay, yeah, a lot of this is maize, some of it's gems. Silver, too. Yeah, that actually makes sense. For it to be more than just gold, but also quite a lot of silver. How much value will gold have? I don't remember what they said gold would do. Gold... Oh, right. Okay, so gold is not actually the way it works in EU4. It's like completely different. In EU4, of course, you just get like free money, right? Gold equals money. Surely this will not crash the economy. But also, in EU5, trade goods are linked directly to like what you need them for. So for example, yeah, gold is just another resource. You can make like jewelry with it. And, you know, a few other things. I don't know how it pertains to like minting. Maybe, for example, you can create a mint and that will require gold and or silver. So maybe gold can only really be used financially when you have like a mint building that produces coins. What I remember of the Aztecs is that their currency did not use gold. Gold was abundant enough that they mined it, and of course it still had value because cool shiny thing has value. They used cocoa beans. I think that was more the Mayans. I think the Aztecs specifically, when we're talking about them, used oh my god, what were they called? They were like little bronze axes, I think. They were like crafted as a form of currency. Like very, very small ones. I'm not talking like tools as in axes. I'm talking about like they were kind of shaped like axes, but they were really small. Let me see if I can remember that. Or rather, look it up. Copper tajadero, Spanish for chopping knife, was a form of money used in central Mexico and parts of Central America. Also known as the Aztec hoe or axe money, this standardized unstamped currency had a fixed worth of 8,000 cocoa seeds. Okay, yeah, so it did have a value tied to cocoa seeds as well. What do you know? So gold mines produce raw gold that artisans will have to refine into coin. Yeah, kind of like the same way that iron is just like iron. You still have to produce tools with that iron. You still have to produce actual things out of it. Actually, where's the obsidian? I'm sure they'll address that at some point. Interesting to see that they didn't put obsidian like they did in EU4. Well, obsidian was just like a provincial modifier, right? And if you owned like a source of obsidian, it would give you, what was it, like infantry combat ability or something? Obsidian in gems? It could be. Could be in gems. Maybe you use those gems to like make particular weaponry or something, I don't know. We can keep on reading actually, I'm sure they will address that. Anyway, more resources and stuff. Maize is king in Mesoamerica. Well, I was about to say Mesopotamia. Anyway, although there are plenty of other resources, including juicy gold and silver, obsidian is not a separate resource, as it is too regional specific, so it's included under the gem coverage, but we have ways to represent it in-game. For instance, there is a production method to produce weaponry using gems as an input. Perfect. Mic bad? Do I keep slapping it maybe? I should listen back to my own thing and see exactly how bad it is. Hold on. I can't get a good impression, so sorry, but you will hear me multiple times. Okay, maybe the delay is actually too small for that to be effective. My bad. If you beat up the mic hard enough, there won't be any problems. Clearly true. Look forward to my swords getting a 25% bonus because someone found a Renaissance, 50 prestige, and a gem or glass province. Let's go. China has jade, Southwestern America and Mesoamerica has obsidian, etc. Yeah, so that's why they didn't split up the gems, I guess. Although, wait, didn't they make jade its own trade good, or am I gaslighting myself? I think maybe somebody in a different dev diary stream asked me if jade were a separate good, and I don't think it was. And maybe that's why I'm remembering that. Anyway. Markets. Cool. Population. That's a lot of people. I wonder how many there are in this one particular tile up there. I'm sure they'll have like a zoom in. You know which numbers we're looking for. What? Okay, hold on. I have to find it myself then. You know what we want. Zoom in, enhance. Enhance. Only 73,000 people. Well, I guess that makes sense. It is before the time that the Aztecs went crazy with it. So. Actually, if you think about it, 73,000 is a pretty considerable number still for one city. Like, you look at the rest of these areas and you're like, okay, 17,000. 54,000 roughly over here. That's pretty large number, you know. 20,000, 44,000. 73 is actually one of the highest numbers for any individual tile. 94,000, really? What do you know? Anyway, yeah, neat. And Texcoco has 70,000? It does, yeah. Up here, this actually has 64,000. Anyway, population. Cool. It took a lot longer than I was expecting to go through the Central America dev diary. Oh yeah, 8.6 million pops. Cool. Okay, let me screenshot that. Okay, what do we have? Number 18 to start with. Will we be able to drain Lake Texcoco? We don't have mechanics to portray Ciudad de Mexico. Okay. Oh, right, because the lake has since been drained, right? Like, Mexico City is far larger than Tenochtitlan ever was. And so it covers, like, the entire lake, doesn't it? Actually, doesn't that create a problem in Mexico City? Where some of the buildings actually sink a little bit? Or am I misremembering that? Yup, it's sinking. Yeah. Me when I build the city over top of a drained lake, and then the city starts sinking. Excellent gambit. Yeah. By as much as 40 centimeters annually, that's not a small amount. $40 centimeters? The ground in Mexico City is sinking at a rate of almost 50 centimeters per year, and it's not stopping anytime soon. Dude. How much further can the thing literally sink? Like, it can't just keep going. It has to stop at some point, right? Could sink up to 65 feet? I don't know what that means. Hold on. 20 meters? Damn. That is an enormous shift. Okay, I have an idea. I will solve the problem with Mexico City sinking. New plan. We simply dig around the city to also level it out so that it doesn't look like anything's changing at all. I think that'll solve the problem. Yeah, elect me mayor of Mexico City. I will surely make it unsync. Anyway, where were we? It was literally the first one. The tangent from this one comment. Okay, 37. How does the location density in central/southern Mexico and Guatemala compare to, say, the eastern seaboard of the US? Central Mexico is more dense. I'd have to check more in detail for the others. Okay, are you open to increasing location density in any parts of this region? Greatly depends on the feedback, sure. Are the League of Mayapan and the Triple Alliance international organizations? We have planned to have both. Yes, perfect. Will the downfall of the Tepanex, or European contact, be situations? There are 3 different situations regarding the European arrival to the New World: the Treaty of Tordesillas, the Great Pestilence, and the Columbian Exchange. Some unique mechanics for some of the colonizing powers, beside the generic mechanics. We'll talk about all of them in future Tinto Talks and Tinto Flavor, okay? What do culture groups look like in this region? Okay, reply later. How deep are you going with the dynamic location names? Will it be limited to the most important locations, or are you adding it wherever there's information? Information and spare time available. We're planning to gather more community feedback regarding that sometime in the future. Perfect. Okay. Number 39. Wait for 287. It's a bit long. Didn't see his reply, so I guess he forgot. That is what it is. Alrighty, will Tenochtitlan have some kind of location modifier to represent that the city itself is on an island, making it extremely difficult to take? A location modifier would be possible to do. It's a good idea. Bookmarking it. Perfect. 52. Does the Tenochtitlan location also include Tlacopan? It should be on the lakeside, almost due west from the artificial island. It would be cool if they were separate, as Tlacopan was one of the founding members of the Triple Alliance, even if it was the most junior in partner and tribute of the 3. Alright. Too tight, we had to pick between Tenochtitlan, Tlacopan, and Azcapotzalco, as there isn't enough room for the 3. Oh, I see what they mean. Hold on, I'm gonna actually... Hopefully this brings us back to... Oh, never mind, that's not what I... not what I expected. Anyway, yeah, here's Tenochtitlan. Tlacopan was on this side. And so because they're all sharing the same location in terms of a tile, right? Wait, hold on. Alright, the different kinds of water and marshes and stuff. This is Texcoco on this side. Then Tlacopan and Tenochtitlan. Yeah. So because this all takes up the same tile, they have to decide between those two. And I guess Tenochtitlan won out, which makes sense. What else do we have? 55. Will there be more competition in the Caribbean, with 4+ colonial nations showing interest rather than 1 or 2? More locations available for colonization means that it will be more difficult to cut other countries from colonization without a war. That should make the region much more interesting in multiplayer, by the way. Okay. Any chance that the huge Taino Society of Pops could be split? Why am I reading this one? This was not on the list. I just kept scrolling. Could we see the dialect map for the region as well, please? Not yet developed. Okay. 256. Complete lack of any spice goods. Right, chili peppers would make sense. Is cocoa essentially meant to represent both goods? And why not make vanilla a spice? Now that I think about it, it is kind of interesting that they made specifically cocoa its own thing. Like, it makes sense kind of in EU4 because the trade goods are kind of, like, they're abstracted. They don't really matter that much. Like, they don't really do things other than give you benefits. But in EU5, you need them to, like, make things. So are we going to have, like, a chocolate factory? Is that what we're going to use cocoa for? Because when you make the goods, they have to do things. Cocoa is a major crop? Oh, it's just a grain, I guess. But not included in grains. No different than wine regions having wine? So I guess there would be like chocolatiers. If you're going to have vineyards, and you're going to have... Well, actually, the vineyards themselves produce the wine. I don't remember if the trade good itself is wine or grapes. I don't remember. Do we actually need to keep a food supply? I think so, yes. I think food and supplies are an actual thing in EU5. Cocoa was extremely important culturally, religiously, and economically in Mesoamerica. Yes. But what I mean is, like, it is important, but also, as in RGO, in terms of, like, the game mechanic, what are they going to be used for? I suppose there might be some religious buildings that are unique to the Mayans, or, well, people in Mesoamerica, that might use cocoa as an input good. That could be. It could definitely be used in some kind of, like, religious buildings. Dates are another trade good. Cocoa is not that strange. Well, I only mean in terms of, yeah, it's not strange when you compare it to the other ones that exist, but in terms of, like, what will it actually be used for? Goods don't have an inherent value, I don't think. They have to be used for things, and that gives them value in EU5. So, like, maybe dates just, like, provide additional food, maybe cocoa provides additional food, or maybe they're used as inputs for certain buildings. Are pop demands not a thing in EU5? I don't remember. Maybe. Certainly could be used as like a food. Say it's more logical than most spices. Oh yeah, that actually brings up the other question, like what are spices used for? Certain religions may require certain goods or you get a malice. Yeah, that makes sense. Anyway, cocoa. What do we have next? Actually, I kind of do want to read 257. What about having the actual settlement model in the location center that appears on the 3D map be on the island? I think that would be cool, actually. Same issue. Okay, it's a whole thread that I'm not going to go down. Alrighty, 266 is the next one we have lined up. Okay. Oh. This might be relevant because we were talking about it anyway, so we might as well read this one. Mesoamerica has two of the most important spices in the world, vanilla and chilies. Neither is represented. Vanilla was mostly used to flavor chocolate for the first half of the time period. What do you know? At the end of the game, it was a hugely valuable spice. We have this post tracked because it's excellent. I agree with that. We'll adjust as many resources as possible considering it. Okay, cool. Then actual 266. In the Nahua culture and religion, feathers, especially those from the Quetzal bird, were considered to be very important. Feathers were used to create ceremonial clothing, shields, tapestries, and other works of art. Also, feather workers were considered to be amongst the most respected artisans. Similarly to obsidian, this good is too localized to the Americas to have it as a separate resource, but I think it would add great flavor to have wild game as an input good for luxury goods within the region. Sounds like a great idea to create another production method for wild game to be used in luxury clothing. Bookmarking this as well. Huge. Surely we would have coffee as a good as well. That would make sense. It existed in EU4. I don't see why it wouldn't exist in EU5. Probably just another production method kind of thing. But also, if we're talking about luxury clothing being a thing, then I guess it does make sense that some pops, or rather pops do have consumption. Like, they do actually take up things. Obviously, that makes the most sense with stuff like food. But this is just like a refresher, I guess, because I kind of forgot whether or not we have pop needs. But yeah, if we have luxury clothing, then presumably we have at least pop needs for, like, nobility and stuff. Presumably everybody does, though. What else do we have? Wilderbees. That's not one that I need to read. Never mind. 269. Will weapon production from gems be region specific? Yes. I imagine it would have to do with a specific building or culture. $287. Ooh. Right, dynasties. Neat. Here we go. Holy, that is a long one. Ooh, am I reading all that? Okay. Population numbers for the Americas, including Mesoamerica, as showcased in this Tinto maps. I feel like the numbers used are on a very conservative low end for pre-Columbian population estimates. Okay, let me just read the response, I think. Yes, we've used a conservative low end. Yes, we will review the total numbers. That's a whole lot of reading. Okay, so basically the issue is trying to figure out exactly 150 pre-Columbian years what the population would have been. I think the estimates... Let me see if I can actually quickly glean some information from this without having to read the whole thing. Yeah, not an easy task to figure all this out, because a lot of the estimates try to figure out roughly around the 1500s what the population would have been. Like the year 1500 rather, or like the late 1400s, what the population would have been. And then you have to like abstract further back from that. Yeah. Basically, it's hard to figure out, to really pin down the numbers here. Without going into actual scholarly debate on the population ranges of the Americas before the year 1500, basically, they're gonna review it again. added it if you had an issue with population amounts or any thoughts regarding it. I wouldn't have... Well, I didn't really pay too much attention to specifically... Let's go back to the first page. Specifically at the bottom, they mentioned the population numbers. I didn't really think too much of it because I don't know what the numbers would have been. The only numbers that I would be aware of is like roughly Tenochtitlan at its peak, which would of course also be 150 years in the future from this time period. So in my mind, the only thing that I could really comment about would be Tenochtitlan itself being a really, really large city. Like, significantly larger than the 73 or 74,000 population represented in this one tile. The population itself would be like over 1 million or something. The population of Tenochtitlan grew very rapidly over that 100 years. And so that's the only thing that I could like add to that conversation. As for the entire Americas, I just don't know. Out of the history courses I took, history of pre-Columbian Americas was not one of them, so... Anyway, I mean, that kind of concludes our Central America. Oh my god, how long have I been talking about this? It's been 2 hours and 41 minutes and I've... Okay, yeah, we should move on to something else, chat. We have how many more of these to go? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's go. 7 more of these, chat. Can you believe it? We've been through... Actually, that one was from the 20th of November, right? So it's actually 1, 2... We've been through 3 of these, so we have 7 more. Okay, let's try and be faster on these ones. But we like Mesoamerica? We do. It's a cool place. Interesting to learn about. What have you all talked about today? If I recapped what we talked about today, it would add another 20 minutes to the stream. The 11-hour stream is possible. We will try not to have the 11-hour stream, though. Okay, Tinto Talks number 42. Poland mentioned. Poland moment. Anyway, yeah. We're talking about the disaster system. I love disasters. Natural or otherwise. My favorite. Two major differences between a disaster and a situation. The first is that a disaster is almost always negative. Almost? Court and country moment? Anyway. And secondly, a disaster is always for a specific country. While multiple situations can be active and involving a country at the same time, only a single disaster can happen at the same time. Nice. Ahistorical, I feel like we should be allowed to have 53 disasters simultaneously. Unchain the disasters. Give me a famine and an earthquake and political upheaval. Let's go. Alright, also 2 categories of disasters. The specific historical narratives and the generic ones that can happen to anyone under the right circumstances. Disasters in Project Caesar are not just a modifier applied to the country and some events triggering until you fulfill the winning conditions, but you also get unique actions you can do to affect the disaster. Oh look, it is court and country. Resistance to the growing centralization in our country has culminated in a period of general crisis and conflict between court and country. Depending on how we handle this time of crisis, we might come out of it stronger, or come out of it a stronger country than before. This disaster can happen to any country with strong absolutism or crown power in the age of absolutism or age of revolution. 3D model jump scare. Isn't this the, This looks kind of like the... No, never mind. I was going to say it looks like the Reichskrone. But now that I'm looking at it, I think it does not. Yeah, never mind. It actually doesn't look like that in the slightest. Although it looks like a CK3 model, doesn't it? This hat? I feel like I've seen that before. Aragon flag? There is an Aragon flag, you're right. But I meant the crown specifically. Regardless of the flag. Anyway, court and country. Neat. We have a whole UI for that. I like how everything's on fire. Very cool. Nobility, insurgents, estate rebels. Okay. Main actions. Rein in the bourgeoisie, rein in the clergy, rein in the commoners. Yeah, but clearly the nobility have the most power here. Legitimize legislative abolition. Rein in the nobility. The nobility has taken the biggest offense to this plan. As you can see above here, the UI for this disaster shows your current crown power and the power of your estates, while also showing the rebel closest to starting a civil war. It also lists the current actions you have in the disaster. Here we cannot rein in the nobility, as they are too strong already. Skill issue. Should have reined in the nobility when he had the chance, now it's over. Two of the icons above have special tooltips that are useful for you as well. Okay, end requirements. Oh, that's neat. I like this so much better than... Usually, I would just say like in Paradox games in general, but specifically in EU4, the tendency for some requirements, especially mission requirements, to be somewhat obtuse because of the indentation. I remember when I started playing EU4, well, especially when missions were first released and you had like options for things, I was like, wait a minute. What do all these things tie to? I guess I should have paid more attention to the indentation. Yeah, back then I was not a pro Python coder, so the indentation didn't mean anything to me. Anyway. Okay, so you do need to have the disaster for 10 years at least. And then you can either, I think, basically capitulate or win. Those are the two options. If your crown has additional power, and you are more absolutist, and you have reined in the estate privileges, then you win, I assume. Or if you have placated all of your estates and shifted away from absolutism towards liberalism, then you can also end it. But you do have to endure for at least a decade, which is interesting. Oh, and it gives you advice. Well, that's nice. In-game advice? For my grand strategy games? Impossible. In my Paradox games? Why force you to sit for a decade? To make you reflect on your actions. I don't know. Because it would be funny. Religious turmoil, my favorite. Despite the country's efforts to mediate between the different religious groups in our nation, conflicts have been erupting on a regular basis. The situation has worsened, and without drastic measures, we will soon be engulfed in a religious civil war. Does this mean that you can have a splinter civil war country? that is a different religion. And then you can just, like, have white peace and splinter off that country. This disaster can occur during the Age of Reformation for any Catholic country, or any country following any Protestant religion if they have a low enough religious unity and a weak clergy estate. You're in luck, only 29 dev responses, yippee! Okay. To get out of the disaster, there are multiple ways. Religious unity higher, power of the clergy much higher as a spiritualist, or go full humanist while restoring stability. Sure, makes sense. Nice. If we look into some of the country-specific ones, we have a few here, and we don't want to spoil them all. Okay. The rise of Savonarola. Isn't that, Oh, never mind. I thought Savonarola was the guy in Milano. Maybe I'm thinking of a different guy. Yeah, this says likely to happen in Florence. I feel like I remember this guy's name. Maybe from, like, 12th grade history or something. I don't know. Anyway, an upstart preacher has started to spread his apocalyptic message advocating for repentance and reform. His message is causing quite a stir among the population, and it's for sure a sign of changing times. Cool. To get out of this disaster, you either have to become a theocracy, or Savonarola will have to die. Huh. Okay, War of the Roses, England moment. Yeah, basically, wow. I need to drink more water. Basically, War of the Roses. Sure, most people are familiar. Milano was Sforza? Is that the guy in EU4 that does the thing that makes the Republic? Sforza. An Italian condottiero who founded the Sforza dynasty in the Duchy of Milan, ruling as its fourth duke from 1450 until his death. Okay, never mind. He helped make the Ambrosian Republic. That's the name of the government reform. The Ambrosian Republic. The Golden Ambrosian Republic was a short-lived republic founded in Milan by members of the University of Pavia with popular support during the first phase of the Milanese War of Succession. With the aid of Francesco Sforza, they held out against the forces of the Republic of Venice, but after a betrayal, Sforza defected and captured Milan to become Duke himself, abolishing the Republic. I see. Classic. That is, almost a Napoleon moment, but like not really, but kind of. Anyway, yeah, let's go through, that's so many. Okay, hold on, let me see if I can just speed run through those. Elias, that's so many of these things to read. I actually will have to go through these really, really fast. Okay, let's try not to unlock anything here. This looks good. Probably a disaster similar to the modifier in EU4 called Total Collapse of Society that affects countries in the New World that were hit with European epidemics in the early years. In Project Caesar, we have proper systems and mechanics. We don't need that modifier anymore. Huge. 35. Can we bonfire all those Renaissance vanities during the Savonarola disaster? Okay. Maybe. Gonna talk to the CDs, okay. Oh, content designers in my team. Because it may actually be interesting to be able to bonfire works of art. Huge. Civil wars in general could be a disaster. Horde instability, collapse of China, so on and so forth. Civil wars have their own mechanics. We have disasters for hordes and the China, situations for the Columbian exchange, while multi-ethnic are usually covered by generic mechanics. Okay. 43. No natural disasters. We have natural catastrophes present. We have natural catastrophes present in different ways, half mechanical, half event-driven. We'll also talk about them in the future, okay. Usually yes, although you can end up a disaster, completely different situation compared to its start, which may not necessarily be negative. So, court and country. "51. Will disasters have lasting consequences? Since court and country is currently used to boost the absolutism cap in EU4, of course. Our court and country can make your country lean more either towards absolutism or liberalism, which are long-lasting effects, although not permanent, of course." 57. Sounds like a copy-paste from EU4. I think the other core system mechanics are different. I don't think it's copy-paste because you can get a civil war instead. And civil wars are different. Civil wars are like actual splinter tags on the map. They will create their own country and go to war with you. So it's closer to an Imperator Rome civil war, but not as tedious, hopefully. And also more actions. I would consider it a better version of the EU4 system. 58. Palaiologan civil war should be a disaster likely to strike the Byzantines after the death of Emperor Andronikos to simulate the unique instability of the empire at that time. It is nice. 59. Can we get info on diseases? Are they disasters? They may either be systematic or triggered by situations such as the Black Death, as they usually affect more than one country. That makes sense. They did mention disasters are single country things. 71. Generic disaster called Succession Crisis. New system for PUs allows more flexible CBs and wars regarding them. Nice. 82. Can we get both a Ming explosion and a Yuan explosion? We have the Red Turban Rebellion, right? And then a generic Crisis of the X Dynasty disaster. I see. We're gonna get a Tinto flavor devoted to China. Nice. Imperator civil wars are horrid. Well, they're bad because you have to capture literally every single tile. That's why Imperator civil wars are terrible. And it also doesn't make any sense. A civil war, I feel... Actually, I don't have to go into that. They're not changing civil wars in Imperator Rome. I do not need to go and explain all of my ideas for Imperator Rome civil wars. It's fine. The question is, how many times can China explode during one game? as many as possible. You know how much the League War lags EU4? How much do you think it will lag EU5? I don't know. It's one of those things that I feel we'll only really have the answer to once we have our hands on the game. Because it depends on how well it runs in the first place. Or how the League War even manifests. What do we have? 87? That's a whole lot of reading. Okay, hold on. Trying to distill this down into something easy to explain. So this person, I think, is upset with the fact that it feels kind of arbitrary to meet those conditions. And they're also complaining that you just have a button that says rein in. Okay, so it's about like the fact that you're either in disaster or not disaster. And it's like a thing that triggers and then the buttons feel simplistic. I think those are the complaints so far. Also with having more factions within a disaster / civil war. Okay. It's one disaster, they're all different. Talking about the talking about court and country, I think. 2, we have those, and also semi-unique. Oh, the generic versus specific, okay. Yeah, okay, they mentioned they already have those ones, the unique ones. Situations are heavily scripted, as they're more narrative pieces of content. They cannot randomly appear. So even if they affect a large number of countries, such as the Black Death, they won't trigger randomly to any certain country, such as a generic disaster. Yeah, just differentiating between disasters and situations. Some disasters are global in scope. I wonder how they will do that. Yeah, so they mentioned situations, and how the Black Death will be a situation. Situations affect more than one country, disasters are for one country. I think that's the delineation they're making here. 101. Can noble uprisings in Commonwealth be a disaster? It happened in the late 18th century, but main reason why they happened was an attempt to curtail the Schlachta's power by the king, so in-game could trigger as soon as the player will be able to try and reform out of this shame. Polish content wouldn't feel correct without a proper Schlachta disaster, although it's oriented to early game. Okay, so basically that's a yes then, I think. I think that's a yes. 108. Engelbrecht Rebellion. If the Kalmar Union happens more often than not during the game. I think that means yes, they're going to consider it. Cool. 110. How about the Ottoman interregnum? Handled through unique succession. Cool. 114. Are you open to the idea of non-generic disasters of events that could have plausibly happened but didn't? Focusing mostly on historical content for the base game. That's a good idea. Yep. I don't know how they're going to want to do the DLCs for this, for EU5. I feel like they're adding so much right now that, I don't know, I guess they'll, if they really want to, the DLCs will have to focus on, like, possibilities for certain countries and regions. Because flavor already exists, it seems, from the beginning. You know how, like, in Vic 3, they're making DLCs, and those DLCs are basically flavor for individual countries? Well, it seems like for EU5, they're starting off with the flavor for individual countries. And then, for the DLCs, I can only assume what they want to do is add, like, different possibilities, different potential outcomes. But I guess we'll have to see. Anyway, 174. Is the American Revolution a disaster from the perspective of a Great Britain player, or is it a generic colonial independence disaster that might happen to a Britain player? There is a situation for colonial revolutions, and we aim to have some specific events and flavor for the US independence. Okay. 185. I think a Crisis of the X Dynasty disaster that can fire at all times is good and fun. I do think an actual bespoke situation for the fall of the Ming / transition from Ming to Qing would be good to have in the game. Rebels, the Shun Dynasty, Jurchen Uprising, all that jazz. Okay, the thing is, the Red Turban Rebellion won't necessarily end with the Ming triumphant, as there could be several other outcomes, so a generic disaster better fits that. That makes sense. Also, let's say if we have a Manchu / Qing dynasty becoming emperor of China, but falling before it happened historically. Yeah, so it makes sense to have something like a Crisis of X Dynasty. I think what they wanted to say was something like, oh, hold on. Hey, thank you very much, I Sell Salts, for the 5 gifted memberships. I appreciate that. For a second, I was wondering if I had enabled or accidentally deleted my my alert thing there. Thank you very much. Probably the worst way to actually donate because it's just a month. Well, I mean, actually, how many of the people who got memberships are actually in chat right now? I'm thinking about that. Because I'm like, how many people are like in the chat that were gifted one of the many hundreds of gift subs from last month? Also, your taxes are 1/4 of the price? You mean like the gift subs are 1/4 of the price? Wait, no. Hold on. Your taxes are 1/4 of the price. Like, they're an additional 25% on top of the... That's crazy. Huh. Got a gift sub from last month. Many people did. I pay taxes when doing donations. Welcome to Europe. I pay taxes when buying Steam games now. It is what it is. I feel like that wasn't a thing until like 2 years ago. There's a button to allow gifted memberships. Yeah, you have to turn it on. I don't remember how you do that. Steam games aren't taxed normally. They weren't. Things on Steam were not taxed until like 2 years ago where I live. But anyway. Yeah, I think because it wasn't like a physical thing purchased and it was done online, I think it didn't have taxes included. I think that was a Canada thing specifically? Maybe. Anyway, we're getting lost on the tax tangent when we have 7 more dev diaries to go through. Oh boy. Alright, where are we at on this? 185? Right, we mentioned that one. 234. Does a general disaster for a really wide play, too much territory conquered, exist? Or for a tall play, or for being too strong, is decadence a disaster? We have the control and rebellion systems for that. That's true. Yeah, they already included anti-blob mechanics in the form of control, how long it takes to core things, well, that kind of factors into control, right? There are other systems in place. You don't really need a disaster for really wide play. So yeah, anyway, I was reading chat for a second. What do we have? Third page, 238. Oh boy, that's a whole lot of words. Famine. We love famine. Okay, basically, famines are kind of portrayed organically by our system for food supply, demand, and capacity. That said, we've already been thinking of a proper system to have famines being unexpected shocks, basically because of climate conditions impacting negatively impacting food production. But it's not something that we have in the game, and I can't promise to have, okay? Is the religious turmoil disaster restricted to Christians only? I find that odd. You can probably find something akin to the religious conflicts in Western Europe and other parts of the world. I'm thinking of the fluctuations between Hinduism and Islam on the Indian subcontinent and Southeast Asia in particular. Food for thought. I don't know why, but I find it funny, just like including emojis in the dev responses. What's next? 241. Why do I have a feeling that this game is turning more and more into a framework that is going to allow us to play from 300 BC to 3000 AD seamlessly? You've made us reveal the true name of the game. Imperator Iron Crusader Victoria Universalis Stellaris. The Ikvus. My favorite Paradox game. Yeah, eventually they're gonna stop making individual types of Paradox games, and they're just gonna make one big one. Put it on your calendars, 2040. And it's gonna be called something like, I don't know, the name is gonna be Latin, alright, because of course it is. And it's gonna be, I don't know anything in Latin, actually. Terra Invictus or something. I don't know. What does Invictus mean? Immortal, I think, if I'm remembering my Latin correctly. Terra Invicta is already a game? Damn. Well, damn. Alright, gonna workshop that one for a little longer, but good baseline. It's XCOM. Maybe I should play it then. But I'm not going to go down an XCOM tangent because we have more things to read. Let's go. Alright, 249. Okay, so basically, Parliament abolition has two effects. This is another thing about, like, the government mechanics for the disasters. So basically, Parliament abolition has two effects. Cool. Reinstate the Legislative Assembly has one fixed effect, 4 variables. Rein in the nobles, burghers, clergy, and peasants trigger a different event each with 3 different options per event. Okay, so there's a lot more behind each of these buttons. That's good. $250. 100% moddable. Neat. 253. Yep, situations are more than one country. Disasters are one country. 272. Government power is the generic term for the different unique currencies that each government uses, i.e. legitimacy, republican tradition, devotion, horde unity, etc., etc. Okay, what do we have? 285. Love to see screenshots of the tooltips to show how this is explained in-game. One thing I hate about EU4 disasters is that you had to jump out of the game and into the wiki to work out what everything meant. Our goal is that you never need to leave the game to find the basic information that you need. Perfect. I think that was the main motivation behind the nested tooltip system that they introduced in... Ooh, help me out here, chat. CK3, I think, was when they first made that system, and then they spread it over to Vic3, and they also, I think, ported it backwards to Imperator Rome. So, I'd say it's pretty likely that they're... Oh yeah, they also added it to Stellaris, I recently learned. They did that too, didn't they? Nested tooltips, my beloved. True. So true. Okay, let me quickly finish these ones. Right, 288. Are tribal governments and tribal cohesion still a thing, or did they get scrapped? Still a thing. SOPs have not replaced tribal governments, and its tribal cohesion mechanic, they just add another dimension. Okay, cool. 301. What about the non-nation tags? Like it was said you could play as international organizations like, say, banks. Will they get special government powers or just use the big ones for monarchies, republics, theocracies, and tribes? Yeah, the international organizations are not banks. These are, what do they call them? Non-landed countries. The IOs are like a different thing completely. But yeah, banks are extraterritorial countries. That's what they are. Country types, not IOs. Government power changes with government types. It's nothing to do with any country type or IOs. Okay, so what government type is a bank then? I feel like we have to get to the crux of this issue, which is... how do these work when you're playing a bank? Or... I guess the Crusaders states... Do they mention that those would be... extraterritorial countries? Plutocracy, clearly. Republic. It's called the Medici family, so true. Anyway. Lastly, we have 310. Didn't the devs say the Medici family was going to be playable as well? Well, the Medici family literally ruled Florence, didn't they? Hold on. The Medici, noble house of Tuscany. Italian banking family and political dynasty. Let's see. Facilitated the Medici's rise to political power in Florence. Although they officially remained citizens rather than monarchs until the 16th century. And then they acquired the hereditary title Duke of Florence, and then elevated to the Grand Duchy of Tuscany, right? A country and the nation state aren't the same. Yeah. When we're talking about EU5, countries can be... Literally, banks are countries. They're extraterritorial countries. Military organizations, I think, are also extraterritorial countries. I don't remember the other ones. I think there's another one then. There's definitely a third one. I think they mentioned that maybe pirates would at some point maybe be one. So just tags then? In a sense, the same way that rebels are a tag in EU4. And the campaign will be starting as a banking family, get elected when Republic, become noble when Tuscan, maybe? Naval countries aren't confirmed. Yeah, they are not confirmed, but I think they said they were considering it for stuff like pirates. Basically, the extraterritorial countries just own buildings. I don't know what kind of government form they would have in that case. Anyway, I think that's... No, it's not everything. We have one more left. The 310. Here we go. Banks, republics. I doubt it, since many at the time, like the Medicis, were family-run. It makes more sense for them to be considered monarchies. Europeans had a pretty clear idea of what a monarchy is, and a bank was not a monarchy even if it was hereditary. Fortunately, we can model that with succession laws. So do they use legitimacy or republican tradition, or like how do these countries function? Maybe they don't have anything for that. Maybe it is legitimacy. I don't know. But anyway. Can you get invaded by extraterritorial countries? Holy Orders. Yes. Holy Orders, I think, have been confirmed as a military organization, which can be a, which can be stuff like armies. Like, I'm thinking the crusading states in the Baltics. I think those armies themselves count as their own extraterritorial countries. And so they're not quite like a crusader state yet, but they are a crusader army, which itself is a tag. Or it's like a crusading order, actually, would make more sense. Like the Knights. The Knights Templar, I think, was an example that they gave, maybe. Where you can play as those guys. And you can own, like, orders within territories. Chivalric orders, maybe that's what they meant, yeah. Or maybe that's what I meant. Yeah, government power is the generic term for different unique currencies that each government type uses, yeah. But because banks are not like a monarchy or a republic, it's just kind of, it's interesting. Maybe the Holy Order tag can become landed after winning the war and conquering land. I think that would make sense. I don't know if they explicitly confirmed that, but maybe. HRE don't have a bank? Well, they have different banking families within the HRE, like the Fuga. Pretty sure banks can conquer too. I think they cease to become banking countries if they take any kind of land. I think they become a different form of tag after that. Because, yeah, the idea would be like, for example, the Dutch East India Company, right? How would that establish itself over the time frame? Well, first it would, like, purchase buildings, right? And it would acquire wealth through trading and owning buildings. And then eventually they're like, well, what if we actually just hire a private army for the company? And what if we just seize control of a city or some area? And now we own that. That is now our territory. At that point, they just become a country that owns other buildings in other places, I assume. Because there is a form of foreign investment in EU5 through I think it's usually, it has to be private actors, like estates, but I think they can purchase and build buildings in other places. Yeah, and then the company needs more buildings. And eventually there aren't enough to build, so they decide to take and or purchase land and build them themselves. But anyway, I think that's everything for this dev diary. I'm gonna quickly use the washroom. I have a feeling because of how far we are or how far we aren't into this stream, it's gonna be a little while longer, so it might be like a minute or two, but I'll be back. I'm back. Hold on. Thank you very much, I Sell Salts, for joining the King's Guard, the highest tier of membership. I appreciate that. I Corp, take that caffeine. Even your model is tired now. It's really funny that you mentioned that. Because, because I had just gotten... I just gotten a can of Monster from the fridge. Perfect. Ready for another 7 hours, chat. Let's go. Okay. You know what I should do? I should turn the TTS back on. I turned it off during the subathon because it would have played twice, and that would have been kind of cringe. So, let me see if I can, Here we go. Let's see... Members... Do I not get a choice for TTS? Wait. Huh. Never mind, there will be no TTS. I really thought I had one for members. Gone, reduced to atoms. Exactly. Okay, yeah, what do you know? Yeah, no more TTS. Tragic. Anyway, where were we, chat? Oh, right, we were starting off another Tinto map. Don't worry, chat. We only have 6 more of these to go. Let's go. It's been 3.5 hours. Hey, you know what? I feel like I'm making better time than I did the last time I went through these. Joining? Nope, your notifications just can't comprehend month goals? Oh, no, you're right, actually. Yeah. No, you're right. I thought for some reason you had upgraded your membership. That's crazy. Anyway. Thank you for the 8 months, then. Are you gonna do Saturday buildings for 30 seconds each? Probably, yeah. Can't upgrade, make it too high, make more memberships, lol. The only way to upgrade is to, do it directly through Patreon. Anyway, South America. Let's go. The last regular one. It implies it won't be the last, though. We plan to have 2 Tinto maps extra, December 27th and January 3rd. Nice. That would be... Wait, what? I thought they said there would be 2 more Tinto maps. The 27th. I didn't see anything for the 27th. This is for the 25th. Oh, Tinto Extra and Tinto World. I see. Anyway, let's see here. South America. Alrighty. Tinto flavor. Very cool. Covering a lot of lands today. Neat. Countries. Riveting. No. We have the entire screenshot here. It actually is interesting to see how sparse the polities are here. See if you can spot Cusco somewhere. I think it's right here. Maybe. Nice. We get our Tyrona and these guys. Are these guys usually one tag in EU4, I think? Then we have all of the Incan tags. I guess they're not actually all Incan, though. Like, these aren't all the same culture. But they do become the Incans. In a sense. Most of the countries that can be considered being at state-wise level in 1337 are mostly concentrated in what is today Peru. We have the famous ones as the Chimu or Chincha, and you may also see a tiny country, Cusco, which would later become the Inca Empire, the long-term goal while playing in the region. Cool, we got those guys. Better look at all the locations, very mountainous, so of course you're basically just gonna have like the valleys over here. The sops. Neat. Closer look in the north, closer look on the west coast. East coast, kind of. And La Plata. Or this general area. Sops spread out all across the continent, making for a really interesting mix in the Peruvian area. We're already thinking about how to better visualize the coexistence of these two types of countries in the political layer, but it's going to take some time to get there, sure. Locations. Amazon Gaming, let's go. I was about to ask, are there any like playable tags in the Amazon, but I know what the answer is already. It's not even worth asking. In fact, there aren't even any sops in the Amazon, at least not deep in the Amazon. Sort of over here, kind of. Very few sops. Locations, very nice. Pretty dense, actually, over here in Peru. And surprisingly dense in the Amazon, actually. Dude. Sometimes I look at these and I'm like, is all this really necessary? Waiter, more locations, please. Every square kilometer must be a location in the tip of South America. Please, more. There are complaints from the Argentine and Brazilian players, so they can do more, yes. They probably could. According to my calculations, this pixel over here actually should be included in the Cowes location. Thank you. Talk a bit more in depth about the design of the Brazilian locations if you scroll down in the terrain section. Oh, nice. areas, of course. More areas. Amazon, pretty big. Brazil mentioned. Brasil mencionado. Let's go. Someone saw the Patagonian front in Kaiser Redux and decided we need to simulate their economic growth. So real. I think I've played as Patagonia in Kaiser Redux once, but it was like 4 years ago or something. It was a while back. I think I lost too. Not sure how I'm feeling about the sea tile layouts. I mean, they're all kind of like this along the coasts, right? They have the stuff that's most immediately hugging the coast of the continent, and then they have the ones that are on the slightly outer shell of that. And then you have the currents, you have areas around islands, and then everything else is impassable. Took me way too long to notice that this is South America. Thought it was some weird Anatolia/Greece nonsense. I mean, I could understand where you're coming from. Since I like zoomed in pretty close into here, I could kind of see where you're coming from. With like the archipelago, maybe. Anyway, yeah, the Andes, and etc. Wait, what is this? Hold on. Are these areas? These are areas. I have questions about these. Like, maybe I'm crazy, but these feel like really weirdly defined areas. Am I crazy for that? Like, I'm looking at this one and I'm like, hey, that's pretty small when you compare it to the area next to it, which is remarkably much larger than this one is. Same with this one being kind of small and this one being weirdly shaped. Probably done through the mountains. I mean, it is for sure done through the mountains. I guess it's not as easy to figure out exactly what their true shape is, because we can't see on this map what is a mountain and what is a location. It just feels a bit off. It's literally just a vibes-based thing. I don't know. Super weird that the area with the oldest agricultural societies in the Americas and the second most urbanized region in the Americas is so sparse. Referring to Peru, you mean? Like this area? I don't know what you mean by sparse. The Andes? Let me look at the map again. You get some of the Andes here, but not a lot. Over here. This doesn't feel so sparse. This seems actually fairly dense to me. Like, this feels denser than the rest of South America that we've seen so far. In terms of locations, if that's what you mean by sparse. Lacking in tags. Oh, I see. I don't know too much about this time period. It's not really lacking in SOPs, though. It does have quite a few. But in terms of tags, I might somewhat agree with you, but I don't have a good basis to agree or disagree. Mayas were South America, right? Bram, the Mayas were in Mesoamerica. which is in Central America. The Yucatan Peninsula, if you're familiar. It's like the eastern part of Mexico that sort of juts up into the Gulf of Mexico. That's where the Mayans were. You have big pre-Inca powers in the Andes that controlled areas the game considers non-state here. Not even that long before the game starts? Maybe we'll see if somebody brought that up in the comments. I'm kind of scrolling through these. Oh, this is where we were, actually. That's fine. Okay, tropical. Makes sense. Arctic. Yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense. It's somewhat, remarkable how well the Incans did. Very fascinating. God, I need to learn more about the Incans. They had like a... I guess not like this time period yet, but as time went on, more so from... I think it was actually, 1438 is when Pachacuti ascended to the throne in Cusco, and then went ahead and, you know, forged the Incan Empire. You know, he kind of went crazy with it, I guess. But what's most interesting about Peru, in my opinion, is the complex logistics network that was created to supply the empire. With its system of messengers and storehouses and tunnels through mountains. It's like really crazy stuff that the Incans were doing. The bridges they were making as well. With all the terrain that they were, I don't know, with the spawn point they were given. With the terrain that they had to work with, they did pretty cool stuff with it. Anyway, yeah, pretty sparse vegetation, that makes sense. Pretty arid, pretty cold, pretty mountainous up here in the Andes. We have some grassland over here, lots of grassland in Brazil, some jungle, some forest. I think this might be new, the cross-hatching that they have here. Well, it's not cross-hatching, it's just like the pattern that they have. I don't remember if that was a thing in the previous dev diaries. Huge geographical variations in South America, being one of the most diverse continents. One of the things I wanted to discuss is that we've tried to portray Mata Atlântica, the original forest cover that was present in Brazil before the Portuguese colonized it, and a different type of land exploitation started. In this regard, we've been reading the feedback of the Brazilian community, and I want to say that our intention here is to portray the most realistic situation for 1337. That said, we've already internally discussed that we may reduce its scope so it doesn't look so extreme, but we'd like to hear your opinions about it. And here you have one of the images that we used as a reference for it, so you get a good grasp of our intention. Right. Oh, that's crazy. I didn't quite realize how extensive the deforestation was on the east coast of Brazil. I didn't even know that there was ever this much forest here. Corbett, all of Brazil is east coast? Okay, but as opposed to inland Brazil. Not all of Brazil is east coast. This isn't east coast. This is like inland, you know? It's like continental. East coast is I'm referring to like the coast. Like, you know, all the stuff that's coastal. But no one lives there? Some people live there, just not a lot of people live there. I'd also recommend California, British Isles, and China for your deforestation needs. I'd recommend ancient Mesopotamia for your deforestation needs. Who was it that built so many boats in, like, Arabia that it basically deforested the entire region? I feel like it was Oman, but maybe I'm wrong. Like, they wanted boats for doing, you know, merchant things, and so the deforestation was, like, very thorough. You know how little that narrows it down, Corbin? Okay, no, that's true. I have a feeling it was Oman. I don't know. Anyway. Can you deforest in EU5? I hope so. Time to chop down all the trees, let's go. Oh, maybe Iceland, actually. Were there ever trees in Iceland? I don't think there are nowadays. Or at least not a lot of trees. Coastal nations trying to not ruin the whole place for boats? Impossible. Ireland, I think? Yeah, there are a lot of places that kind of fit that bill. Kind of happened a lot. Easter Island, yep. Rapa Nui. Not a tree in sight. Not anymore. Actually, do people actually live on Rapa Nui these days? Or Easter Island? In 1995, UNESCO named Easter Island a World Heritage Site, with much of the island protected within Rapa Nui National Park. There is a population. What do you know? Anyway, I'm yapping again. Let's actually try not to get too distracted, because remember, we have like 5 more things to go through. So, we're gonna have to move on, I think. Development. Chimu did have some development. Not very familiar with... who is that? I'm not actually sure how I would even pronounce that name there. I think that is... It's hard to tell if it's XLL-ANG or if it's XILANG. And I don't know how I would pronounce that. But they seem to have a city. It's funny because there's actually almost nothing in Cusco. For now. Natural harbors? Yo! World's biggest harbor here. Imagine the size of this harbor. It's actually a lot in Argentina. This makes sense. Look at that. You could fit some perfect harbors in this location. Culture. That's a lot. That's like a lot, actually. I didn't really consider the scope when I first said that. That's a lot of cultures. And it goes all the way down to here. Now this one's interesting. Because, remind me if I'm wrong here, chat. But I don't think I don't think anyone lived on the Falklands. Like, at all. I don't remember if the Falklands were ever inhabited by humans until the British arrived. There are some islands that I think literally just no one went to. Or if they did, there's like no evidence that they left behind. Falklands should have penguin culture, so true. Were the Falklands ever inhabited? Okay, so what I'm getting from Falkland Islands government, the website, is it says the islands were entirely unoccupied until 1765. They have, quote, never had any native inhabitants and no indigenous people have ever been displaced. Because apparently, literally no one ever went there. But they are believed to have been uninhabited before the Europeans arrived. But maybe someone went there like a few times and then left. I don't know. Maybe. The French went there 1 year before the Brits. That's kind of funny, actually. But anyway, I think it's the same for South Georgia as well. Might be hard to see on stream, but it's like right here, above my my right shoulder. Not much reason to go to the island. Not much reason until you need naval projection. Anyway, curious. I'm sure they'll actually address it. I should just keep reading. That's a lot of cultures. Nice. Let's see. The jewel of the crown in this region, we've tried to portray the pre-Columbian cultural diversity of these lands as accurately as possible. And then we have the results. Nice. Languages. Holy. One big one. We also have Quechua, or Quechuan. What is that one? Aymara. If that was a lot of cultures, gotta get on the colonizer mindset. Oh god. Insert that... What's that meme? That VeggieTales meme. Allow us to introduce ourselves. Languages that group these cultures. Cool. Religions. Waiter, more religions, please. That's a lot. Although, not as many as I was expecting, actually. But still a lot. Like, I can't even talk about most of these. Because I don't know what they are. The only one I'm familiar with would of course be Inti. Yes. All animist? Well, they're going to have their different groupings. In fact, with this dev diary, there may no longer be any animist at all in the whole game. There should not be any religion that is called animist anymore, because they've all been split up into their regional groupings. No way they're doing unique religion mechanics for all these religions, right? We'll see. My prediction is that they're going to have, like, some of the major influential religions are going to have their own fully fleshed mechanics, but my other prediction is that the ones that have their own regional groupings are going to have mechanics for the regional groupings, and then each of the smaller ones might have, like, a very small modifier or, like, a slight change to that mechanic, which is unique for themselves. Oh, here we go. We've tried to do our best to group the cultural religions of South America into different groups based on common beliefs, gods, rituals, etc. Also, the Inti religion has its own different mechanics, which we will explain in the future. Perfect. Then we see what we can find here. Raw goods. Oh look, is that gold? Is that gold? And more gold, and more gold, and more and more and more and more and more gold? And more gold, and even more gold? And we haven't even gotten to Peru yet. Oh look, is that more gold? More gold, chat? Is that more gold? Did you say gold? Oh look, more gold? That's crazy. And silver? Is that the Potosi silver mine? Yet to be created? More gold, more silver, more gold. More gold. We love gold. Wannabe conquistadors frothing at the mouth. All of the second and third sons in Spain eyeing up an opportunity to make their fortune. Any iron? Yeah, there's some iron. Iron here, iron there. Some lead, even. Nice. Oh, look, more gold. Did somebody say gold? What are legumes? Beans. Yeah, lentils, beans. Are potatoes legumes? Legumes. Beans. Peas, nuts. Lupins. So much corn, let's go. Oh wait, there are potatoes on the map. I didn't even realize. Were potatoes always a good? I don't think so. Taters are tubers. Potato VTubers? That's crazy. If I put a picture of a potato on screen, does that make it a VTuber? Is maize corn? Yes. If you do make whiskey, we'll sue you. Wait, does that make Potato McWhiskey a VTuber? Revolutionary stuff happening here, folks. Can't wait for the Ruffles unique building. Alright, anyway. Let's see, lots of different natural resources in South America. You may note that some are more common compared to other regions, such as medicaments. And tweaking the color of different resources, nice. Markets, not a whole lot to look at here. Wait, does this all belong to that one city? Me when absolutely zero market access? Let's go. Okay, let's discuss the numbers. In total, the continent has 10.22 million people. Surely this will not be brought up as a point of discussion in the replies. Surely. Surely. Okay. There's a lot of maps. There we go. Let me screen cap that one. Thank you, Pelias. We might skip the dev responses just for the sake of time. I need to drink more water. Okay, number 17. How is gameplay going to work as Cusco, trying to form the Incan Empire with so many uncolonized lands in the region? Also, the Muisca should technically have a few more subdivisions, such as Tundama and Iraka. They have some unique features, but it's pretty hardcore at this moment. Okay. For the colonies, will there be some kind of decision to unify all colonies of the same culture group? I think they mentioned this earlier, actually. Could be a thing. Bookmarking, okay. I think earlier they mentioned wanting to merge colonies at some point, yeah. In some other thread. I don't remember. What do we have? 25. Can't believe there's only 5.07 people in the Andes, yeah. $33. The Chinche market is huge. Does that present any issues to the Andean tags? There's a bug that needs to be fixed, which is why it covers so much land. Okay. Can always do the dev responses after. That's true. Or I mean, like, right now, I guess. What was next? 51? Screenshot of the whole continent in a political map mode. It's just not a whole lot going on here. You have the Andes, of course, that have the different polities. And then a few up here, one up here, and then the rest are, with us in spirit, I guess. EU4 on release moment. Well, they have the societies of pops, but I don't think they do much right now. Uh, 52. Dynamic raw goods are already implemented. I mean, they have to be implemented. If they're gonna have potatoes as a raw resource that can be, you know, grown from whatever territory, then that necessitates being able to model the Columbian exchange. Potatoes in Ireland, exactly. What's next? 64? Not exactly related to the map, but is the unique style of Inca inheritance represented in some way? I think it's quite significant since it was a major incentive for their rulers to go out and conquer other lands. Yeah, okay, we could go all the way down like the weird path of the Incan inheritance. But basically the idea is that when a ruler died, they still maintained control over the lands that they had conquered. If you play EU4 Incans, actually, this is somewhat kind of represented, sort of, in a way, kind of. Somewhat. Like, they do mention it in EU4. I mean, yeah, let's, reading the wiki page, which is actually not a very large wiki page, but, let's see. Newly enthroned Incan king would be required to build his own palace complex and burial chamber, because the city from which the new king would rule had to be in a territory that he had conquered himself. For this reason, supreme effort was made by rulers to secure as much land as possible, to ensure not only wealth for one's descendants and cult, but also to secure a place for eternity. Yeah. And apparently, yes, this is modeled. Doesn't do much, sadly. The only way that it's, like, kind of implemented is that the more times that your rulers change in EU4, I think it, like, does something to your government power. I don't remember. But eventually you get to, like, rewrite history, in a way, kind of. Like, eventually you get to the thing where you're like, alright, time for a, what do they call it? Like a new Genesis or something? When you're like, okay, time to rewrite history. History now begins from here. Or something like that. So it kind of, like, gets rid of the older rulers, but that's just an EU4, I think. Ground shaker, I think, is the concept that they would call that, which is why I think Pachacuti was called the ground shaker or something. Or maybe not. Was that an EU4 thing? It does exist in EU4. Genesis of history or something? Yeah. Or the Earth Shaker, maybe. Oh, maybe it was called Earth Shaker, not Ground Shaker. Yeah, maybe that was it. Maybe it was Earth Shaker. Anyway. Hey, Mono. Anyway, let's see. Where were we at? 64? Let's go to 65. Was there any criteria in drawing the locations? A mix of geographical, administrative, and cultural layers for regions such as pre-colonial Brazil. Okay. Then 60... That was 65, actually. Then we have 82. It's tough to depict the groups that lived here, but there's a lack even of SOPs. Okay. When depicting these types of corridors, the standard we use is, could an army with cannons and supply wagons cross it? Because that's a possible behavior in the game that we want to take care of. So even if Orellana managed to go downstream the Amazon with 50 men, it doesn't necessarily mean that a colonial army could use the same route. Which is an extra reason to not portray it, not even as a corridor. Interesting. Okay then. 86, zoomed out religion map. Very cool. Pi. $157. Now that the Tinto maps are drawing to a close, would it be possible to know how base trade goods are distributed? Oh? Interesting. Coffee's the rarest thing on Earth? That's kind of funny. Lumber being the most abundant, that makes sense. Livestock, wild game, fish, wheat, fur, legumes. How common is gold, actually? Less common than sand, but more common than wine. Very cool. More common than copper. Neat. Or, yeah. What else do we have? 181. Why can there not be a location without a market assigned? The basic logic of the economy requires a location to be part of a market, even if it's not efficient. Markets are mostly relevant to the way landed countries work, so it's not a hugely relevant issue. Yeah. Yeah, market access is partially, in some way it's like the distance, but like if a location becomes important enough, because markets are dynamic, they can consume the tiles of other markets. If a place becomes important enough, even though it's far away from the current market that it's in, it might just create its own market. I think that's how it works. Oh my god, it's like 5 o'clock. Okay, I really need to get through these. Maybe... What are we at right now? 181? Okay, we'll go through these really quickly. 225. Oh boy, that's a whole lot of reading. State religions in South America, have you merged them? Yes, merged religions, cool. What's the name of Cusco's formable? Inca or Tawantinsuyu? Inca for the moment, but we might have the option to pick, based. Do you consider Kipu to be writing when deciding what advances the Andean tags have at game start? It is considered yes. Does that mean it will be there or not? Who knows? 4. Why is this culture called Inca? The word Inca in Quechua means ruler. Doesn't sound like the name of a culture to me. We'll double check. Okay, cool. 5, not really a question. Please with the location density of the Andes. However, a lot of location names in Peru that are not readable. Okay, these are the zoom in ones. Neat. And then question 7 is not a question. Okay. So they want. Wait. They learned to play EU4 by playing as Cusco. What is wrong with this person? What? Why would you do that? Based? I mean, kind of. But what is wrong with you? I would like to learn this grand strategy game. Allow me to begin by playing one of the toughest starts in the entire game. Why though? I don't know. 226. How province maps appear to players with impassable wastelands distinguished as null entities. Sure, perfect. 240. Okay, they're talking about a treaty that forces both parties to say Falklands in English and Malvinas when speaking Spanish. Neither Argentina nor the United Kingdom invited Tinto to those talks, therefore we are non-signatories and are not bound by the treaty. Good meme. And then apparently, none for the third page. Okay, perfect. Yeah, we're gonna keep on moving on because we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of these to go through. Okay, we're gonna keep on going because it has been 4 hours and it's 5 o'clock and I don't want to keep going for too long. Hold on 1 second. Okay, we're alive. Nice. Yeah, first campaign in EU5 actually. Siberian natives. Let's go. Alright, let's see. Special gift for you all. Oh, thank you. That's nice. We're talking a bit about how it is when we start playing in Project Caesar. Oh, that's cool. We get a little slice of what it's like to actually play the game. Through the eyes of... not us, unfortunately. That should be me, actually. I should be the one playing, and then giving you guys the breakdown. Okay, Norway. Voice crack. Good start. Time to drink some water, maybe. Alrighty. A lot of pop for Norway. 471,000. Maybe. Alrighty, we start in a union with Sweden, as we have the same king, who's only 20 years old at the start of the game. He's married, though, to Blanche of Namur, who in history gave birth to Hakon, who became the king of Norway. The current heir is Euphemia, the king's younger sister, who is married to Albrecht of Mecklenburg. Norway is a rather big country, but most of it is sparsely populated and not very developed. There are a few main concentrations of population around the Oslo fjord in the south, around Trøndelag in the north, and on the western coast around Bergen and Stavanger. Peak Norwegian, I'm sure. Alright, 6 towns or cities in the Kingdom of Norway, and 382,000 people living in 115 rural locations. Neat. 6 towns of Norway. These populations include the entire countryside of the location, including all peasants. Oslo has about 900 burghers at the start of the game. This creates a bit of a challenge as we do not have either a concentrated population nor a large one. These population numbers are of course going to change dramatically in a few decades as the Black Death is not exactly avoidable. Oh yeah, so that's probably why it's a lot of pop for Norway, isn't it? Other challenges to consider as well, we do not have our own market and trade through the Lübeck market. Neat. This has some benefits and some challenges. First of all, it's a market which has a lot of Hanseatic merchants and access to goods will be plenty. The heartland around our capital in the south also has great market access. However, the rest of the country is not so lucky. So what do we do at the start? First of all, Norway has a small population. Can't rely on large-scale raw material production, but should perhaps aim for a more capital economy. One way to achieve that is to grant a privilege to the burghers. It will make them more powerful, but I think it's worth it. Oh, I see. So the idea is you don't have a large center or size population, so instead you should try to specialize your population in being able to, say, trade. That'll make generally the whole population wealthier because you can't, extract a bunch of resources. I wonder if there's a way for you to actually promote like population growth and stuff. Well, you can with a census, but I don't know how quickly you can increase the population in Norway. And maybe you wouldn't want to do that early on anyway, because the Black Death is coming. Another way is to check the alerts and see that our population has some needs that are not fulfilled. While we may not care all that much if the pops in Orkney get what they need from the Dublin market, we can at least look into addressing the needs in Lübeck. A lack of wine, beer, and silver. The amount of wine needed is nothing I care about now, but it is clear we could benefit from addressing the other needs, like beer and silver, okay. We have a silver mine in Kongsberg, which we can expand. Okay. This is really just victory, isn't it? You're like, alright, let's look at the market, see what the pops need. Time to expand production for those things. Wait, what is this? Silver in Kongsberg, current output, 1.18. Beer? Question mark? Or maybe it's just like a placeholder for general resources, I don't know. Level 1 mine here, and due to the development of the area, we can get to a level 6 mine, at most, employing up to 6,000 peasants. There is a demand far higher than supply in the market, but fully upgraded we should be able to supply it fully. This will be an important part of our economy, and we are already able to collect 5% of our taxes only from this location. Okay. I start expanding the mines, with 1 level for now, and look into doing more diversification for my economy. The beer demand will easily solve itself over the next few months, as either the burghers will import more, or the Hansa or someone else will import to fulfill demands, or some AI miner will build a few more breweries. I want to get a higher trade capacity. I could build markets or fishing villages in the countryside, but for now I think a wharf in every coastal town would be the best benefit, as they impact the proximity calculations and give some sailors as well. Remember, towns in this case are not just, they're not like the smallest level. Locations can be, I think, either rural, towns, or cities. So it's not like a lot of ports that you're building. I think. A wharf in every coastal town would be the best. Okay, sure. Small rural building. Traditional economy. Development. Market price impact. Oh, okay, so because you have access to lumber and masonry in the market, it actually makes it cheaper to build that. That's cool. Other things to consider at the start of the game as well. Assigning the cabinet to their duties is one. As we start with 70 legitimacy, I assign a noble to increase the legitimacy of the king. Right. Effective skill of strengthening government. Some of it comes from the king. Some of it comes from royal marriage rights. Some actually gets reduced from crown power. I don't know if that's from having too much or too little. We'll see. And 60 from somebody in the cabinet, I assume. Shouldn't Norway suffer less from the Black Plague due to already sparse population spread over a vast area? In theory, yes. That would make sense. What is the practical difference between towns and cities in this case? I think towns have access to certain kinds of buildings that purely rural areas do not. And then cities have access to even more particular buildings. I think it has to do with building access, like what you're allowed to build in there. I would assume. So I think in areas that are less than towns, I don't know if they're just called a rural or whatever, but I think towns you can build, say, like ports in, but I don't think the smaller areas you can build ports in. As an example. And then cities, of course, you can build ports. And maybe you can't build, like, administration in towns. Maybe you can only build that in, like, cities. Or, like, universities. Or whatever. In cities. Probably only Norwegians or some very knowledgeable people about Scandinavian medieval history who find it absolutely hilarious for this guy to do this. Oh, because I'm sure after this, Norway, it said Norway starts as a union in Sweden, but I assume what that means is that very soon after, Norway tries to get its independence. The goal now is to slowly build up an economy based around my towns and survive the Black Death as best as possible. The goal during the next few decades would be to build up a simple gravel road from Oslo, past Hamar, over Tinset to Nidaros. Wait, sorry, did that say the goal during the next few decades? I'm sorry, what was that? Okay. This is just a quick, small overview of the start of the game in one country. Very cool. Please give me the game. Would there be anything to look at here? Maybe? I would actually love to have more of these. These kinds of, like, mini AARs. Where it's not just like gameplay mechanics. Those are great and all to have the gameplay mechanics kind of, you know, thrown at you in the dev diaries, and you can try to, like, piece them together in your mind to figure out, like, okay, so what would this actually mean in terms of gameplay? The problem with that, the difficulty, is that we don't have the game. So we don't really know how each of these things interact in practice. So having more of these would be really cool, I think. I just hope we get to see China. I can't imagine it will be like the rest of the game at all. Well, it certainly won't be when the Red Turban Rebellion starts. Thank you, Pelias. There we go. Okay, we have 148. Norway being 20 to 25% urbanized feels weird. It definitely isn't. Total amount of city dwellers, i.e. burgers, is about 3,000 in the entire country. I don't know where they got the 20 to 25% urbanized. Like, you can literally scroll up. Hold on. You can scroll up here and see this is the population of people living in towns or cities. This is the rest of the population. So I don't actually know where they got that from. But, okay, dude. They didn't read? I guess so. 151. Now I really want to start a game in the PC. In the PC. Oh, Project Caesar. Right. Sorry. I keep forgetting. Project Caesar, not EU4. Or not EU5. My bad. My apologies. Secret game with codename Project Caesar. Anyway, it's actually a bit easier than an EU4. Okay, huge. Bizaboos are so back. Alright, 154. How much monthly income Norway has from that tax base? Or do we start with some ducats in the treasury, trying to get a sense of how quickly you can build things and understand if spending around 164 ducats as a country is a small economic miracle pulled off for the sake of this or par for the course? About 18 tax income each month for a positive balance of about 8 each month, with court and diplomacy costs at half. Okay. 155. Can we mark some areas as unimportant/important to show when they lack goods in different warning colors? I hope we'll get a TT about alerts at some point. Fair bit of new systems for alerts, but also have the classic green, yellow, red like our other GCGs, or GSGs, why did I say that? Cool. Darn, no more AARs. Tragic. Alright, 158. It's an interesting start that is very different from which small neighboring country should I fabricate claims on in EU4. Yeah, that's not really a thought I have when playing Project Caesar. It really is going to be a very different game, isn't it? Interesting. 163. Speaking of Magnus IV and Hakon, is their flavor depicting the splitting of the union between Hakon, who became king of Norway, and his brother Eric, who would have become Sweden's, instead of the union continuing? We're working on that, okay. Scandinavian history. What do you know? Second page. Yeah, rest in peace, the map painter. Yeah, you are getting Victoria 3 medieval style, and you will like it. Okay, maybe not medieval style, but you know what I mean. Get ready for Victoria 3-2. Alrighty, 171. Does building that road make sense? It seems like using a sea route to connect those two locations would be faster than constructing a gravel road over hills and mountains. Sea routes already exist and can only be marginally upgraded with some port buildings or better advances. So they do already exist, but I guess it just like gives you another option, makes it more efficient maybe. EU4, Mayo and taxes too? True. Alright, 172. As a country with a lot of forests, would expanding/building lumber mills get us some economic boost in the early game and easier/cheaper access to lumber building material? Yes, as the economy is traditional, so better RGO output. However, Scandinavia is swimming in lumber, so prices are low on that lumber. That makes sense. 173. Will a new market get created separate from Lübeck, or will Lübeck market change name into Oslo or something if Norway manages to have a strong trade, presence? What will happen to the other countries in the Lübeck market? Will they get angry and envious at Norway's market and want to fight or embargo Norway? You would have to make your own market in Oslo. You would have to make your own market. So that's like a deliberate decision. It doesn't just happen because you have more influence. Yeah, okay. I think I see what they're saying. You'd have to make your own market in Oslo because now it has to fight for control over the influence of the locations that the Lübeck node already has control over. You don't just get to usurp the entire market. You would have to make a new market. And then try to expand the influence of that market. So if you decide to make a new one, you have to weigh what are you getting from the Lübeck market, what are you exporting to the Lübeck market to decide, do you actually want to make your own market? Would it be worth it? Or would it be better to just continue trading in the Lübeck market because you get what you need and you can export what you want to export? Remember, you're Norway. It's not like it's not like you're doing early modern Norwegian autarky or something. Like, your population is not that large. Your access to resources is somewhat limited. It's not like you're really producing everything you need in the Oslo market. You're gonna have to trade. You know, produce things you're good at producing, import things you're not good at producing. I would assume playing as Norway, you're gonna stay in the Lübeck market for quite a while. Expand your market with Navy, build from unlimited lumber? True. Yeah, I'm actually curious about how, like, colonial markets work. Like, if you are playing as Norway, and you're like, okay, how about totally random example, how about I set up colonies in Canada? How do those markets interact with your home market? How do things get from point A to point B then? I guess we'll find out. Yeah, what if you're setting up some really cool fisheries around Newfoundland? Anyway, 174, what is silver actually used for? Minting and jewelry and such? Silver is used by minting and creating jewelry. No, it will not cost money to make money. Which is funny because it kind of does cost money to make money. But I guess so, sure. 175, could this list show the burger population in brackets next to the total population? In theory, yes. Okay. 176. You mentioned building wharves wherever possible. One of my least favorite things in EU4 is the moment you gotta spam courthouses/factories. This has even more locations. Has anything been done to make this less of a painful task, such as a build in top 10 locations button? Well, you only have 6 towns as Norway, and one of them is inland, so... Yeah, you only have to build 5 as Norway, for example, but let's say you're playing as, I don't know, Yuan or something. And now you have a lot more than just 6 towns. And maybe you want to, like, expand the wharves in all of them. Like, how do you do that? Well, they say there are automation systems for buildings, though, if you don't want to care. So that's cool. Maybe you can automate certain regions, like have governors or something. I think that was actually the last one, which is good, because we should move on to the next one. It's been almost 5 hours. I'm not trying to be here for like a total 11, you know? Finally, something for 2025. We're getting closer. Alright. New Tinto Talks. We're going over all of the trade goods. Huge. Goods that are raw materials may be extracted from RGO operations, of course. Many of them also have buildings that can produce their goods at slightly less efficiency or capacity. Something like dyes come to mind. You can probably either craft dyes in a workshop, or we know that they exist on the map as stuff that you can just have RGOs for. Produced goods can only be produced from various buildings, of course. Some goods have a base production, which is added to each market, scaled by total development of said market. Oh, wait, what? Have a base production, added to each market, scaled by the total development of that market. Okay. I don't think I understand what that means, but alright. Some resources require more trade capacity than others to move a resource between markets. Unless specified, the transport cost is 1. This is actually a big thing that exists in Victoria 3 that I don't think the game tells you. Maybe it does. But eventually you just kind of notice, like, wait, hold on a second. It takes a lot more convoys to move engines than it does to move wheat. And that's because, yeah, things are, like, heavy. Isn't that crazy? Who could have guessed? Things have different weight and take up different sizes? Anyway, let's see. The price range changes depending on the age, where in the age of tradition, prices currently range from 50% to 200% of the default price. I'm pretty sure in Victoria 3 even, it's only up to, what, plus 75%? So it can go up to 175% of the default price in Victoria 3, I think. But then it gets even crazier because in the Age of Revolutions, the prices can range from 20% to 500% of the default price. So it's not like Victoria 3 where you can eventually just conjure guns and artillery out of thin air, and it'll just kind of work. Now the price of things actually scales up to, well, I guess in theory it should scale infinitely, but of course they're not going to do that. Theoretically, anything can be sold for any price. It just sort of depends. Anyway, default price, yeah, that makes sense. Price in each market depends on supply and demand, of course. Goods are required by POPs, units, building inputs, constructions, and more. One important aspect is that you actually need the goods, and if the demand is higher than the supply, then buildings or POPs in locations further away from the market center will simply not get the goods they require. That makes sense. If the market center is, I don't know, let's just say, for example, you're playing Norway again. So the market center is in Oslo, let's say. Somewhere up in northern Norway, along the northern coast, is a lot less likely to get grain when grain is 200% the default price. There will simply be no grain left to sell to those people up north. So they will have to eat fish instead. Tragic. Yeah, you have to pay a premium for scarce goods. Let them eat fish. Yeah, you would have thought that that would work in France, you know? The grain prices are too high, just make them eat fish. Easy. There, we did it. We stopped the French Revolution, guys. Okay, what do we have for raw materials? Horses. Default price 3, transport cost 2. Cool. Horses. Clay. Default price 0.25, base production 0.02. But no transport cost? Type of soil used by humanity for the production of pottery and ceramics since prehistoric times. Also used in construction, in combination with other materials, or in creating bricks, clay tablets, etc. Sand, the most memed RGO. Let's go. Yeah, main material for production of glass. I think you can also, you can make sand bricks, can't you? Like a form of sand bricks? Or maybe I'm crazy. Depends on the sand, I think. It has different compositions. Stone, a classic. Default price 1, transport cost 5, base production 0.01. Coal, default price 2, transport cost of 2. See, what's interesting about coal is that it was used for a long time before the Industrial Revolution. Especially when lumber was scarce, coal mining actually picked up at some points in history, say for example in Britain. So coal was actually used for a while before the Industrial Revolution, but eventually the sheer amount of energy required in the Industrial Revolution made it simply more efficient. Well, also there were advancements and stuff, right? Like certain kinds of machinery, like pumps and whatnot. But yeah, coal. I played an entire D&D session during this stream. Okay, play another one. We'll still be here. Iron, default price 3, transport cost 2, cool. I don't think we need to, like, really go through all these. Like, it's just, we know what's going on here. Iron, copper, gold, we love that. Okay, I actually do want to know about gold, though. Production impacts inflation. So what do you mean about that? What do you mean by that? Gold was the basis of many currencies, right? Production impacts inflation. You would think that gold would just be on its own not much, but you could mint it into currency. So, interesting. Same thing with silver. Slightly less valuable. Tin, lead, for firearms, of course. What do you even use tin for? To prevent corrosion, as well as to make pewter, very common in tableware. Silk, of course, dyes, incense, tea, cocoa. Used as a stimulant by the Aztec, Incan, and Indian rulers. Wait, what? Indian rulers since the early medieval times. Cocoa in India? Surely no. Am I crazy? Cocoa tangent? Okay, maybe we don't do the cocoa tangent. Bronze cannons? Yeah, that's fair. Okay, interesting. Oh, they meant like Native Americans. Okay. popularized in Europe by the early 16th century when the Spaniards imported it. Of course, right? Cocoa became a luxury. It did. Coffee, discovered in the northeast region of Ethiopia. But I thought coffee... Was a different form of coffee also indigenous to the Americas? If I remember correctly, in the South America dev diary, they had coffee somewhere. Hold on. We can literally check this. We can literally scroll down. We love tangents. Let's go. Am I crazy or wasn't there coffee here? Maybe I'm crazy. I might have gone crazy. Well, that's a shame. Never mind. There shouldn't be. I mean, I figured, yeah. Coffee was imported. Okay, I think I'm actually just insane then. It happens. Alright, fiber crops. Cool. Ivory, they're gonna mention ivory without importing or mentioning the Greenland ivory woolly mammoth meme. Me when EU4 and I colonize Greenland and I get ivory and then everyone makes that meme where they're like, oh my god, woolly mammoths in Greenland. And then that joke gets repeated year after year several times for like a decade. I love that. What is wild game? Like leather and meat? Did they mention wild game yet? They didn't mention it yet. We'll see. Because we have fur, so you're thinking like, wait a second. Wouldn't it make sense for fur to also be wild game? But we'll see. Lumber, of course. Salts, huge for preserving food. Sugar, actually, really big for preserving food as well. Different kinds of food. Sugar was a really big thing because it allowed you to preserve things like fruit. But salt was really good for preserving stuff like meat. So really important for naval expeditions, that kind of thing. Medicaments for treating illnesses, cool. Gems, very neat. Am I crazy, chat? But these kind of look like, you ever have Jolly Ranchers? We have the forbidden Jolly Ranchers here. They do kind of look like candy. Chaos Emeralds. Never heard of using sugar to preserve fruit? Okay, well maybe maybe I hallucinate. You ever considered that? Sugaring is a food preservation method similar to pickling. Sugaring is the process of desiccating food by first dehydrating it, then packing it with pure sugar. Etc., etc. Creates a hostile environment to microbial life, commonly used to preserve fruits as well as vegetables, such as ginger. A risk in sugaring is that sugar itself attracts moisture. Yeah, it can also lead to fermentation. Honey is naturally sugared? Yeah, I think that's one of the reasons why honey takes like a really, really long time to go bad. If it's in like, I think it needs to be in like a preserved environment still, but on its own. Oh no, what a tragedy it would be if my grapes were to ferment. How unfortunate. Anyway, Jolly Ranchers aside, pearls, cool. We've got amber. Basically just jewelry and ornaments, I guess? Yeah, that makes sense. Saltpeter. Fertilizer or salt for meat processing. Okay. And then gunpowder, of course. Mix it together with some charcoal and sulfur. Let's see. Alum. Important for the tanning process. Okay. Spices. General spices. Mostly for their medicinal value and for their ability to improve the taste of food. Neat. Wine. Of course, elephants. Oh, right. Right, elephant battalions. Elephants in warfare. Hannibal moment. Marble. Mercury. Kind of interested to see what you're gonna do with mercury. Important to refine gold and silver. Oh, what do you know? So I guess you'll need mercury in stuff like gold refineries? Or maybe you need mercury for gold mines or silver mines or something. We should have been able to notice that actually if we went back to... I know we're going all over the place, right? But just give me 1 second here. Because we went and saw that they were building a silver mine, right? Okay, so what does silver actually mean? Default building time, building costs. Okay, so it doesn't seem to like actually require anything other than employment, and it has an output. So... makes you wonder what the mercury is actually used for then, anyway. Cotton, big thing. Sugar, a really big thing. Yep, not only as a sweetener, but also for food preservation. Tobacco. Basically just to, not just to smoke, actually. I think tobacco is also something you could chew. Chewing tobacco. But anyway, wait. Food. Wool. What? I mean, I guess it represents you, like, also farming the sheep, like, for their meat as well. And mercury to become immortal, so true. Surely it will prolong your life and not shorten it. Surely. We can eat wool. We're moths. Okay, so like, actual question, although maybe we don't have the answer. When you do an RGO, is it literally the wool itself that produces food, or every time you produce wool as a byproduct, it also produces food? Because wool itself, obviously you're gonna use that in like manufacturing clothing. So... I don't know how that's gonna work. If you decide to make clothes, do you not get to get food from the wool? I guess we'll find out. Wild game, source of food and nutrition for local populations, especially in sparsely populated rural communities. The hunt of wild animals such as elk, deer, boars, and more are an important cornerstone of a society due to the fact that the aforementioned animals contribute leather, bones, entrails, and nutrition to the populace. Fish, very cool. Wheat, I assume wheat would be like the most nutritious out of all these produced. That would be, that would make sense. Well, wheat and other kind of like staple crops. So wheat and maize, of course. Rice, I assume, as well. And potatoes, maybe. 10 food produced per rice. That's crazy. Sturdy grains. Greater resistance to poor quality soils and dry conditions. Neat. Legumes. Then we have potatoes. Let's go. It helped the rise of the Andean civilizations thanks to its hardiness and high caloric density. After the Columbian Exchange, it spread all around the globe, and by 1750, it was a staple food in Europe, facilitating its 19th century population boom. Yeah, potato farms in Vic 3 when? I guess they already have those, but specifically it's for producing alcohol. Livestock, very cool. I guess wool is differentiated from livestock in general. Olives. I assume livestock could also not just be for food, but for workforce, right? I wonder if you can use livestock for stuff like, to improve like farming methods. Olives, dates, fruit in general. And we have produced goods, like tar, porcelain, naval supplies. I guess a lot of these are just going to be for pop needs, right? Like porcelain, you just need that because rich people like it. It exists just to flex. Naval supplies, of course, firearms, cannons, weaponry in general, melee weaponry, I guess, glass, steel. Cloth, fine cloth, liquor, beer, slaves, paper, books, jewelry. Not really too much to get out of this dev diary other than getting to know all the things that are currently in the game, with the potential for this to expand a little bit. I think they actually already differentiated tools from metalworking, which is I think what they originally called the combination of weaponry and tools. I think that was already a split they made, maybe. I don't remember. Masonry. Cool. And lacquerware. That's definitely a new one we haven't seen so far. Covering products made of wood or metal with a decorative layer of lacquer. A product extracted from resin and wax. This lacquer layer can then be further decorated with paintings, carvings, or dustings of gold or silver, making it into a luxurious good. Interesting. So it's really not like a whole lot to go into this dev diary. I mean, it's interesting getting to see everything that we get to work with in the game. Still curious about a few things, like for example, gold and silver. About how the production impacts inflation. I'm wondering if that means that gold and silver are just like the same way gold works in EU4, but I don't think they would be. Because we've looked at some of the buildings in the past, and we know that stuff like jewelers require gold or silver to produce jewelry. So it still needs to be like a form of good. And I assumed that you would need to make like a mint to turn gold and or silver into coins, which would then give you raw money. I assumed that would be the way that you do it, but I guess we'll see if they covered that in any of the Saturday building threads. Thank you for the list. Gonna yoink that. Alrighty, first page 19. Are trade goods immortal or do they change over time? They definitely do change over time, we know that. 1. Can I genocide the world of horses? What is wrong with this guy? In theory, yes, if you control all locations producing it and also remove all horse farm buildings. Okay. Do trade goods change over time in places where it historically did happen? In some places, yes. Let's go. We're getting potatoes in Ireland. Are mines connected to an infinite dimension of their resource, or can they collapse for good and spawn a different trade good? We're looking into mine depletions, but in most previous games we have made that tend to be very annoying for the player or extremely gamey. Yeah, me when I dev my gold mine in EU4 to 12 development and then 3 months later it collapses. Let's go. Okay, what's next? 20. Why is the transport cost of horses 2, but the cost of elephants 1? Oversight should probably have 5 on elephants, that makes sense. 32. Variety of spices did not add anything but a minor performance impact. Fair enough, I guess. Like, if there's something that actually would require that, I mean, it's nothing more but just adding different kinds of luxury goods, which they're already doing through, like, you know, you have the porcelain and the luxury clothing and all that stuff, right? So there's definitely room for that, but like what else would it do? Other than just being another form of good underneath the same grouping. Is it just for, because it would be nice, I guess? Because I guess it would impact performance a little bit, but anyway. Honey's a bit more interesting, but then you'd need probably beeswax or candles as well, and then it becomes an entire group of resources. Yeah, we get into the complexity argument. So what would you use honey for? The same thing you would use sugar for? For preservation, maybe? Maybe. Or it would just be like another good to be traded that some of the population wants. For preservation and medicine. Medicine? I guess to cure you of a sore throat, get a spoonful of honey? The more goods, the more fun the game is, am I right? True. We should add individual birds and their feathers as trade goods. Honey has been used historically as an antibacterial in wounds. The more you know. How does all this affect Iceland when it goes to colonize the Caribbean? Good question. Anyway, I wouldn't be opposed, actually, to the idea of beeswax and candles. Because the thing is, like, okay, this might sound nitpicky, but I think it could actually be used, it could be kind of important. If you want to, for example, have a sort of modifier in, like, a university or something, where it could be important to have candles. Candles allowed people to work longer into the night, especially on, like, intellectual work, for example, or just, like, general bureaucracy or, you know, writing, generally speaking. It was the kind of thing where it's like, it does give you a unique power, which is being able to do stuff at night, pretty much. Candles were a really big thing. Not necessarily always made of beeswax, sometimes they were made of tallow, but they were kind of important. Like, I wouldn't even be opposed to this, actually. I like how both Corbett and Chat speak in the past as if candles aren't tallow still. And as if spices and honey aren't still used in medicine. Well, it's important to remember the context within, you know, the game itself, right? Like the context of the time period that the game covers, that's what we mean. Like even if they're still used today, were they used back then? In some parts of the world, they used olive oil long before candles and wax for the purposes of light at night. So it's still a form of candle then. Oil lamps? Yeah. Any kind of, small, portable, pretty much just like not using a torch. No, it was lamps. It was okay. Maybe I should have rephrased that. The same functionality as a candle. In essence meant to be used in a similar fashion to candles. As in, it is small and portable, and most importantly, not a torch. Like, okay, maybe some of them were meant to be like wall-mounted. Yeah, not the same as candles. But if you had the choice between using an oil lamp or a candle to light up your desk as you are doing your scribe work in the evening, would you really make a fuss over whether you have an oil lamp or a candle? I like the way olive oil smells. Okay, we're moving on. Alright, anyway, we didn't need to... Wow, why did I go on that tangent? What was that, like a 10-minute tangent over candles? Price? Okay, we're moving on. Number 38. Why do copper and iron have a transport cost of 2, but tin and lead have a default transport cost? Tin and lead could be the same as copper and iron, sure. 46. Should the description for livestock include horses when horses have their own trade good? Probably not. It mentions legumes were easy to move on ships. Does this mean they have a reduced transport cost, or does it work differently for foods, i.e. food is traded between markets rather than potatoes, wheat, or maize? 2 valid points. What? Johan, what do you mean? 2 valid points, but... So do they have a reduced transport cost, or is food simply traded between markets? Which one is it? 2 valid points. Which one is it, though? Two valid points. Okay, moving on, I guess. 47. Ooh, controversy, my favorite. In the absence of different good types, is there some other mechanism to represent the importance of different types of spices? People are really hung up on the spices thing. Okay, to ensure that spices from farther away are worth importing, even when other varieties can be produced locally, or simply to keep the value of cloves from collapsing when someone is flooding the market with pepper? Not really. People are really hung up on the spices thing. I mean, maybe they'll be split later. But, okay. 90 over here. I personally want another 100 plus goods, but you have to make some limits eventually. So based. Yeah, you heard it here first, folks. EU6, 200 unique goods. In fact, there will be so many variations for goods that different types of cloves, differentiated specifically by which island they are grown on, will have their own unique good type. EU6. in 2050. Let's go. What are we at? 97. Wine and beer can also be put into a single good. That's true. Could also merge livestock, wild game, and leather. Yeah, it really is a case-by-case basis. Let's see. 100. You know what? Before we get to 100, I do want to read this one, because we're talking about honey and candles again. Let's go. They will need to add candles as a need for all clergy pops, all Christian buildings in Europe in thousands of locations. The demand would be huge, so they will need to change quite a lot of locations to honey instead of other things, which means a complete rebalance of the economy. But consider, it would be based. $100. Is there going to be a dynamic way in which to show that certain locations were responsible for a disproportionately massive percentage of the output of certain resources during the period? Perhaps through the use of location modifiers. Yes, some locations have unique modifiers for their output. Nice. 102. Can't imagine how do you balance all that? Didn't you have to make some serious price/output changes in the last few months as a result of all the locations added and raw goods changed during the works of the Tinto maps? So many times with economical collapses due to input shortages due to X or Y. Yeah, I can imagine. We have 264. Will there be a faceting event in Project Caesar like in EU4? No, it is not an event, but an Age of Discovery advance that increases jewelry output by 10%. Okay. Horses should also give a food value. Lots of cultures use them as labor-saving tools, and after their usefulness for that has ended, they are eaten. Okay. In theory, could be done. But yeah, ... Okay. 293, unless I passed 66. That was the one, wasn't it? Yeah. There's a difference between having a limit and fundamentally failing. Okay, sure. Oh boy. All right. That is what, 5 to 6 new goods? Is that really something the game and game dev can't handle? We had like 6+ spices. They got merged as the gameplay impact was 0 from them being different. Prices for them were similarly low in the Spice Islands, and in most other places they were similarly high levels. Okay, I kinda see the argument here. They got merged because they didn't really have a gameplay impact, but on the other hand, they kind of would, wouldn't they? Like, yeah, the prices for them are going to be low in the Spice Islands, and pretty high level, but percentage-based, and they can have different base costs, right? So like, they have similar high levels as in they all cost 200% of the base cost, but maybe some of them should be more expensive than others. And so more profitable for them rather than different ones. So I think I'm kind of seeing both sides of this argument, and I don't really have a preference for one over the other, to be honest. Like, I don't know if I care that much. Sort of minimal impact from the start of the game, but maybe could shape the the decisions that a player would make in terms of what to prioritize. But anyway. Then 295. Do all gold and silver RGOs need mercury, or are they somehow graded for ore quality? There are buildings you can build in locations with gold/silver mines that require mercury and improve the output. Okay, so you don't need mercury to get gold, which makes sense, but it is very helpful for being able to sort out the gold from, say, like, from the ore? Because the ore would have other stuff in it. Like the, general other rocks, other materials that are not gold. Is armor included in weaponry, or by having an armored unit, do you need some other resources as well? So if a unit of light cavalry needs 100 horses and 100 weaponry, does a unit of knights need 100 horses and 1,000 weaponry, or 100 horses, 100 weaponry, and iron or something else? Heavy cavalry needs more horses and other materials, and also requires tools. Okay. Interesting. And then I think we just have the third page after that. 344. Does this mean that horses produced in Potsdam would sooner go to a regiment in Copenhagen than one in Berlin? Depends on the market, but the game does not care about which horse is from where when inside a market, really? Okay. Well, that's interesting, and I kind of understand why, even though it wouldn't make the most sense. Probably for processing power. Because if you had to do, like, distance calculations from one location to another within a market, that would probably be painful and not at all fun for anybody trying to play. Okay, let's see. The problem is that it won't be more profitable to trade rarer spices, since profitability is based on the distance between the source and the consumption market. That ratio would be almost the same for all spices, since they all basically grow in the same spot. Wait a second. Profitability is based on the distance between the source and the consumption market? The base price wouldn't affect profitability of the traded spice. Hyman closes the same price, so there's no reason. I don't know. I feel like I'm not quite following. So, like, if you had cloves, for example, and their base price was like 10 versus something like, I don't know, peppers with a base price of 5. Then these two things being 200% more expensive in a market that has none of them, wouldn't you make more money by trying to resolve the shortage of cloves, because it has a base price of 10, which is then further modified by 200%? Make a spice is one good. A spice from any other region is a carbon copy of each other. Yeah, that's the way that it's currently implemented. Anyway, pondering about the price of spices is not going to get these dev diaries done. Anyway, Tinto maps, let's go. A palette cleanser, away from all the talk of game mechanics. Oh look, we have, Terrain Test Island, my favorite continent. Isn't that cool? What about Tinto Maps Extra number 5? We'll get there. As long as someone reminds me, we'll get there. That map looks... I don't like it. The only thing I don't really like about the map is that it looks very, gray. That would be my main complaint. It is very grey in many places. Very barren looking. Well, it'll be less barren looking as time goes on, right? But to start with, well, I think it's gonna be, they're gonna do that thing, I think, where, you know how like you zoom in Victoria 3 and it gives you like a detailed 3D model thing? Like you get the actual, the neat looking stuff where you see like the cities and the terrain and all that stuff. I think if you spend a lot of time zoomed in, you're not gonna really care that much. But when you're zoomed out, it's just kind of like, man. Yeah, there will unfortunately be no Australia gaming. Very unfortunate. I think they said it won't have terrain map on Zoom. Wait, what? Like it's not gonna do the thing that they do in every other Paradox game nowadays? Anyway, let's look at everything. We have countries, and then I don't actually know what the second one is supposed to be. Maybe the same map posted twice? Oh no, one is with not colored in wasteland provinces. And the other one does have colored in wasteland provinces. That's the difference. Okay. I love the building nation in northern Canada. Let's go. So what we have so far is a couple of banks. This seems like it would be the Hanseatic League. I don't know. They're all the same color. And we have the clans in Japan are all building-based countries. That's what sets them up to be able to engage in the warring states period. Also, wait. Chat, am I crazy? Does this island exist? Wait. Why do I feel like I've never seen that island before? It's in EU4 too? No way. Hold on. I am, right now, I'm going to Google Maps. Oh. Okay. Okay, so it's kind of like not. It's kind of not an island. It is like, what do you call those? Like a lagoon or something? Like, there are some islands around it. It's an archipelago, but like, it's an atoll. That's what I meant. I don't know why I said lagoon. Yeah. I was gonna say, like, there's no island that is that large in that area. Like, that's not a thing. And I'm right, it isn't a thing. If they breach the surface of the water, it is an island? Yeah, but it kind of isn't. Anyway, cool. Building-based countries. It was a super important military base for the British. Now the US uses it for resupply. Diego Garcia. Interesting. We have the SOPs. That's a lot of them. A lot of SOPs. Oh, you even have, like, the Suomi. Nice. And other people. The Suomi and the Sami. Dynasties. Country governments. Actually, that's something I do want to look at. Yeah, that's a lot of monarchy. That makes sense. Some tribal governments. A lot of monarchy here. If I remember correctly, there should be like one theocracy in the Andes, but maybe that's later. I don't know. I think Chimu in EU4 is a theocracy, isn't it? No, who am I thinking of? There's someone in the Andes that starts as a theocracy. Just open EU4 and look. I opened up the thing, the wiki, and checked, and I don't think it's Chimu. But I don't remember who it actually is. Charrua? Nah, that doesn't sound right. The one in Lima. It's not Huila. Ichma? That could be Ichma. I think it's like the one province country. Yep, it's Ichma. Let's go. Me when I remember obscure government forms in EU4 in the Andes. Let's go. Yeah, Ichma Theocracy 1. Alright, anyway, a whole lot of monarchy going on over here in the Americas. A whole lot of monarchy, some tribal government reform, steppe hordes, republic over here in Central Asia. Some republics here, Novgorod, of course, a lot of monarchy. What is the white on the map? Theocracy? Well, that looks like the papal state, so I would assume so. That's a lot of theocracy. Actually, yeah, that makes sense. What am I talking about? It's the Teutons and the Livonians. Theocracy in Tibet too, true. Court languages. Nothing too crazy to look at here. Although a lot of Latin, actually. That's interesting. and some Occitan in here. French court language in England. It's so cursed. I mean, it's historically accurate, but cursed. Locations. Finally, we get a good view of the sea routes in the world. I like how if you really wanted to, you could just go all the way around Antarctica. It would take like a really long time, but you could do it. Actually, would it be faster? I wonder if they're going to implement it where you can actually go faster around Antarctica than if you were to like go up towards the equator and then sail to Australia. Because in theory, even if it looks like it's a longer distance, I mean, you're just sailing around Antarctica. So, in theory, the diameter that you're actually going around would be not the diameter. What am I thinking of? The circumference. The circumference would be smaller. So in theory, it would be faster. Way too windy and stormy? Okay, but consider, it would be really cool. Okay, but 10% attrition? Okay, but what if I simply bring enough supplies? That's not Antarctica? Oh my god, you're right, it actually isn't even Antarctica. Yeah, that's actually more south. Wait a minute. Okay, but consider that the same principle applies whether or not it is Antarctica. Yeah, what if it's actually faster to go through the North Sea up here to get to Newfoundland than it would be to go from like Iberia to Newfoundland? Even though you're technically like moving more tiles, it should be faster because it's like closer, right? In theory. Steamboats? Exactly. Surely with the power of steam engines you can go anywhere. Anyway. Areas, pretty big. Terrain. Huge. Is that arid? Localized entirely to the Galapagos? Interesting. I love the idea of arid ocean. The Galapagos are quite arid. Somehow that is very funny to me. Yeah, I think arid ocean, all that would mean is that it just doesn't rain that much, right? Like, it's not that crazy. But the ocean is water? Okay, but consider, the water cycle has different impacts in different places. Huge. Johan will talk this Wednesday about the effects of each terrain type. Massive. Let's go. Cannot wait to deforest the east/southeastern coast of Brazil. Let's go. This will all be grasslands by the time I'm done with it. Development. Huge. Lots of development along the... Not Indus River, the Ganges, that's the one. Sometimes I keep forgetting. That's the Ganges. And then we have the, there are like 7 rivers in China, I don't know. I'm gonna spitball these ones. The Yellow River, maybe. The Yangtze and the Yellow River, let's go. Oh yeah, I'm not getting the TTS anymore, I was expecting that. Thank you very much, Watcher, for the 5 months, I appreciate that. It's my birthday and I get to celebrate it with you. Well, happy birthday. Yeah, you might have missed 6 hours though. You're gonna have to go back and rewatch the whole thing. Yellow, Yangtze, and Pearl are the 3 big ones if I remember. So I'm thinking like this has got to be the Yellow River because it's vibes based and that makes sense to me. The Yangtze, I'm gonna say that's right up here, just because it feels right to be right there. I don't know. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. And then what was the other one? The Pearl River. You know what? I'm just gonna say that one is like right here. I don't know if that's true, but it is now. Now drop down and do 10 squats. That's his birthday wish. Whoa. Let's relax for a second here. It's exactly the other way around. Not anymore. Yeah, I actually get to decide what the rivers are named now. When I play as Yuan, the first thing I will do actually is rename the rivers. Money's not even real, actually. Wait, no, my TTS! I think I can turn the TTS back on for this one. Shoot. Hold on. Super chats. I think I can TTS this one, right? Why am I being denied my ability to have TTS? Why is this not a thing? I used to have TTS, and now it's gone. Hold on a second. No, so the donations get to have TTS, but not the super chats? That's kind of cringe. Well, shoot. Maybe it activates when you drop down and do 10 squats. Okay, it's our birthday, I have to give friends money, that's how it works, right? Thank you for the US $4.99, I appreciate that. Usually it's the other way around, actually. Usually you don't. You don't give people money on your birthday, usually. But thank you. When we do in CK3MP, birthday wish, when is a secondary question, when we must first ask ourselves if indeed we'll see. I already have, oh my god, chat, I didn't actually go through all of the donation goals from the subathon yet, so I also need to sort those out. Yeah, a lot of things to think about still. So can we have mega projects to redirect rivers or not? I don't think so. Okay, unfortunately no TTS. Apparently that is the way things are. But you know what we do have? Approximately an hour or two to go through these. So let's keep going, maybe. Release the river. You don't trust me to be your underling? I don't trust CK3MP to be functioning. Hong Kong and Macau are in Pearl River's delta. I see. Don't worry, the river auto-redirects, causing floods. So true. Okay, where do we leave off, chat? Right, development. And arbors. Still a big fan of the fact that you get to build harbors in the Great Lakes. Look at that. That's pretty cool. We should be allowed to build a system of locks and canals that allows me to do trade through the St. Lawrence River, I think. That would be cool. And we get a detailed zoom in of the European harbors because they didn't show it previously, except I think that they did show it previously. But maybe I'm crazy. Anyway, cool. Cultures. Waiter, more cultures, please. Languages. That's a lot. We have religions. 50 billion religions. Neat. Actually, that's pretty big. I don't know if I noticed that Bantu is like... Wait a second. That's because when we last visited a lot of these areas in terms of religion, they were not done yet. I think they're still going to break up sub-Saharan African religions into more religions. I have a feeling. There are 2 languages in France, always have been. Well, leading up to, you know, the French Revolution and all that. More than 2. Yeah, there's also Breton. But, yeah, well... Okay, so, I mean, in EU5 you have the 2 different things, which is like, first of all, you have the languages, but then you have the dialects as well. In France, there was a long time in France, they had the concept of Languedoc and Languedoc. Yeah, exactly. Languedoc is like the Francian in the north. Languedoc is the Occitan in the south. And then that was also kind of shared with Catalan to a degree. But then I think it was the French Revolution that changed that, where there was a push to standardize Languedoc as like the, you know, French language, the national language of France. All languages are a bunch of dialects in a trench coat? That's true. The animism split was completed and the grouping into bigger families is almost finished. There's some pending work on Western and Eastern Africa, but that's about it. Yeah, seems to be the case. They are splitting all of Australia into one religion and all of New Zealand into one religion, I guess. Raw materials. Huge. You know, I used to hate this map mode, but over time it's kind of grown on me. Like, I really didn't like the fact that everything that's not in a market is just completely pitch black. But over time, the more I look at it, the more I'm like, you know what, this is kind of like seeing the lights of a city from space. And so, in a way, it's kind of grown on me. /20th century nationalism was horrifically destructive to linguistic diversity. Yup. Yeah, it is easy to understand what you're looking at, for sure. Because you can just see like, oh yeah, the brightest part of each of these is the location where the market actually is. And it has a little glow around it, which is kind of cool. And I think the glow also shows you the impact or the access, which means over time, over the game, more of these areas will be better lit up until eventually the map itself is a lot more... I don't know, I guess the map itself becomes brighter. Total 421 million pops worldwide. What are the two bright spots in the middle of the continental USA? Okay, so over here, because there are only a few playable tags, we have... Oh goodness, I don't remember what this tag is called. Hold on. I don't remember if they're large enough to see from this map. Hold on. Okay, I can't really read the name, but there's this country. Is that Cahokia? And then we have the Pueblo over here. So these areas have their own markets. Unfortunately, no Haudenosaunee. The other one is just one of these countries over here. Blue one is Cahokia. Nice. The Pueblo tags. Yeah, rip Haudenosaunee. Tragic. Right, let's see. Anything to really mention here? Probably not, because it's just like a culmination of everything. Oh, thank you, Pelias. With number 10, 26, 33, and 242. So nice to see your short list. Okay, perfect. Although I don't think I actually read all of this, so just shy of 100 million people in Europe, 262 million in Asia, 37 million in Africa, 20.5 million in the Americas, and 1.8 million in Oceania. Alrighty, number 10. Rest in peace, Eastern Wales. Still undecided on what to do with Wales, so not necessarily definitive. Currently, Marcher Lower is represented as nobility estate in England, but I preferred it when they were in Wales sphere. Expecting the discussion to pick up again when we do the feedback post, okay. Then number 26. Why is the development in Britain so low? Because the development in Britain was so low. I don't know what you expected. Britain didn't really become like the industrial powerhouse until, you know, quite a bit later. I mean, certainly it had development, sure. But, yeah, we're talking 1337 England. Or Britain, I guess. In the middle of a transition from primary wool export to manufacturing cloth on their own at a massive scale, which is one of the first steps towards their economic power in the later half of the game. This moment is represented by the south and east of England being of similar development to the continent, but the rest of the Isles still operating in a very traditional rural manner. Coal was a huge part of that island becoming so developed. Yeah, I think it's, oh goodness, where was the coal in Britain? I'm thinking sort of northwestern England, if memory serves. Something like that. Cardiff. Sure. I know where that is. Capital of Wales. What do you know? Wales and Northern England. So those areas wouldn't really get so much development until a little bit later. What did I miss? Or what's next, rather? 33? Do you guys think that the North Sea should count as inland or an open sea? Biggest distinctions are that inland seas can freeze over, and they also give a combat bonus to galleys. In my opinion, that doesn't really represent the North Sea. Fair, I guess. Then what is it, 242? Could you post the map with all the countries having their own color too? Oh, I see. The one where you're not like, you know, your subjects usually have your map color. Which is an interesting change that I kind of like. So for example, like, I guess it would it be Joseon at this point, or would it be like Goguryeo? In this time period, what was Korea called? It would not have existed yet. Joseon was founded by Taejo of Joseon in July 1392. So what was it called before then? Hold on. The kingdom was founded following the aftermath of the overthrow of Goryeo. Okay, so not like Goguryeo. Oh wait, yeah, doesn't Goguryeo just mean like Greater Goryeo or something? Wait, Goguryeo, also later known as Goryeo. Yeah, that was like way earlier. So Japan is one tag. At the start of the game, Japan is one tag, but they have like 50 billion non-landed countries that each own one clan building in a particular location. So eventually Japan, I think the shogunate itself is an international organization. And so I think what happens is Japan starts as a single tag, then, but it has like a bunch of miniature non-landed tags in Japan, right? The clans each have their own building, and then eventually, I think either a disaster would happen. They didn't go into specifics, but I'm just assuming this is what would happen. There's a disaster where Japan sort of explodes. Each of the non-landed tags in Japan, each of the clans, gain the land that they have their clan headquarters in, I guess. And so Japan does do its own little explosion, where it rapidly decentralizes, and then the whole warring states period happens. True, yeah, there are 2 courts and 2 emperors at the game start. I don't remember how they're doing that. There are some clans that support the northern court, and then some clans that support the southern court, I think. So they have to resolve that whole issue. A near total collapse of the centralized power structure? Well, yeah. Eventually, like, the shogun exists, but becomes more and more of a figurehead. Even more, well, not as much as the emperor, but... It's said that the Sengoku Jidai lasted so long that daimyo forgot why they even fight. That's a classic one. Me, when I'm fighting my sworn enemy over multiple generations, and then we ask each other why we're even fighting and no one has a good answer. Classic. Anyway, what are we on right now? 242? That was the last one, right? Yeah, there isn't even like a second. Okay, cool. Alrighty, we only have 2 more of these to go, chat. The 8-hour stream is real. This time we're actually going through like 10 of these, so it's actually not too bad. That is more than 1 per hour, technically. But it won't be if I take too long. Alrighty, so this is weather. Boy, I love weather. What's the temperature outside? What is it? -20 or something? I love that. Okay, terrain, and I assume weather, climate, etc. Well, okay, sure. Not weather as much as climate. You should see the Russia Tinto Maps review. Novgorod has an interesting name. I tend not to like to go for the reviews, but maybe. We'll see. Each location has a climate, a topography, and a vegetation set. Sea locations do not have vegetation, though. That's kind of cringe. We should have, algae. Okay. Climate. Continental. Max winter level. Normal. Population capacity. We get a little bit of geographical determinism. As a treat. Available land is attractive. I like how it's just a binary value. Cool. The climate of a location impacts how well pops can live there, including how much food can be produced. It also affects the maximum winter level of a location. Kelp supremacy, true. If you do, it is on dev response number 227. Okay. Let's see, we get tropical, population capacity increase, development growth reduction, life expectancy reduction, free capacity attracts pops, okay, no winters. Subtropical, population capacity plus 100%. Max winter is mild, free capacity attracts pops. Seems like subtropical is kind of based. 100% population capacity. Oceanic, population capacity 50%, free capacity attracts pops, max winter is mild, arid, wheat production reduction, life expectancy reduction, free capacity attracts pops, no precipitation, no winters. Okay, so some of them actually don't attract pops, like cold arid. Interesting. So maybe you can't do Siberia gaming. That sucks. No one wants to migrate to Siberia? What do you mean? That's kind of weird. I don't know why not. Yeah, what if I like the cold, rainy weather? What if I actually appreciate the beauty of a winter wonderland? I'm feeling a bit unwell, so I'm going to drop response for this and flavor. We'll be listening for a while more. Alright, I hope you feel better, Pelias. Thank you very much for your aid in helping to find the responses for today. Let me make sure I have both of these open so I don't forget to grab them and then lose them. There we go. Okay, I will put that one there, I guess. Alrighty, yeah, can't build a Rome on a glacier anymore. Yeah, unbelievable. Cold arid, yeah, the wheat precipitation, or wheat precipitation. It's been a long stream, chat. Been a long stream. Wheat production reduction. No precipitation. Max winter is mild. Ooh, Mediterranean. 150% population capacity. Free capacity attracts pops, no winters. Mediterranean represents areas with a perfect climate. Raining oatmeal. Continental, population capacity, 50% increase. Free capacity attracts pops. Max winter is normal. Arctic. What do you mean? No one wants to live in the Arctic? That's crazy. Yeah, perfect, says the guy in Barcelona. You're telling me no one wants to live in, I don't know. Whitehorse? Or in, like, Yellowknife? That's crazy. That's quitter talk, to be honest. Development growth minus 25%. Life expectancy reduction. Max winter is severe. It can't be that bad. Vegetation, let's go. Grasslands gives you food production and population capacity. Neat. There's actually so much here that I'm kind of just glossing over. Like, these have a lot of implications, but we don't really have time to get into all that, I guess. Desert can have sandstorms. Interesting. Plus 10% population capacity, or plus 10,000 population capacity is interesting. I guess it's just a base value, though. Sparse road build time. Oh, it's a reduction in the build time. Okay. I was gonna say, you would assume that desert would be really hard to build roads in because the sand would just kind of like go over the roads. Well, okay, technically desert doesn't strictly refer to sand. Technically. But we're all thinking sand when we think desert. Grasslands, very cool. Farmlands, we love farming. Woods, movement cost for armies, that makes sense. Maximum frontage, attack or dice roll. Okay, cool. Development cost, population capacity. Woods represent terrain with less dense vegetation than forests. Blocks vision from adjacent sea. Oh. That's interesting. Wait. Are you telling me that vision is actually going to be impacted by the terrain type? Or by the vegetation? That's kind of interesting. Blocks vision from adjacent land. So does that mean like one tile? As in like, if we're in the forest, right next to an enemy army, would they be able to see me? Or not? Or is it like... Or is it like 2 tiles over they wouldn't be able to see me? I assume that means you can like hide an army in a forest, and then some enemy can walk in and have no idea that your army is there. Which is huge. That changes everything. How would an army see you behind the forest? Well, I was thinking like... But what I was thinking was basically like, would they be able to see you if you're in the forest? Or does it block everything behind the forest? Wait. I'm stupid. In regular EU4, it is 1 tile distance. I'm thinking this is like Scouts and Civ. That's not how this works. Every unit in EU4 has 1 tile radius vision. Surely it's going to be the same thing in EU5. It's literally just hiding in the forest. You have to be in there. And they can't see you in there. Which is insane. changes the game completely. Maximum frontage in battle means dynamic combat width, right? Yes. Jungle does the same thing. Oh my god. We are Vietnam gaming. Alrighty, topography. Expanding raw materials time. Okay, so these are the effects of topography. This has to do with stuff like, I guess it further modifies frontage, but it seems to mostly be like raw materials, road building, that kind of thing. Represents the roughness and elevation of the land within a location. Flatter topography generally better for growing towns and cities, while rougher topography is easier to defend. Flatland is the default baseline, that makes sense. Mountains. Oh, so these can stack, actually. I was going to make a comment about the attacker dice roll in battle being -1 for jungle and forest, whereas in EU4... Wait, no, is it... no, it's always the same. It's always forest and jungle, it's always -1. I don't know why. Oh, I was thinking of the difference between hills and mountains, that's why. Never mind. Anyway, if you somehow have a forested mountain, which actually isn't that crazy, then you can now have an attacker dice roll of -3 in battle. Let's go. And it also blocks vision. That's crazy. You can hide in the mountains. You can hide in mountains, you can hide in forests. This is peak. They have upped the game for guerrilla warfare. Yeah, this might be the most painful thing imaginable. Even hills also block vision for adjacent land. That's great. Oh, that's huge, man. Road build time, RGO build time, sure. So the consequence of, like, not being able to develop them as easily is, like, you are basically unconquerable. Lovely. That's cool. Wetlands as well. Cool. Partially flooded, generally due to being near a river, lake, or coast. Right, we have some naval ones. Ocean for naval attrition. Deep ocean for 2% naval attrition. Coastal ocean doesn't really change much. Inland seas can freeze over during the winter. I believe freezing allows armies to walk across, and also for ships to be trapped, which means they can't move if they're frozen in there. I guess this means that, like, it changes everything. Like, the way that combat is going to be changed is kind of amazing, actually. Mediterranean can freeze? I don't think so. Because, I think the... Okay, so I think this is kind of different. Because it's not going to be the entire Mediterranean. But some parts of it, maybe? It can, but it needs the temperature, so, like... Yeah, that's the thing, is that... Oh, right, yeah. So it can freeze over during winter. But remember, chat, remember. Let's go up to... Here? No winters. So when they say it can freeze during winter, there are simply no winters in the Mediterranean. But together we can change that. With enough donations, we will simply move the sun, or move the earth further away from the sun. We will change the tilts of Earth's spin. Alrighty, then we have narrows, can freeze over during winter. Movement cost for navies. This makes sense. Blocks vision from adjacent sea. That makes sense. Lakes, salt pans, and atolls exist, but are just graphical variants of coastal oceans. Even if lakes could freeze over during the winter. Okay. Cool. So let's see which things we have to look at. We have number 70. Is grasslands missing plus sign in population capacity 50k? No, vegetation sets the base capacity. Okay. 74. Free capacity attracts pops means if pops are less than the maximum pop capacity, then they get higher migration attraction. Which means in winter places, even if you have the capacity, people just don't want to move there. Nice. Although I'm sure you can have like different buildings that will fix that. I'm sure you can have buildings that will increase migration attraction. It's just not going to be a default part of, you know, being in a cold place. 75. Says that deserts have sandstorms. I assume this impacts army/combat in some way. Are there any variants for sea tiles to have storms as well? Yes and yes. Cool. 78. Controversy, my favorite. Back in the first map dev post about the Netherlands, you mentioned not being sure whether or not terrain change would be possible in-engine. Any change to that? Any hope for polders? Probably not going to be feasible. Unfortunate. 85. What makes the Mediterranean climate the best versus, say, subtropical? Isn't it generally drier? Mediterranean is the best climate to live in. It's an objective and thorough analysis. / some crazy Viking that moved to Barcelona a few years ago. Alright. The Dutch lost the war then. Yeah, they do that sometimes. Unfortunate. What do we have? 164? I request that you change the Mediterranean climate to a temperate or mild climate. The Mediterranean climate can only cover a small part of the world and is covered in the most populous region. The most populous region is the monsoon climate zone. Oh, you want monsoons, huh? Yeah, I'm sure they're going to have some kind of additional thing for monsoons, which might not be tied completely to climate. Like, I'm sure they're going to have specifically... It's kind of like how in EU4 you have very specific provinces that have the monsoon season modifier. I'm sure that's what they're going to do. It's not going to be like a climate kind of thing. Anyway, let's see. 177. Why only wheat has a malus on arid and not rice, for example? Might be a good idea. Huge. 184. Blocks vision from adjacent land. That is super cool. I guess it means that if there's a forest, a nearby army will not be able to penetrate the fog of war or beyond that forest. So you could get hit by surprise by an army in that forest. Yes, that's true. Huge. I like that because it's going to be annoying. I know that sounds weird, But sometimes you do need a little bit of unpredictability. In my opinion, EU4 army movement, maneuvers, once you understand them, and the AI, are actually just like a solved game. Like kind of a solved game. You can generally predict where the AI will want to move, and you can just kind of like corral them into different places. Or you can bait them into different places really easily. And being able to always see them when they're next to you gives you, as the player, you being smart like that, a pretty big advantage. Sometimes not being able to see your enemy is something that should exist. The only question is, how large can an army get where you can still hide it in the forest? Like, remember, this game goes from, what, 1337 to, like, 1837 or something? Eventually, the armies become larger. How many people can you fit in one forest? If the AI stays too much in the fog of war for ambushes, that would be very tedious. Vietnam Simulator. It would be tedious, but that's why you just gotta, like, march in with overwhelming force. Probably any, even World War I armies could hide in forests. I guess so. Yeah, it'll probably be fine. Probably. How do percent modifiers stack? Additive or multiplicative? Additive, like all our GSGs. Huge. 192? How large is max frontage in general? 10 per box? Wait, what? How large is max frontage in general? Does it grow with ages, tech, or something else? If it's like 10 at start and 50 at the end, is it realistic to have a fixed frontage modifier in the terrain, or would percentage be better? 10 per box. Per box? Chat, what does he mean? They're Lego soldiers? That makes sense. Oh, okay. Alrighty, 10 per box. Per age, maybe? But then 10 per box? Okay. 195. If you have a fort in a mountain, will it still have zone of control in the winter, when armies may not be able to move into the location to siege it? Separately, can I take the opportunity to ask if owners of the fort locations will always have the defender bonus even if they're moving to intercept an army already there? Yes, and it's controller for fort. Okay, yeah, so basically the same as EU4 rules. So like if you have control over a fort and your army arrives to relieve the siege, then your army acts as the defender. Which is like not necessarily always the case when it comes to sieges, but is an acceptable compromise. Like, historically, I mean, one that comes to mind, in fact, if any of you know the story of Caesar and Vercingetorix, one that comes to mind in particular is that one where, you know, you build the wall around the enemy, so they're basically getting sieged. And then you're like, oh no, they're bringing reinforcements to relieve the siege. I have an idea. Build another wall. So you end up becoming the attacker and defender simultaneously, which is very funny. Hold on, let me see if I can bring it up actually. The Caesar Vercingetorix thing. The Battle of Alesia. I gotta see like the top-down idea of this. Okay, this is like the funniest thing you can possibly imagine. Wait. Okay, so in the siege, you had, of course, the yeah, okay. So you have the fortifications. In the middle is Vercingetorix. He's like in the center, right? I know you can't see my mouse, but like pretend that I'm hovering over it, right? And then what you do is so Caesar built a wall, right, to encircle Vercingetorix to basically starve him out, I think. And then Caesar got word that this Gallic relief army camp, see down here in the southwest, he got word that that army camp was coming to relieve the siege. So he's like, all right, we will build a second wall around us. That is a moment in history. Very neat. Thank you, Caesar. Didn't the Dutch also do this? Probably. So that would be an example of where this wouldn't make sense. If you decide to pull out one of those strategies. Where, like, the attacking army is also the defending army, but for a different battle. But, like, this is fine. It's just the EU4 rules. Sorry, that was a weird tangent that I wanted to go on because it's one of my favorite moments in history. I find it very funny. Anyway, where are we at on this? 190... Is that 195? Yes. So 237 is next. What does lack of precipitation mean in the game? We will talk about it in the weather dev diary. Okay. What else do we have? 477. Wait. No. 282. I'm getting ahead of myself. Does that block vision for the controller of the land? Can an enemy hide an army in my forest? Could they once they occupy it? Countries always have vision in land they are present, controlled land including occupations of foreign land, colonial charters, buildings, and units. And also own core locations even if they are occupied during war. Blocked vision from terrain counts only for peering into adjacent locations that you are not currently present in. So if the enemy occupies your forest and they tried to hide in there, you can still see it. So you do definitely get defender's advantage here. Uh, 330. Units have vision in their current location and, by default, any directly neighboring locations. If one of the neighbors is a forest or mountains, then they cannot see into that. Unless, of course, example A. But only in core? Good point, actually. That is actually, yeah, that's a huge differentiation that I didn't think of, because in EU4, a core is like pretty much anything you own. But not EU5. It takes a really long time to core something in EU5. That is a good point. So rebellions will be harder? True. Let's see, what's 370? Does that mean you don't explore adjacent tiles if they are that terrain, but you do if they are other terrain? Doesn't impact exploration in Terra Incognita, only tactical fog of war? Okay, that's fair. What are we at? 449. Do certain demands also change not only by climate but per season? Requiring, for example, more turón or polvorones as Christmas approaches? Does demand of certain goods change per season too? No, pop demands are calculated per year because we found that when fluctuating them by month it was too unpredictable for the player and also not very performant. I think that's reasonable. I think that like the season-based thing adds a lot more granularity and a lot more work for the player. That'll just drag on each individual campaign unreasonably. Like, do we want a game of EU5 to last 200 hours? I mean, I would hope ideally not. Hopefully. I mean, maybe some people would really love an individual campaign of EU5 to last 200 hours. But the more that you make the player have to micromanage, especially when it's something yearly, yeah. I would say that's going to become unfun really quickly. Computation needs are way worse than player annoyance, I'd say. I'd rate them as kind of equal. Like, obviously the computation needs also contribute to player annoyance, but even if it... I don't know. The thing is, it's like a double whammy. Player annoyance and computation need. I tried Mayo because it appealed to me, but it ran like unoptimized Voltaire's Nightmare. Maybe I'll play that one day, we'll see. 473. If a location is an Arctic mountain that has no population capacity, but of course you can increase it. Yeah, there we go. Example in Iceland showing some other things that impact population capacity. Furthermore, the absolute number never dips below 1,000, even if the modifier does happen to add up to minus 135%. Yeah, I was going to say there's no way these are the only modifiers, right? And I'm sure there are also going to be things like buildings that you can build in places that'll increase the population capacity. What else do we have? 477. Should wetlands have any other sort of... or any sort of life expectancy penalty to represent malaria/mosquitoes? Malaria is another thing? Yeah, it shouldn't just be like wetlands. I think because malaria is kind of like, wait, maybe I'm not correct about this. I thought malaria was historically always a regional thing, but... But is that true? Malaria arrived in Rome during the 1st century AD? Okay, I was very wrong. Never mind. At its peak, malaria infested every continent except Antarctica. I think I was kind of wrong about that, chat. I'm willing to admit my mistakes here. Never mind. Alrighty, third page. We have 484. Can some of these be changed by the player, like well-developed grasslands turning into farmlands automatically, or wetlands being drained because the king wants his palace built here, or forests being cut into extinction in order to build a fleet? Currently in our engine, that is painted into the graphics, so the visuals wouldn't change. I don't think that... I don't think that necessarily, answers the question. So the visuals wouldn't... Okay. Okay. All right. You'd think it was answered before, terrain-wise, with the Dutch? Oh, hold on. For real? He said no to polders, thus no draining. Okay, I was actually more interested in stuff like, can you cut the forests down? And I was hoping that he would say like, oh yeah, you can like cut them down to get like, or like maybe there's like a certain amount of wood in a given province. Yeah, we know visually no, but I think this non-answer was kind of intentional, because I think they're still like mulling that over. Like, there might be no draining of swamps, necessarily. Or at least not yet. But something like cutting a forest down, that might be true, and maybe they just don't want to mention it yet because it's not done being thought through. Maybe. Because how would you do that? Would you have like a certain amount of forestry? A certain limited number of trees in a given area? And then you set up like logging in that place, and then over time it reduces the number of trees in that place? And then it changes from woods into... I guess it would be forest into woods into flatland? Or just grassland, I guess? I'm sure they might be working through that. I don't know, we'll see. What do we have next? 510. I don't understand why it says no winter in the Mediterranean. There are 4 seasons in the Mediterranean, not 3. If it's above minus 10 degrees Celsius, and there are less than 20 centimeters of snow, and the sea is not frozen solid in your port, it's not winter. Nah, he's so real for that. True? Real? That's not a real winter. That's a baby winter. Fake winter. Winter cosplay, even. We know it's bad, but if Project Caesar's like EU4 and we play it for like 10 years plus, this demand will not stop. Maybe you need to rework the engine. No, they can just pull a Stellaris. Let's go. No, you won't do it now because it'll delay the game for at least a year, but in the time span of 500 years, the vegetation of the world changed, and there will be the point where we want to change it with our gameplay. Okay, here we go. We share the opinion that it would be a perfect feature for Caesar, but if it was as simple as us agreeing, then it would have been fixed 12 months ago. Unfortunately, it's a bit deeper than that. With the unprecedented worldwide level of detail that Caesar has, it's a unique engineering challenge that to make the required improvements to the graphical system, as we are really on the cutting edge in several respects. So this is, of course, in relation to being able to chop down forests and stuff. I think it is actually fine to keep the graphics if you're allowed to like have a gameplay sort of being allowed to chop down forests and turn them into grasslands as a gameplay mechanic. I would not complain if the graphics stay the same. Doesn't Vic 3 already support terrain being ruined? Kind of, yes. You're right, they do support some terrain modification, but I don't know if it supports... Well, no, hold on, you might be right about that. Vic 3 is secretly still provinces, that's true. What else do we have here? $586. Different types of units get different penalties on different terrain. Cavalry should get reduced combat ability in woods. And forest or artillery should have reduced morale or initiative in wetlands, I guess. Yes, but that kind of detail exists in the unit definitions instead of terrain definitions. Okay, huge. Let's see. 628. Will it still be possible to change the vegetation of a location? If so, will such changes be reflected on the graphical map? I don't think we need to have it reflected on the graphical map. I mean, it would be cool, but just having the ability to do it in the first place is fine. Changing it in the game logic is trivial. It's just that it will not change how it looks in the terrain map mode. You know what? I can't give it a 10 out of 10, but I'll give it an 8 out of 10, alright? That works. It's good enough for me. I don't need it to change on the terrain map mode, I just need to deforest Brazil. That's it. I just need to chop down all the trees. I will make it so that Iceland has no trees within 30 years of the game start. That's all I need. Okay, what else? Fourth page. Can't believe there's a fourth page. Alrighty. Okay. 645. Graphics are very important for the base game, but for players who don't mind if a farmland province has trees on it, would it be possible to make a modding backend that allows for mods to change the province? Okay, this seems like a very run-on sentence. Oh boy, punctuation is a thing. Sometimes. I understand that graphics are very important for the base game, but for players who don't mind if a farmland province has trees on it, would it be possible to make a modding backend that allows for mods to change a province's terrain without changing its graphics? Yes? Okay, cool. So it kind of seems like they're just gonna go with mods for that. Which is interesting. I feel like I lost IQ when you read that. I tried to like insert my own punctuation into this. Okay, so this is basically us. Players who don't mind if a farmland province has trees on it. This is us, okay? We don't care. I don't care if it graphically has trees on it, I just want to be able to chop the trees. Not graphically, but like in the game. And basically the answer is yes, with mods. Okay, then we have 668. Please, at the very least, make it possible to script it. Even if you don't decide to use it in the game, having the ability to modify it with scripting would be amazing for modders. It exists, yes, just won't be any correlation between graphics and gameplay. That's totally fine. That's completely okay with me. Alright. The final one, chat. Uploaded 2 days ago, the first Tinto flavor. Let me go ahead and pull up the other one. There we go. It's the Forest Dwaravar all over again? I don't even know what that means. Saturday buildings when? Oh right, forgot about those. Okay, let me go get some more water real quick. We'll be back in a second for this one. And then maybe after that we do that too. Buenos dias. Alrighty, we have one more of these things to go through. You got EP? I actually am pretty sleepy right now. I mean, it's been like, what, a 7-hour stream? We're fine. 1 hour left, then we go through the Saturday building list, and then we have the mini-maps, right? Shouldn't be too much. How long could this dev diary possibly be? Dear God. We're cooked. Okay, time to get started then, chat. Alright, the first Tinto flavor, types of content, and guidelines. Cool. Today we will not be looking at any country, but instead we'll talk about the different types of flavor content that we have in the game, how it works, how we approach it, using some specific examples. Okay, sure, why not? Let's start by looking at the list with all the different elements, and then we will be talking about them individually. Here's the short list. Surely this will not last longer than an hour, chat. Surely. Surely. Okay. Quite a lot. This makes for a very varied menu in which we can pick the different elements that fit better for the content of each country or region, making it diverse enough. I'll be linking each flavor asset to its related Tinto Talk so you get a clear overview of how they work and also how it's all coming together towards making all the different features part of cohesive game systems. Right. Yes, Subathon Part 2, Day 2, coming tomorrow. No. Surely this will not be that long. Surely. Okay, international organizations, both unique and generic, may appear throughout the game, either organically or through some game mechanic or as scripted content. Cool. Guelphs. Neat. Get prestige, clergy state satisfaction equilibrium, burgher state satisfaction equilibrium, okay. Excluded from imperial protection already. Group of Italian cities who align themselves with the interests of the papal states in Italy, rather than the Holy Roman Empire, I guess. Not city-states, just states. Because we have Naples there as well. Italy divided into IOs, pro-papal Guelphs and the pro-imperial Ghibellines. Nice. Okay, so these are just a couple of examples. I see. So we go through examples, and then what do we have after that? Just to get a scope of all the things we're looking at here. You know what? A lot of these, I think, are things that we've kind of already gone through. Maybe there's like new or updated information for these though, so maybe we should still go through them very briefly, but I don't think it's actually going to be that much. It's a lot of different things, but we've already covered a lot of them in detail back when we actually read their first ones. The first dev diaries. Still a dev diary, so read up. I mean, yeah, we're still going to go through it. But what I mean is, we don't have to linger on each part. Which means it might even be faster than a normal dev diary. We'll see. We need the context. I mean, true. Will we get the map density comparison thread too? Maybe. Okay, so we went through those. Situations are content containers that allow narrative content to affect different countries at the same time. They usually have some actions that can either be performed in the situations panel, or that are unlocked by the situation, and they may also trigger other types of content like events or disasters. Like the Nanbok Chol Jidai, which is, you have the northern and southern courts, I believe. Yeah, the northern and southern courts in Japan. Cool. That's the starting one, I think, for Japan. Disasters. Usually a negative type of content that we went over today, so I don't think we need to look at these too much. But we have the Crisis of the Yuan Dynasty. This is the generic one for China. It does not necessarily have to be the Yuan Dynasty, but whatever dynasty. You get war exhaustion increase, monthly inflation, rebel growth, celestial authority change, reduction. Okay. Dynamic, unique disaster for China that can happen multiple times during a playthrough to represent the fall and replacement of the Imperial Chinese dynasties. We will talk in the future more in depth about the Middle Kingdom International Organization and all the content we've created for China and how all the assets interact with one another. Cool. Events. I feel like we haven't seen these yet. Maybe we have. Anyway. Most common type of content, of course, random events and unique events. Of the second type, the most common is the dynamic historical event, also well known from other games, right? Here's an example. I guess after the plague, after the Black Death, maybe you have the opportunity to invite settlers to help with your labor force. Can happen to countries with their capital in Eastern Europe that have enacted a specific privilege for the peasants. Invite German settlers to portray the late medieval Ostsiedlung. You have 3 options to deal with them. The last one would directly revoke the privilege and no more German peasants would be invited to migrate into your country. Okay. Government reforms. We did talk about these a little bit today already, so nothing to really look at, but they do have an example. The Anatolian Beylik. Unjustified war on same religion cost. Okay. Cabinet seats. Monthly aggressive expansion reduction. Interesting. Monthly aggressive expansion. Locked, cannot be manually removed. Sure. Unique succession law. Okay. Laws and policies. Actually, I don't remember going through these. Did we actually go through this? I guess we must have, but I do not remember this. Not even slightly. Did I actually cover this? You remember that? Okay, well, clearly, I'm simply losing my mind. Anyway, we have military laws, Order of Chivalry. Okay, cool. Unique military law for European countries, the Order of Chivalry one. It always unlocks a unique policy, which is country-driven. So, for instance, here we have the Castilian Order of the Band, instituted by King Alfonso XI, the Avenger in 1332. Okay, gives you, different levy sizes, has chivalry order. Okay, cool. Estate privileges. I do remember these. Also interact with other forms of content, either being unlocked or unlocking them, or I suppose granting or revoking them as well. Libro d'Oro is a starting estate privilege for the Venetian Patriziato. Okay, gives 5% estate satisfaction, 10% estate power to the nobles, plus a couple of additional modifiers, sure. Advances. I do remember this one for the most part. Parliament agendas, we went over that today. I feel like a lot of this stuff isn't necessarily new, except for what we see in here. So for example, hey, that's a unique thing for Mali. Cool, 10% army morale. I don't remember, start yapping, please. We're going through this one a little bit faster than the others, because it does seem to be mainly like a refresher. That tells you like, oh yeah, different countries can have different versions of these things, which makes it interesting to play one country or over another one, so like that kind of thing. Presbyterian Education Act. Okay, cool. Wait, what was that? Oh yeah, Parliament. Neat. Available for Scotland if they embrace the Calvinist religion. That's pretty specific, but okay. Works of art, I do remember this. Characters and artists, kind of similar to this. Oh yeah, I did mention something like partition inheritance. The inheritance laws were part of that, right? I don't know if it really matters, like if you care which one of these characters will rule. I don't remember what stats characters have, but anyway. Neat. Actually, partition inheritance. That actually is kind of a big thing. Hold on a second. The other male descendants receive rights to minor titles and territories. When a new ruler rises to power, the least controlled provinces of the territory get further penalties to their control as they are divided between the brothers of the new ruler. Okay, so it's not like it's CK3 where it creates new countries. That was the part that I was interested in. Okay, never mind. Tons of different buildings in the game. Yup, we will go through those at some point. Here we have Versailles, a unique building. If in the capital, then it benefits by cultural tradition and cultural influence. Very cool. Costs a lot of money. Takes a lot of maintenance. Units? Oh right, we have unique unit types. That's going to be, kind of a pain, maybe. Possibly. It can do that? You can just fully lose control over the territories eventually? So do they split and become independent, or what? Or do you just gain nothing from them? Your realm may split when the ruler dies? That's crazy. Okay. Never mind. The Calvinist dice rolls, my beloved. Usually available for an age, and afterwards when a new unit type appears, it's up to the player to either upgrade them or keep them. Interesting. Almost like boats in that sense. Elephant cavalry is a type of cavalry available for Indian countries. Sure. Ships, similar to units, require specific things for construction and maintenance. Have specific stats, okay. So, land warfare is going to be a lot more complicated, isn't it? Just realized your avatar is eyeliner. No. Nuh-uh. That's simply an artistic design choice. Nuh-uh. Not true. Fake news. Anyway, moving on. Cabinet actions. Oh, that's interesting, actually. Hold on. Supporting Finnish and Swedish settlers in the north to colonize and populate the new lands. Select support new farms in north or east. Migration attraction, monthly development, population growth. Oh, Sweden has a unique cabinet action. I see. Diplomatic actions, right. Demand Samantha status. We have two unique features at once. First is a diplomacy action demanding Samantha status. As you see, I'm trying to perform it as Delhi against Orissa. The second is the Samantha itself, which is a type of subject unique to countries in the Indian culture group. So I guess the Samantha is a type of subject. And we will protect them. We'll join defensive wars and offensive wars. The same thing with Delhi, I guess. Religious features. Oh my god, I really am yawning. Ooh, 7-hour stream. Okay, we're chilling. Mix of hard-coded and scripted features. Unique flavor that intersections specific countries with the religions that they historically worshipped. Right. Looking forward to the future Tinto Talk. So far we have Ibadi. Religious schools are a scriptable feature of Islam. More about that in the future Tinto Talks though. In any case, here you have the Ibadi school, which is unique to countries of the Ibadi religion. Thus, this is the starting religious school of Oman, one of Johan's favorite playtesting countries. Oh, interesting. Why Oman, though? Why is that one of his favorite playtesting countries? Oddly specific. You would think, like, it would be Sweden or something. The school is like inviting scholar mechanics? I don't know. We'll have to find out. Oman is centralized and decently powerful. Or central, I guess, on the map. Indecently powerful, fair enough. You know what, actually, that was not nearly as bad or as long of a dev diary as I was expecting. We have to go through, like, the 50 billion comments, but that actually wasn't too bad. So now we're done with the different types of flavor content. Let me add an addendum about a couple of topics, as I think that they would be thoroughly discussed in the comments in any case. The first topic that I want to address is modifier inflation. Yes, we have a bunch of modifiers in the game, as it's not always possible to unlock other content features or more mechanical flavor with our content assets. Although we usually really try, as unlocking, let's say, a new succession law by adopting a new government reform makes for great organic content. However, we're trying to limit the number of modifiers that you can stack. We at Paradox Tinto may have some PTSD regarding this due to the latest phase of development of EU4. I mean, hey, they're the ones who decided to increase that absolutism modifier, right? The maximum modifier for absolutism. Just one more modifier, guys. One more. A modifier to allow you to increase the other modifiers. Just one more modifier, please, bro. Just one. I promise, one more modifier. Just one more number. Last one, bro, I promise. Collecting monuments like infinity stones. There aren't enough hands in the world to fit all the infinity stones for each monument. So the content assets that would usually give permanent modifiers are those structural assets that your country has, such as government reforms or policies, which you may want to change to get different modifiers. However, we aren't giving permanent modifiers by conjunctural assets, let's say DHEs? What's a DHE? Which instead only give temporary modifiers. Hold on. Let me scroll up. DHE. Surely that's one of these, right? Oops, my bad. I don't think I remember what DHUs are. Oops. Anyway, this in general makes projects easier, a game much less based on stacking modifiers and more about interacting with the different mechanics. Yeah, I think that's good. Dynamic something events, maybe? Dynamic hard-coded events? Wait, that's the opposite. Dynamic and hard-coded don't make sense. Those are oxymoronic. Okay, oh, maybe it's something historical events. Dynamic historical events? Could be. Anyway. Alright, anyway, yeah, the main point is, you're not trying to stack 50 billion discipline over the course of a campaign. I think that's what they're saying, is that, like, your end goal is not to stack, minus 85% core creation cost. You're not trying to get your 90% admin efficiency, minus 90% core creation cost, minus 25 national unrest. You know, you're not trying to stack everything, I think. Yeah, you're not trying to stack your minus 90% AE. I think the point is that you want your country to develop in different directions, depending on the situation you think it would call for. Or calls for it. Remember when I said Russia feedback, Novgorod's name appears as Sovereign Lord Republic of Veliki Novgorod on the map? Based? More organic than EU4? Ideally, yeah. But anyway, yeah, it's gonna be more about, like, let's try to figure out what direction to bring the country in for this particular situation that calls for it. And then over time, you just sort of, like, navigate the current situation. Rather than trying to stack everything for some kind of late game moment where your power is unshackled and you can conquer the world in the next 15 years, you know what I mean? Did it take you 13 days to recover from the subathon? I would have to quit for like a month. It took me like 8 days. Because then I got back to recording a few days ago. So I'm already working on some things. But I will take another week or at least half a week off later in the month because I have to move. So it's not really going to be recovering, it's going to be actually being very busy. But yeah. Anyway, if we can't have Space Marines in EU5, we riot. Your Space Marines are going to be figuring out how to reload your weapon faster than the other guy. That's going to be your Space Marine. Space Marines are going to be drilling your troops so that they are efficient at reloading their rifles faster than your opponent. Those are going to be your Space Marines. Or something like that. Anyway, the second topic in the elephant is the elephant in the room, missions. Me one no missions? You may have noticed that this is a usual flavor content used in Paradox grand strategy games that we haven't talked about. Well, I can't disclose any details yet, as Johan will be in charge of that in future Tinto Talks, but what I can say is that we don't consider them to be part of the base flavor content of any country, differently to the content shown above, and that it will be present in the game, but in a different way. Let's go. Imperator Rome missions, baby. You get to pick your mission tree. It gives you like, I don't know, 9 to 15 different dynamically generated things to do that it gives you rewards for. Let's go. Anyway, therefore, in the Tinto flavor posts from now on, we will be focusing on the base country flavor shown above, and we won't be discussing at all about missions, as again, that will be a topic for the future. Imagine EU4 1.0 missions. Real ones, remember the base game missions, where when you're playing as Japan, one of the missions that could pop up is one that says, reclaim our heritage, and it gave you a claim on a province in Africa that was called Manga. Yeah, exactly, take back Manga. Let's see. That's all for today. Okay, nice. So we do have things to go through still. We have like the buildings on top of this. Like we have the dev responses, then the buildings, then the mini-maps, and all the other things as well. Okay, let's see. Where are we at right now? No dedicated Theodoro post. Tragic. There is, or there are, dynamic random FRO migrating pops. Okay. Besides the regular migration mechanics. However, this is regional flavor event, so it's a bit more detailed than usual. I see. So there is migration, which makes sense. Literally the era of colonialism. Then we have number 20. How many countries have some level of flavor? Around 60 of them have received more detailed content, but there is still some more flavor content. Navarra is not one of those 60 countries, but has received some country content. I see. Okay, so 60 of them have, like, fleshed out, detailed content. Some have, like, a little bit here or there. That's fine. 34. Will the partition succession split off independent countries that are ruled by the brothers of the new ruler, or will there just be control penalties? It splits countries upon the direct successors of the ruler, thus making the HRE an even funnier place to play. Let's go. $36. We have combat performance versus terrain impact. Combat performance equals bonus or penalty in that terrain. Terrain impact equals attrition. Okay, cool. 45. So is Air also able to ask Germans to move in, or does Ostsiedlung not go further south than Hungary? It only covers the Carpathian region, which Greece doesn't belong to. It also requires the countries to be Catholic. I see. How will personal unions work with this then? Will the union break before any countries are split off? They need to explain them in further detail later. Okay. 56. How do event-based buildings work exactly? The event fires if you have the conditions fulfilled, and then the building gets built in the time it requires. Basically this, okay. Fulfill the conditions, then building gets built. Cool. 67. Southeast Asian countries also have elephant cavalry, although they're done on the cultural basis. So there is a slight variance between Indian elephant cavalry and the Thai elephant cavalry. Okay. We got 75. Will characters be part of chivalric orders? Yes. How do you interact with characters? Right-click on their portrait like in CK. There are multiple actions that you can perform directly with characters, although not as many as in CK. They are quite different games in the approach, sure. How many total options can an event have? Many options can be scrolled through. Nice. You know what's really funny is I think Hoi 4 is one of those games that still doesn't have a scrollable option menu for its events. Like sometimes with some mods I see that they just have like a button on the bottom that says, show me more options. Which is kind of funny. Does Vicky have it? I don't think I've seen a Victoria event that has more than like 2 or 3 options. So honestly, I don't know. We've got 82. Is it possible to create autocephalous Orthodox churches or even state-specific churches when the Reformation starts? More on that in the Tinto Talks for Eastern Christianism and Protestantism. Okay. 91. Subject types which can have specific triggers when they join for defensive or offensive wars. Can it be dynamic? Yes. Cool. 94. Will all of those receive their own TF? Oh, Tinto flavor. If not, will there be a list of which countries have Tinto flavor, or will it be surprised to be found when playing the game? We'll think about it, but we definitely want surprises to be found. Perfect. Will Versailles replace the palace building, and how many countries will have special palaces? And those added on top. The kings of France still kept the Louvre Palace after building Versailles, right? Will he represent schools like Hanafi, Shafi 2, or just Sunni, Shia, anybody? We haven't made schools scriptable to just add 3. True. Fair. I don't know if you can talk about it, but if there are 60 countries with detailed flavor, are we going to get one each week? Does this mean that the game will be released in 2026? I hope not. Can't talk about the announcement or release dates of the game for obvious reasons. I guess. What's next? 101. This is 1. Are there unique culture/language specific advances? Culture specific, yes. Are any of the tags covered by Tinto flavor? Will they be building based countries? Will any of them be single province or location minors? Yes and yes. Nice. I think they will officially announce this year and release next year. I feel like there's a possibility that they could announce this year and release this year, but it depends on a lot. It seems unlikely, but maybe not that unlikely. I feel like it all depends on the upcoming few months. Because if they're going to announce a Paradox Con, I think usually they announce it when, like April, May or something? Between March and May, I think they usually announce that there's going to be a Paradox Con, if there's going to be one. Now, there have not been any Paradox Cons for, what, the last 2 years, I think? The Victoria 3 one was the last one. So, I think if they're going to have one, then I think it's going to be in September, early September. And I think it would be reasonable at that point, because of how far along the game development is currently. I think that they are going to release a trailer, if there is one, at the Paradox Con. And they're going to be like, by the way, late November release, just in time for... Wait, no, that wouldn't make any sense. September and then November release? That'd be crazy. No. Not impossible. But I don't know. I would think that they would want like a November release just before Christmas. But we'll see. 119. What is considered part of Eastern Europe in the event? Some scripting for the first time. Nice. Baltic, Bohemia, Moravia, Poland, and Carpathia. Then we have, let's see, 120. If I welcome German settlers, can I assume that some German country gets an event a bunch of people have just left? Yes. Nice. Then we have the next page. Probably going to come out in 2026. Yeah, that seems reasonable. How long after the announcement of Victoria 3 did it take them to release Victoria 3? Was it 2 years or 1 year? I feel like they released Victoria 3 in October, 2 years after the announcement. One and a half years. Did it not even release in October? Am I making that up? No, it did release in October of 2022. And the... let's see. The announcement was in September of 2020, wasn't it? Announced May 2021. Wait, what? When was... There's no way ParadoxCon was in May. Hold on. Announced... Oh my god, it was. Announced 2021. In May. Wait. ParadoxCon took place in May of 2021? Huh. Well, alright then. Guess I was wrong. Anyway, let's see. Where were we? 139. We're talking about the Sweden resettlement thing. Limited to Norland and Finland, based on the settlement program. Okay. What else do we have? 140. 1 TF per country. Some will be meatier and panoramic, some will be more in detail and focused, sure. 144. If a country conquers another country that has a specific advance to its culture, will the conquering country gain access? And the answer is no, because it scopes to primary culture. Interesting. That means it might almost be worth it to actually keep a country as a subject, as like a, what do you call it, like vanguard or something? Or like auxiliary units, because they have specific cultural things that you don't have. Just food for thought. A march? Yeah. How long do you think you'll be running the stream for? Hopefully less than the next 40 minutes. Hopefully, but I have to be fast through that. Hopefully. Because I do want to eat. We have 158. In medieval Serbia, rulers called German settlers miners to boost mining, so it might be possible despite Serbia being Orthodox. We actually have Serbian pops living there in 1337, so we might expand the event to a few more regions. I think they mean we actually have German pops living there in 1337. I think that's what they mean. What are we on now? 165? A question for which I fear the answer, but what is the state and indeed goal of immersion for countries that are played completely different from their historical selves? Is playing a mercantile, almost Hansa-like Prussia going to feel like you're having to pull the game away from screaming in your ears that you should be goose-stepping? Or will it actually feel like the country I'm playing? Focusing on historically immersive flavor content, and not doing much on the alt history content. But it is definitely possible to play a mercantile Prussia if you want. There are enough game systems to make it doable. Yeah, that makes sense. You can literally decide the societal values, laws, estate privileges, etc., etc. Then 178. Can unique units also get a bonus from climate? I'm thinking something like an Arabian unit getting arid bonuses or a Swedish unit getting less winter malaise. Yes, we already have Bedouin cavalry. More fit for desert and arid terrains. Interesting. It's getting kind of CK3 up in here. Just a little bit. Will we be able to demand art in peace deals? Oh, okay, I remember now. Someone said ERE earlier, and I didn't know what they meant, so I just pronounced it as air, but they mean the Eastern Roman Empire. It took me a minute. Or like 30. Should be easy to add as a peace treaty. Cool. Next page. 196. Will the amount of available content be visible in the country selection UI? Planning to have the available content visible in country selection, based. 197. Do pops belong to religious schools or only countries? Countries and some characters ... Okay. 204. Was really having more granularity. Was really hoping to have more granularity at the pop level. This is where we try to avoid some. Game needs to scale fine with almost 30,000 locations. Fair. Go 6. Will there be any kind of interface theme changing, like in Vic 3? Yes, interface graphics change depending on where in the world you play. I think we have 7 skins at release. Okay, that's really cool, actually. 221. Will you show all the flavor content of a specific country in each TF, or only just early game flavor? Neither all of the content, nor only the early game content. Of the examples shown above, the Presbyterian Education Act is unlocked after the Age of Reformation, and Versailles is triggered during the Age of Absolutism. Okay. And that actually concludes all of the dev diaries that we set out to read today. Now, we do have a few more things we could, if we wanted to, go through, and we will. Very briefly. For example, we have the mini-maps. Here we go. I don't think we covered either the Indian Ocean, South Atlantic, or the Pacific, but it depends on when these were posted. December 2nd, so absolutely not. 27th and January 3rd, okay. So we have these ones to go through. Probably not like a huge thing to look at here. Here we have the ocean to its full extent. Although the sea lanes look more or less how we want them to be. In design terms, they're far from final. Sure. Cool. EU5 density serpent spine. Imagine the amount of work that's going to go into the Anbanar EU5 map. I mean, just look at this, dude. Look at this, come on. Are these two different locations right here? In a place where the islands are not even really islands? Like, these are actually atolls, not even islands. That's the Maldives. But, cool. Very neat. I do love me some islands. Not really sure what we're expecting here. Do the sea lane colors mean anything? Which ones do you mean? Hold on. Like these different colors? They just differentiate... Or, oh, you mean these ones. I think they just differentiate different areas. Up one. Oh, you mean like these then, I suppose. Yeah, these ones. Yeah, I think they just differentiate the different areas. It's kind of like when you look at the Maldives here, you can see that they're all like a similar kind of color. That's because they belong to a similar group. And you can kind of see that theming loosely. See how these are all kind of red. These are all kind of blue or like aqua, kind of greenish. All these ones are like a tan, sort of yellowy color. I think that's just the theme that they're going with when they're grouping different provinces into areas. Like these are all orange on this side. You can barely see that, I think, but yeah. Anyway, I mean, it's pretty much what you'd expect. Not much to say here. Maybe some natural harbors could be added. Maybe. Raw materials. Fish. Fish and fruit. Yeah. Cool. Then we have these ones. This is, what is this? The South Atlantic? Yeah. Not a whole lot to expect here. Notice the two South Atlantic main currents with two groups of islands, Ascension Island and St. Helena, and Tristan da Cunha and Goja Island. While in the second, you can see the Falklands / Malvinas and the South Georgia Island. One note, we decided to use Falklands as it doesn't have an endonym. Yeah, I guess it literally does not. And its current modern Wikipedia standard version. You can also see the Strait of Magellan in a bit more detail. Neat. Yeah, not much to see here, to be honest. Run where you only have oceanic island provinces. Hawaii run when? Arctic. Yeah, not a lot going on down there. Cool. Some topography and vegetation. What is that? Oh, right, yeah. Natural harbors. Islands. What do you know? See, the craziest part of this is going to be trying to click on these stupid provinces. Like, I already have enough trouble sometimes clicking on the EU4 provinces. Imagine trying to click on this. You gotta, like, zoom right in there just to click on it. That's gonna be the real struggle. Can we put Napoleon on St. Helena? Hopefully. Imagine having rebels occupy them, preventing you from selling titles. And you can never find the province that's held by them. Pirate moment. Okay, one last one. The entire Pacific. You know, just a small part of the globe. Ah, yes, my favorite island. The rectangle. Interesting, actually, that, to get into Hawaii, you have to sort of swoop back down into here. Well, to get to, what are these? The Midway Islands? You can see all the sea lanes connecting to the Pacific in the west-east direction. There are mainly 6, plus the coastal route through the Aleutian Islands. Of these 6, the 1st, 3rd, and 6th run from west to east, while the 2nd and 4th and 5th run from the east to west. Kind of forgot that these are directional sea lanes, where it is much harder to sail against the current. The Galapagos Islands appear on the map, huge. And Rapa Nui, which is this one, I think. I think that's the one. Maybe. I don't think it's one of these. I think it's that one. Trade winds, yeah. Oh yay, 2 locations here, let's go. There are, sorry, 3 locations in the Galapagos. My bad. Isabela Island, Santa Cruz Islands, and the Santiago Islands. 3 locations in here. We're so back in Galapagos. Galapagos bros. Yeah, imagine trying to click on these, bruh. Juan Fernandez Islands is actually only 1 location, thus the weird C-zone design, which is something we want to review. Yeah, that's kind of cursed. Yeah. Rapa Nui, let's go. Raw materials? Fish. Oh look, let me guess. More fish? Hold on, don't tell me. Is it gonna be fish? Hell yeah. Couple more maps for Rapa Nui, everyone's favorite. Oh, let's go, 599 people. Its own culture, which is practiced by the 599 people that inhabit the island. Cool. I guess this is before they abandoned the island. Rapa Nui, the new Jan Mayan. Also unplayable, unfortunately. Okay, what else could I have possibly missed that we can just quickly go through? The buildings, I guess? I don't remember where we left off. Well, we can check the date that it was posted. 23rd of November, we went over that one. This is 30th of November, we went over that one. So we only have 4 to go through. Age of Renaissance building that is rather beneficial for your towns and cities. University, very cool. Increases literacy, cultural influence, promotion speed, migration attraction. That makes sense. Monthly literacy, institution growth. Very cool. Very expensive, of course. Alrighty. Scriptorium, an early source for books. That makes sense. You need dyes, paper, and lumber to make books. A place where scribes meticulously copy manuscripts. The scriptorium produces a variety of texts of religious, legal, or even literary nature in an effort to preserve and disseminate knowledge. And then, of course, at some point, I assume it will be replaced by a sort of, a printing press building. Alrighty, counting house. Age of Renaissance building you may want in towns and cities. Crown power. Sounds pretty good, yeah. Building cost not too expensive, requires a lot of things though. So here's an example of needing gold for something. Keeps track of the financial books and of the businesses of the town. Appointments and correspondence related to businesses related to payments are handled as well. Okay. And then we have one last one for the 4th of January. Where we get 3 buildings. I can't be allowed to rest ever. Okay. Age of Absolutism building. The Perfumery. So what does this do? Creates incense, I suppose? Cultivating flowers and extracting their essence, the perfumery produces a luxury good for the wealthy. Okay, so it uses spices and liquor. Alrighty. Age of Traditions building is something that the burghers may invest into purely to benefit themselves. Well, you do get some trade advantages, but a guild hall gives burghers power, that makes sense. Trade advantage, which is, let me think about that. Is it where a specific good will typically try to go first, I think? A trade advantage when you have a market decides where goods will be allocated first? I think, maybe? For those who are interested, I recommend the podcast called Follow Civilizations. For Rapa Nui. I think I've watched some of their stuff, yeah. Pops will build their own buildings, yeah. Estates will build their own buildings. So like the nobility might want to build more castles, because it gives them power. The burghers will want to build guild halls because it gives them more power. Pops have their own agendas, or not pops, estates specifically, have their own agendas and things that they want to do. Estates aren't just like passive things that you get to interact with whenever you feel like it. They will actively try to like force things upon you, build their own buildings, increase their own power and wealth, and so on. Okay, this is an important building in the Age of Absolutism. That is the 4th version of the shipbuilding chain. Lots of nice bonuses and provides lots of sailors, but most importantly, it allows you to build 8 ships at the same time in that one location. Huge. The Grand Shipyard, distance, cost, capital through port, monthly sailors, shipbuilding capacity, harbor capacity. Can build ship here, yes. Cool. Pretty expensive, but by that point I assume it would not be. Oh, here we go, we have the upgrade paths. Dock, dry dock, shipyard, grand shipyard, and then the naval base. Neat. Okay, and with that, I think we finally conclude the entire stream, right? I could, if I wanted to, go through the feedbacks of each of these maps, but I really don't feel like it. I think I'm done for today. It's been about 8 hours, so if you think about it this way, it's almost an entire extra day to the subathon. There you go, free day. Anyway, chat. Probably gonna call it for today. I'm pretty hungry. Gonna get something to eat. And then, I don't know. Maybe play more Metaphor Refantasio. Good game. You should see the Sovereign Lord Republic of Veliki Novgorod. Maybe. If you can show me where it is, and it takes like 20 seconds. Push the feedback to 27. Sovereign Lord Republic of Veliki Novgorod. Perfect. It allows for a clearer distinction with the other two Novgorods, Nizhny Novgorod and Novgorod Seversky. The current naming system for countries doesn't support having both a suffix and a prefix, as it is uncommon. So this was the easiest workaround. Fair enough. Alrighty, nice. Now we call it for today. How about that? We get one extra sidetrack, one extra tangent. But, yeah, I think that's what we're gonna call it for today. It's probably a good idea. See Corbett live, join, my boy leaves. It's been an 8-hour stream. I gotta, like, get up, stretch, find food, drink more water to solve the voice crack that happens after every 8-hour stream. Like that. More tomorrow? There will not be more tomorrow. I should actually make a stream schedule. I don't have anything planned for this upcoming week. I was hoping to basically grind out a video or two maybe. Because I know that I'm going to be busy from the... let's see, roughly from the 23rd to the 31st. I know I'm going to be on and off kind of busy. So I was hoping over the upcoming week to just like grind out 2 videos. We'll see. On release, you should do all the DDs in chronological order. Okay. That's where I take my leave, I think. Anyway, thank you very much, people who were here for the entire stream. I don't know how you do it. The only reason I'm able to do it is because I'm the streamer. It's like, that's my responsibility. But thank you for those, especially to those who were here for like the entire time. And thank you everyone who decided to pop into today's stream. I don't know when there will be another one. I nap partway through, that's fair. Yeah, who knows when the next stream is? Certainly not me, unless I accidentally agreed to something at some point and forgot about it. It's possible, I do that sometimes. But for now, have yourself a wonderful rest of your Sunday. For those, I guess, living in North or South America, for however long that lasts. I mean, the day, that is. I don't know, have a good one, folks. Bye, bit.